We're going to the House in just a few minutes. I wanted to give a chance to ask you each, what can we expect to see today? As our viewers watch this, how would you recommend they watch it?
I think that this bill will pass, and it's the right thing for the people of Puerto Rico, and it's the right thing for America.
What should they watch for?
Watch for the fact that you're going to see almost 2 tracks of debate. It's the first time in the history of the Congress that a bill summary has been inaccurate. They say English is required in the bill. It's not. They say a whole bunch of things. You're also going to hear Spanish spoken on the House floor as some of the opponents of this bill show what Congress is going to be like under statehood.
We are out of time. Thank you both for joining us. We now take you to today's session of the House of Representatives.
The gentlelady from New York seek recognition. Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, today is a very important day for the people of Puerto Rico, but it's more important day for the Democratic Party and the democratic process. This afternoon, the House of Representatives will debate H.R. 856, the United States-Puerto Rico Self-Determination Act. This bill sets up a plebiscite that would determine the future status of Puerto Rico. The American people should know that this bill was designed to guarantee statehood for Puerto Rico because it was written by the party that supports statehood. I will say this again. If H.R. 856 becomes law, Puerto Rico will be the 51st state, whether or not the people of Puerto Rico want it to be. H.R. 856 is not the result of a democratic process. By defeating this bill, we will be sending a message that we truly honor the idea of self-determination for the people of Puerto Rico. My colleagues, I urge you not to be fooled by the arguments of the other side. A vote for H.R. 856 is a vote for statehood, not a vote for self-determination.
The gentlelady's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, so ordered.
Speaker, in just a few minutes, this House will begin debate on something that is probably the most important issue that we will take up on the floor in this Congress during this entire year. It is the question of whether or not to start in motion the wheels that will begin to admit the Puerto Rico as a state to this union. I would just hope that all members, because of their interest for their constituents, would pay particular attention. I would suggest that you come over here. This debate's going to take 7 or 8 hours on this floor, but it is very, very important. I will be offering an amendment that will begin to emphasize that based on this premise for the past 2 centuries, we have forged a nation out of our different peoples by emphasizing our common beliefs, our common ideals, and perhaps most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, our common language. Our English language has permitted this country to live up to our motto, our national motto. That motto is e pluribus unum. It means out of many, one. The English language is the reason that we have survived these last 200 years. Think about it.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, then, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I would call up House Resolution 376, and I would ask for its immediate consideration.
Clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 149, House Resolution 376, resolved that any time after the adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 1B of Rule 23, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 856 to provide for process leading to full self-government of Puerto Rico. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 90 minutes, equally divided and controlled by Representative Young of Alaska, Representative Miller of California, Representative Solomon of New York, and Representative Gutierrez of Illinois or their designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment recommended by the Committee on Resources, now printed in the bill, it shall be in order to consider as an original bill for the purpose of amendment under the 5-minute rule, the amendment in the nature of a substitute, printed in the Congressional Record and numbered 1, pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 23. That amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read. Points of order against that amendment in the nature of a substitute for failure to comply with Clause 5A of Rule 21 are waived. Section 2, A, before consideration of any other amendment, It shall be in order to consider the amendment printed in the congressional record and numbered 3 pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 23. Consideration of that amendment shall be preceded by an additional period of general debate, which shall be confined to the subject of that amendment and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by Representative Solomon of New York and a member opposed to that amendment. B, consideration of the amendment printed in the congressional record and numbered 2 pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 23 shall be preceded by an additional period of general debate, which shall be confined to the subject of that amendment and shall not exceed 30 minutes, equally divided and controlled by Representative Serrano of New York and a member opposed to that amendment. C, amendments specified in subsections A and B of this resolution shall be considered as read, shall not be subject to a demand for a division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. Consideration of those amendments and all amendments thereto shall not exceed 1 hour. Section 3, during consideration of the bill for amendment, the chairman of the Committee of the Whole may accord priority and recognition on the basis of whether a member offering an amendment has caused it to be printed in that portion of the congressional record designated for that purpose, Clause 6 of Rule 23. Amendments so printed shall be considered as read. The chairman of the Committee of the Whole may, 1, postpone until a time during further consideration in the Committee of the Whole a request for recorded vote on any amendment, and 2, reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for electronic voting on any postponed question that follows another electronic vote without intervening business, provided that the minimum time for electronic voting on the first in any series of questions shall be 15 minutes. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill to the House with such amendments as may have been adopted. Any member may demand a separate vote in the House on any amendment adopted in the Committee of the Whole to the bill or to the amendment in the nature of a substitute made in order as original text. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and amendments thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit with or without instructions.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I would yield the customary 30 minutes to my very good friend from Massachusetts, Mr. Moakley, pending which I would yield myself such time as I might consume. And during consideration of the resolution, all time yielded, of course, is for debate purposes only.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, House Resolution 376 is an open rule providing for consideration of H.R. 856, which is the United States Puerto Rico Political Status Act. The rule provides 90 minutes of general debate equally divided and controlled by Representative Young of Alaska over here, Representative Miller of California, myself, Mr. Solomon, and Representative Gutierrez of Illinois, or their designees. The rule makes in order the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Chairman Young and printed in the congressional record and numbered 1, which shall be considered as read. The rule also waives Clause 5A of Rule 21, prohibiting appropriations in a legislative bill against the amendment in the nature of a substitute. The Committee on Rules understands this waiver to be technical in nature and further understands that the Committee on Appropriations has no objection to it. Mr. Speaker, this is an open rule. However, the Rules Committee decided to single out 2 significant policy amendments for particular treatment for debate on this floor. The committee determined that these amendments should receive specified debate time and a time certain to close debate on those amendments and any amendments thereto. These 2 amendments are the Solomon Amendment, which clarifies the official role of the English in government activities, and the Serrano Amendment, which relates to eligibility of mainland U.S. citizens of Puerto Rican descent to vote in a referendum. After general debate on the bill, there will be an additional period of general debate on the Solomon Amendment, and then 1 hour of consideration of the amendment. Mr. Speaker, the rule also provides that Mr. Serrano's amendment will have 30 minutes of additional general debate time, similar to the Solomon Amendment, and 1 hour of consideration for the amendment process, in other words, amendments offered to that amendment. The rule further provides that both the Solomon Amendment and the Serrano Amendment shall be considered as read and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House of the Committee on the Whole, but there will be second-degree amendments allowed to it, similar to an open rule process. Mr. Speaker, the rule also provides that the chair is authorized to accord priority and recognition to members who have pre-printed their amendments in the congressional record that appeared today. The rule also allows for the chairman of the Committee of the Whole to postpone votes during consideration of the bill and to reduce voting time to 5 minutes on a postponed question if the vote follows a 15-minute vote. Finally, the rule provides for one motion to recommit with or without instructions. Mr. Speaker, as the members are well aware, this is an extremely controversial issue. It is controversial among the American people. It is certainly controversial among the people that reside on the island of Puerto Rico. Members of the House are divided on this issue and not necessarily by party. However, despite our differences over the substance of the legislation, many of us have agreed that the fairest way to consider this very controversial and difficult issue is under an open rule. And I commend Chairman Young for his cooperation in bringing this matter to the floor under these considerations today. He is an outstanding member of this body, and even though he and I will tangle somewhat today on the floor, we will remain good friends when we leave here. He and I very rarely ever differ. He and I have fought hundreds of battles over this floor in the last 20 years on the issue of property rights, individual property rights of individual Americans, and we will continue to do that as long as the two of us are left standing on this floor. Mr. Speaker, I admonished members who appeared before the committee yesterday to comport themselves in a dignified fashion and to exercise restraint in determining which amendments to offer and how many would be offered. I am pleased to note that the members who appeared yesterday before the Rules Committee agreed to offer a finite and limited number of amendments. And that means that those in opposition to the bill will probably offer 10 or 12 amendments at the very most. Then there are several amendments by those that might be supportive of the bill itself that might have some perfecting amendments as well. But other than that, we would expect that this debate would continue through the day, but under no circumstances would carry over into tomorrow. So we would hope that members would come here, that they would be dignified in their remarks, and that we would speak to the issues and not get into a lot of superfluous conversation. So I would urge support of the rule, and I would reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves the balance of his time, and the chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Secretary.
I'm directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
The gentleman from Massachusetts. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague from New York, my very dear friend, Jerry Solomon, for yielding me the customary half hour, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Speaker, I rise in support of this open rule, and I commend my chairman for allowing the rule to come to the floor in this position. Speaker, the issue of self-determination for the people of Puerto Rico has been an issue for many, many decades. This year marks the 100th anniversary of Puerto Rico's being part of the United States. And 83 years ago, Mr. Speaker, in the midst of World War I, Congress extended American citizenship to the residents of Puerto Rico with all of its rights and responsibilities, including being subject to the military draft. Since then, over 200,000 Puerto Ricans have served in this country's various military endeavors. Puerto Ricans presently abide by all American laws passed by this Congress. They are also required to serve on juries. They pledge their allegiance to the flag of the United States. This bill we consider today, Mr. Speaker, is a bill giving 3.8 million people of Puerto Rico their long overdue right to self-determination. Contrary to what some people say, this is not a statehood bill. It simply allows the people of Puerto Rico to decide for themselves what kind of relationship they will have with the United States rather than having it forced upon them. Under this bill, Puerto Rico has several options. They can be integrated into the Union, as has Hawaii, or they can remain a separate nation, as the Philippines did. And since 80% of the voters in Puerto Rico go to the polls, we can be assured that their decision will represent a very strong majority. And once they make that decision, Mr. Speaker, no matter what that decision may be, I believe we should support them, and I'm not the only one who feels that way. 8 years ago, I was an original co-sponsor of the legislation which passed the House to allow Puerto Ricans to vote on the status of their relationship with this country. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, that bill died in the Senate, but it did have the support of the majority of this House. Self-determination also had the support of one of America's most popular presidents. I have here, Mr. Speaker, a statement by Mr. Solomon's idol, President Reagan. He supported Puerto Rican self-determination, dated January 12, 1982, which I would like to put in the record. In his statement, President Reagan says, Puerto Ricans have fought beside us for decades and have worked beside us for generations. We recognize the right of the Puerto Rican people to self-determination. President Reagan also said that he believed that statehood would benefit both the people of Puerto Rico and their fellow American citizens in the states. President Clinton supports the legislation, as did every Republican president since Dwight Eisenhower. Mr. Speaker, it's a good idea whose time is long overdue. After 83 years of American citizenship, this country owes these people the right to make their own decision. We owe them self-determination. They are American citizens, Mr. Speaker, and they should be treated as such. Unfortunately, in addition to Puerto Rican self-determination, which is a very popular idea, there's another issue which is being linked to the bill, the issue of whether the United States will pick an efficient government language. Although English is certainly de facto language of our country, the framers of our Constitution deliberately refused to establish a national religion or a national language. People come from all over the world to live here and are not linked to one another by common language. They're linked to one another, Mr. Speaker, because of their love of freedom, their love of liberty. And President Reagan said, in statehood, and I would like my dear friend, my former Marine from New York, Mr. Reagan said, and I quote, "The language and culture of the island, rich in history, would be respected, for in the United States, the cultures of the world live together with pride." In fact, when the Constitution was drafted, there were nearly as many people speaking German in this country as they were speaking English. English is already the primary language used in business, government, cultural affairs in the United States. But if we require English in all governmental functions, people who call 911 and can't speak fluent English might be in a lot of trouble. So rather than mandating English and prohibiting technicians from doing their jobs in life-threatening situations involving non-English speaker, I suggest we recognize the primary role of English in our national affairs, but allow the use of languages in other governmental functions when it is appropriate. I think what I'm trying to say, Mr. Speaker, is people should be allowed to speak whatever language gets the job done at 911, in police departments, and with emergency and medical technicians. In doing so, we would not only be respecting the wishes of our founding fathers, but also probably saving many lives in the process. So I urge my colleagues to support this role, and I would like to just one other statement I would like to make, which is attributed to Ronald Reagan. This appeared in roll call Thursday, February 26th. And I quote again from Ronald Reagan. who said this on January 12th of 1982. He said, "In statehood, the language and the culture of the island, rich in history and in tradition, would be respected. For in the United States, the cultures of the world live together with pride." Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this rule, to support the bill, and defeat the English-only amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves the balance of his time, and without objection, the document submitted by the gentleman from Massachusetts will be included in the record.
Speaker, I would yield myself such time as I might consume just to respond to my very, very close friend, Mr. Moakley of Boston, Massachusetts. And yes, Mr. Moakley, I did serve in the United States Marine Corps back during the Korean War. I did not have the privilege of serving in combat, but I served with a great many Puerto Rican citizens of the United States. And to this day, they are some of the greatest friends that I have. Unfortunately, they are divided on this issue just as the rest of the Puerto Rican people are, those that are still alive, and some of which I talked to just in the last 48 hours. It breaks down where 1/3 of them are for statehood, 1/3 of them are for Commonwealth, and surprisingly, 1/3 of them are for independence. I didn't think it would be that high, but that is the issue. I take a little umbrage at my good friend Mr. Moakley pointing to the ads that appeared in roll call, not just in roll call, but in the Washington Post, the Washington Times, and all kinds of papers. Millions of dollars have been spent by lobbyists trying to force a particular issue down the throats of this Congress. And I don't think the Congress is going to listen to that today because they're a pretty astute body. But concerning my hero, Ronald Reagan, and yes, he is my hero, and he will forever be, even in spite of his physical condition today. It is so sad. But President Reagan, yes, he did. He supports self-determination, but he does not support this bill or its deliberately skewed language favoring statehood. Let me read this letter that I just received, dated February 27th, and it is from the Ronald Reagan Foundation. It says, "Dear Congressman Solomon, thank you for your request to clarify President Reagan's participation in the current debate on Puerto Rican statehood. As I'm sure you understand, President Reagan is no longer participating in campaigns of any kind, despite the unauthorized use of his name appearing in that roll call, Mr. Moakley, photograph and quotes in a recent ad in the Washington Times and roll call. He is not now, nor will he ever be, taking any position on H.R. 856, the issue of statehood for Puerto Rico or self-determination for the Puerto Rican people." And it goes on to say, I hope this clarifies that issue. But, Mr. Speaker, I wasn't going to get into a debate on this during the rule because I was hopeful that we could move on to the general debate time on the bill itself so that we wouldn't be interrupted by other votes, etc. But I'm going to tell you something. You know, there are many things that have held this country together over our last 200 years. Many of them are, as I quoted before, e pluribus unum, means all people as one. It means patriotism, it means pride, it means volunteerism. But above all, it means that we speak a common language in this country. We are a melting pot of the entire world, of every ethnic background in the entire world, and we're proud of that. But had we let these various languages become a part of our American culture, this democracy would not be here today. And if you don't believe it, come up to my congressional district, which borders on Canada, which borders on Montreal, and see how we are faced with a situation in Quebec that literally tears that country asunder. We just cannot allow that to happen. And that's why at the appropriate time I will be offering an amendment that will clarify the English first language in this country. Having said all that, I appreciate the gentleman's remarks, and let me now yield to one of the men I respect most in this body. He is the chairman of the Interior Committee. He is the single representative from the great state of Alaska, and I would yield him such time as he might consume.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I ask no sensitive items to my remarks.
Without objection, it's so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the rule for consideration of the United States Puerto Rican Political Status Act of H.R. 856. The purpose of the open rule is consistent with the process which is followed by the Committee on Resources in the development of this bill to resolve the United States political status problem with Puerto Rico. This was an effort to reach out and include as many sectors as possible in a fair manner in which the facts were openly aired and examined without respect to special interests or local political considerations. I can confirm that the Chairman of the House Committee on Jurisdiction and Territorial Affairs, the committee followed and completed every legislative step in the development of this initiative during the past 4 years, from 1995 to the present time. 5 extensive hearings with the broadest participation possible were held in Washington and Puerto Rico. Testimony was heard from individuals with many different views on the future relationship of Puerto Rico and the United States. Special attention was given to allow 3 principal parties in Puerto Rico, each representing a status of Commonwealth, independence, or statehood, to present the preferred definition with their respective status option. Subsequent deliberation by members of Congress were completed and exhaustive. All of the issues have been raised and debated. Once the members examined the complexity of the problems, they realized that this bill is the most viable way to address the problems facing the United States due to failure to permanently resolve Puerto Rican status. The bill's self-determination process in H.R. 856 is a carefully crafted three-stage process leading to full government for Puerto Rico as a separate sovereign nation or a state of the Union if the majority of the people are ready to change the current form of local self-government as a Commonwealth of Puerto Rico. Congress and the Americans of Puerto Rico will be required to vote in each of the 3 stages of the bill. I want to stress that. Congress and the Americans of Puerto Rico will be required to vote in each of the 3 stages of the bill, initial referendum of a 10-year transition plan, and for the final implementation act. If there's no majority for change, then the status quo continues. In the United States, citizens of Puerto Rico are consulted again by referendum at least once every 10 years. The Committee on Resources overwhelmingly approved and reported it twice, first in the 104th Congress and now in the 105th Congress. I firmly believe it is appropriate and necessary for the full House to now consider the United States Puerto Rico Political Status Act, H.R. 856. In carrying out congressional responsibilities under the Constitution for territories, Congress will be able to directly respond to the request of the legislature of Puerto Rico to the 105th Congress to define the status choices and authorize a process to resolve Puerto Rico's political status dilemma. I support this rule, and I will discuss and debate the merits of all amendments that come before us. I want my colleagues to understand this is nothing new. This is a project I've worked on, my committee's worked on, the people of Puerto Rico have worked on for the last 4 years. It is time to act. It is time for this Congress, this House, to pass this legislation for America. For the people of Puerto Rico, this rule is a good rule. I urge the passage of the rule, but more than that, the defeat of some amendments and final passage of this legislation, long overdue for the people of Puerto Rico. And yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I maybe did make myself clear. I am not insinuating in any way that former President Ronald Reagan is for this bill. All I wanted to do was to read a statement he put out in a press release. And you cannot, once a president speaks, use of that language is never unauthorized because that's his statement. It's historic. And once again, he said in statehood, the language and culture of the island, rich in history, rich in tradition, would be respected, for in the United States, the cultures of the world live together with pride. Ronald Reagan. And the reason I wanted to make so plain is because I know my dear friend, Chairman Solomon, idolizes President Reagan, and rightly so. And I just wanted to be sure he knew what the president's thoughts were when he did address the Puerto Rican situation. At this time, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Serrano.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes. Without objection, it's so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of this rule and in strong support of the bill which we're dealing with today. This is indeed a historic moment because, make no mistake about it, this is the first time that a rule has come on this floor accompanying a bill of this nature that will, in my opinion, begin a process to end what I and many other people consider, and all should consider, the present colonial status of Puerto Rico. In order to do this, we have to put forth a process. This rule puts forth the process for the debate, and the bill puts forth the process for ending the colonial status. We have to immediately attack that which is being said, either with a lack of information or viciously to defeat the bill, which is that this bill leads Puerto Rico towards statehood. How can it do that if this Congress is not committing itself at this point to any of the three options? What this Congress is saying is, we will allow you, in consultation with us, to take a vote, and then the results of that vote will become our consideration here on the House floor. Some may be afraid that the vote would come out against the option they favor. That is democracy. Some may be afraid that the option somebody favors will never be dealt with. We can only find out. But I assure you that nothing will happen unless we approve this rule and approve this bill. In fact, I often tell people, I have a 31-year-old daughter and a 4-year-old granddaughter. I suspect that if this bill fails today, my grandchildren, as adults, will still be discussing the colonial status of Puerto Rico. As we get close to the year 2000, and once in a while we listen to the UN, the UN has suggested that all countries unload, if you will, their territories and colonies before 2000. The greatest democracy on earth still holds close to 4 million people in that kind of a situation. I don't care if statehood wins. I don't care if independent wins. I do care every day when I get up and I realize that the children of Puerto Rico are all members of a colony. It is good for the U.S. government to change this. It is good for the Puerto Rican people to change it. So I congratulate Mr. Young for bringing this bill, and I congratulate my colleague from New York, Mr. Solomon, for this rule. I won't agree with Mr. Solomon on everything today, and I won't agree on many things during the session with Mr. Young. But we agree on this beyond anything else, and that's why I was proud to add my name as a co-prime sponsor early on. And I don't move back from that commitment. I support the Young bill with every bit of strength in this body. Because after 100 years with the U.S. and 405 years with Spain, it's time that Puerto Rico knew whether it can join the community of nations as an independent nation or gain sovereignty by joining the Union. Either one is correct. The present is not. And so I support the rule, vote for it, and will support the bill strongly today. And I am sure that if I'm given time, you'll hear from me a few times during the day today.
Yield back the balance of his time.
The gentleman yields the balance of his time. The gentleman from New York.
Thank you. Good job.
The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Oh, I'm sorry. The gentleman from New York doesn't have any speakers?
We have speakers, but we are...
I'd like to hear your next speaker.
The speaker is me.
Oh, never mind.
Massachusetts.
This time as Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Puerto Rico, Governor Ramiro Barcelo.
The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized for 5 minutes.
My remarks.
Without objection, it's so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the rule for this H.R. 856. And today, this House will consider the United States-Puerto Rico Political Status Act. For the people I represent, the 3,800,000 United States citizens living in Puerto Rico, the enactment of this legislation would be the single most important political development in 100 years. And yet, many of you may wonder why this legislation is necessary and why you or your constituents should care about Puerto Rico. You should care because, geography aside, no citizen and no constituency in this nation is an island. You should care because the rights and privileges denied to one group of citizens threaten the rights and privileges enjoyed by the entire body politic. You should care because, as individuals and as a nation, to paraphrase the English author C.S. Lewis, we are defined by the choices we make. Incrementally, in seemingly insignificant small steps, we make decisions, and those decisions define us. Our choices tell us who we are. The fundamental choice before this House today is this: do we cherish the principles of our democracy enough to put an end to 100 years of colonialism and extend the right of full self-determination to the U.S. citizens of Puerto Rico? A century ago, when the victorious United States signed the Treaty of Paris, ending the Spanish-American War, it acquired Puerto Rico as a possession. Article 9 of the treaty stated that the civil rights and political status of the native inhabitants of the territories hereby ceded to the United States shall be determined by the Congress. Subsequent Supreme Court decisions have ruled that Puerto Rico's status is that of an incorporated territory subject to the plenary authority of Congress under the territorial clause of the Constitution. Exercising its powers, Congress granted citizenship to the residents of Puerto Rico by statute in 1917. And in 1950, when the passage of the Puerto Rico Federal Relations Act, Congress authorized the people of Puerto Rico to draw up a constitution and organize a local government. Let us be clear about what the Puerto Rico Federal Relations Act did and did not do. After nearly a half a century of obfuscation, some partisans would have us believe that Puerto Rico's current Commonwealth status is a product of a bilateral pact between Puerto Rico and the United States, and that the island is really a free associated state or an associated republic. But the unvarnished truth is that Puerto Rico's colonial status remains unchanged. As a territory, we are self-governed in local matters, not covered by federal laws, but we have never exercised self-determination. The congressional record is clear. The intent of the Puerto Rico Federal Relations Act was to create a provisional government until the issue of status was resolved. And if anything was decided in the 1993 plebiscite, is that for the first time since the United States arrived on our shores, Puerto Rico is being ruled by Congress under an agreement that does not have the support of the majority of the people of Puerto Rico. We're being governed without the consent of the governed. Like Dorothy in the Land of Oz, we could sit here, click our heels 3 times, and wish the problem would disappear. Where will we go? To Kansas? But it won't. The fact is that only Congress has the authority to resolve this dilemma, and only Congress can create an environment in which Puerto Ricans may legitimately address this issue. This is precisely what the United States Puerto Rico Political Status Act is designed to do. This legislation does not endorse one political choice over another. It is status neutral. All it seeks to do is create constitutionally sound and congressionally approved definitions of status options to be considered by the people of Puerto Rico. The bill proposes a timetable for referendums on status, and it makes provisions, should they prove necessary, for a smooth transition to and from the implementation of a new political status. These measures are critical if the status process is to go forward, and if self-determination by the people of Puerto Rico is to have any meaning of legitimacy. The people of Puerto Rico, to borrow words of Israel's Golda Meir from 1946, only want that which is given naturally to all peoples of the world, to be masters of our fate. That for which the Puerto Ricans have fought side by side with our fellow citizens in the mainland, to defend in other countries, in foreign shores, to stand for the right of people's self-determination, is being denied to 3.8 million U.S. citizens. But some of my colleagues in this House, whose districts include large Puerto Rican communities, would deny us this. But unlike my constituents, I have some...
Does the gentleman from Massachusetts yield additional time?
The gentleman from Massachusetts still an additional minute?
How much time is the gentleman?
An additional minute, I believe. An additional minute.
I yield 1 additional minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
But unlike my constituents, these Puerto Ricans enjoy voting representation in Congress and the right to vote in presidential elections. And although the economic, social, and political affairs of the residents of Puerto Rico are in great measure controlled by the government in which we have little to say, they would still deny the right to vote and the right to voting representation by opposing this bill. All of you here today have the privilege of voting yes or no on the United States-Puerto Rico Political Status Act. Yet, I am the sole representative of this House for the 3.8 million U.S. citizens in Puerto Rico, and I cannot vote. This is a defining legislation for my constituents, and I cannot vote. This legislation would end 100 years of Puerto Rico's colonial relationship with the nation, yet I cannot vote. I ask you, do you cherish the principles of our democracy enough to dismantle 100 years of colonialism and extend the right of full self-determination to the U.S. citizens of Puerto Rico? I hope you do, for our sake and for the nation's sake.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserve the balance of his time.
I have, if I may, Mr. Chairman, I have 3 additional speakers. So if you want me to run one, or do you have some speakers?
Yes, I do. And Mr. Speaker, let me yield myself such time as I might consume before yielding to another speaker, just to respond somewhat to the last several speakers, but just responding to Mr. Moakley's statement about the position of President Ronald Reagan on this bill. I didn't read the last sentence in this letter from his Chief of Staff, Joanne Drake. It says, I hope this clears up any misunderstandings that these ads may have caused. These ads did not receive the authorization of Ronald Reagan to run. Now, let me also state that Mr. Moakley, I had another idol, too, that I idled very much. He used to sit in that chair up there. He's a good friend of yours. His name was Tip O'Neill. And, boy, he was one tough hombre, but he was pretty fair to us in the minority. And that's why I also respected him a great deal. But,
Gentleman,
Mr. Moakley.
Gentleman just used a non-English word. Are you sure you want to put that in the record, hombre?
Let me also just respond a little bit on the colonialism issue by my very, very good friend, Mr. Barcelo, and I was willing to even yield him an additional minute if he had needed it. But, you know, it really hurts a lot of our feelings, both on both sides of the aisle, to talk about this issue of colonialism. Because, ladies and gentlemen, there is no colonialism. If the people of Puerto Rico overwhelmingly want statehood in this country, I will be the first to help lead the fight to bring them in. Just as we did for the Northern Marianas, for the Marshall Islands, for Palau, and for Micronesia. When the issues came up, we pushed for them to make a decision, one way or the other, but we didn't try to jam one particular idea down their throats. And consequently, the Marshall Islands and Palau and Micronesia became sovereign nations under a free association with the United States, whereby we do help them. They provide military bases to us, and there is a very close relationship. But under no circumstances did we try to keep them in a colonial position. The Northern Marianas chose to stay as a trust to the United States of America. But they chose it. We didn't ask them to. So is that colonialism? The answer is absolutely not. And the truth of the matter is, when the Puerto Rican people, when they overwhelmingly want statehood, as did the people of Alaska and as did the people of Hawaii, when the vote came in a plebiscite in Alaska, 83% of the people wanted statehood, 83%. When the people of Hawaii wanted to come into this nation of ours as the 49th state, they wanted it by 94%. Today, my good friend Mr. Barcelo indicated that the majority of people in Puerto Rico want statehood. That just isn't true. In the last plebiscite of 1993, a majority of the people wanted something other than statehood. And I defy anyone to come down here and show me the facts any differently. Having said that, let me just yield to a very, very important member of this body, a member of the Appropriations Committee from the state of Mississippi, and I would yield him such time as he might consume.
The gentleman from Mississippi.
I thank the chairman, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the greatest respect for Chairman Solomon, and he's put in a very difficult position today. He has a tough job, Mr. Speaker, but he's put in the position of presenting a rule to this body on a bill that he is vigorously opposed to. And so I have always respected him for the hard job he has, but even more so today because of the position that he has found himself in. I also have the greatest respect for some of the proponents of this legislation. Chairman Young is a very effective leader in the House of Representatives. He believes fervently in this issue, and he's entitled to his beliefs and his opinions, and has worked very effectively for the legislation, and I have great respect for his viewpoint. However, I do oppose the bill and oppose the rule, Mr. Speaker, because I do not believe the American people have enough facts about this issue. I do not believe the American people are prepared to have their national legislature move on a decision concerning Puerto Rican statehood. Now, there are people who have risen on the floor today and previously who said this is not a statehood bill, but I would submit to you, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleagues that this is very much a statehood bill, and this is the reason. As the chairman has previously stated, Puerto Rico has voted previously, very recently, on the issue of statehood, and they rejected the idea of statehood. In 1993, I believe, was the latest plebiscite. This bill, if passed by the House of Representatives and if enacted by the Senate and signed by the President, would say to the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, vote again. You didn't get it right last time. If you vote for statehood with 50% plus one, a bare majority, then the Congress of the United States will have the issue again. We must vote on a bill to decide whether to grant the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico their statehood. However, in this referendum that is proposed by this bill, if Puerto Ricans vote once again for Commonwealth status, this bill says, wait a minute, you didn't get it right. We'll let that decision stand, but just for a little while. And after 10 years, you must vote again, and you must vote again, and you must vote again until you get it right, and the right decision is statehood. So I would say that the bill is designed to eventually get a decision by the Puerto Rican people for statehood, and because of that, I say that enactment of the bill would inevitably put us down the path to admitting Puerto Rico as the 51st state, and that is a serious, serious decision. This is a major decision. Adding a star to the United States flag is a major decision for Americans to make. It's a serious matter which Congress and the American people need to have a full understanding about. I don't think the American people know this issue is out there. When I went home to my constituents, they had no idea that Congress was about to vote on a bill which will inevitably lead to statehood. And so for that reason, I oppose the rule. I respect the chairman for bringing it forward, but I think that if we as a body want to take the position today that having had this debate this morning, this issue is not ripe for a decision, and we need to go back and have a further national conversation about this, I think the correct decision is to vote no on the rule, and that will be my vote, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my chairman for yielding the time.
The gentleman from New York reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Speaker, it's the first time I heard that one of the major problems with this bill is adding a star to the flag. Betsy Ross didn't have any trouble, and she didn't even have the machinery we had today. Speaker, this time I yield 2 minutes. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Well, I rise in opposition to this bill, but in support of the rule. I would like to thank Mr. Moakley. I would like to thank the chairman, Mr. Solomon, and Mr. Moakley for having an open rule today. because finally we're going to have some debate on this very critical issue. Debate that I must say that on numerous occasions, I, as a member of this Congress who represent over 150,000 Puerto Ricans in my district, was not allowed to participate in that debate. I think that was wrong, and now we want to have a debate here, so I want to thank Mr. Moakley, and I want to thank Mr. Solomon. And I only come to raise one issue right now. I have a very deep preoccupation at this point, concern, and that is that all of these proceedings are being conducted in English. All of these proceedings are being conducted in English. And yet the people of Puerto Rico are the ones who are going to have to interpret everything that this Congress is doing. And yet, Mr. Solomon and Mr. Moakley, many of them are not going to be able to understand what is going on here today. And I know some of you will smile and chuckle, but it really isn't anything funny. It's serious. People should understand, American citizens should understand what it is this Congress is doing in terms of their position. Let me give you an example, Mr. Moakley and Mr. Solomon. If I walked into a theater, a movie theater, today, in anywhere in Puerto Rico, there are subtitles to everything said in English in every movie theater in Puerto Rico. Why? So that the people can grasp what is going on in the movie. Many times, I would laugh 2 seconds ahead of the rest of the audience, because by the time they read the translation, I'm an English native speaker, I would understand it. And so I bring that as an issue that even in movie theaters, even in entertainment, and this is much more important than, may I have one additional minute?
I'll give the gentleman my last remaining minute.
Thank you very much, Mr.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Look, if we were in the House of Representatives in San Juan, Puerto Rico, all of this would be going on in Spanish. So the legislators, when they legislate in Puerto Rico, do it all in Spanish. If we were in the Senate in Puerto Rico, it would be all being conducted in Spanish so that the people would understand the proceedings of the representatives they elect. If we were in a courtroom, the judge and the lawyers would all be speaking in Spanish. If we were buying a piece of property today, we would register that piece of property, not in English and in Spanish. So I would like to ask the chairman of the Rules Committee to see if there is some way that we might not have some simultaneous broadcast of this, a way in which this House of Representatives could translate so that the people of Puerto Rico can be fully informed of the farce of self-determination which is being perpetuated upon them with this bill here today.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I have 2 remaining speakers. How much time do I have, Mr. Speaker? And how much time does Mr. Solomon have?
The gentleman from Massachusetts has 9 minutes. The gentleman from New York has 10 minutes.
That's close. All right. At this time, then, I yield 4 minutes to the gentlelady from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Christian Green.
The gentlelady from the Virgin Islands is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Moakley, for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the rule. This is an important day for the people of Puerto Rico. As the representative of the Virgin Islands, an unincorporated territory of the U.S., we fully support our brothers and sisters and our neighbor to the northwest in their journey to determine their relationship to the United States and achieve full self-government. As we do so, we fully recognize how much what is done here today will likely influence and impact on the determination of our future relationship as well. For this reason, it is of the utmost importance to us that Congress and the administration should support the process of self-determination, which it does. It is also important, however, that the process be generated, determined, and driven by the people of Puerto Rico, and that the integrity of this process be maintained. I am therefore, Mr. Speaker, very sympathetic to the concerns of the supporters of Commonwealth for fairness in the presentation of the option they represent and all other options in H.R. 856. Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned not only that the definition presently in the bill does not reflect their input, but also that H.R. 856 contains language which could lead one to conclude that the status of Commonwealth would be less than desirable choice for the people of Puerto Rico. What may be viewed, Mr. Speaker, by supporters of statehood for Puerto Rico and reflected in this bill as an insupportable, undemocratic, and colonial status could in fact be what my constituents and those of other territorial delegates aspire to, given the same opportunity. While Commonwealth may not be a status which provides complete and full self-government today, its constitutional limitation should not be trumpeted for the sake of expediency. This Congress has a responsibility to ensure that any process it creates for the people of Puerto Rico or any of the island territories to exercise their right to self-determination must be fair, balanced, and provide inclusion for all options available. In this regard, I look forward to supporting an amendment in the nature of a substitute which I understand will be offered later and which was worked out by the authors of H.R. 856 and Ranking Member Miller. Mr. Speaker, the people of Puerto Rico have waited 100 years for the opportunity to be given a legitimate chance to exercise the full right to complete self-determination. While not perfect, the bill before us today is a good beginning. We have an opportunity to say to the people of Puerto Rico, as well as to the Virgin Islands and the other territories, that the Congress of the United States respects us and will provide a fair and comprehensive process for us to make known our choice on the future political status of our islands whenever we are ready to do so. The question of political status has for too long dominated the political landscape in Puerto Rico. What we do here today will go a long way towards finally resolving this issue once and for all. I urge passage of the rule. Thank you for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from New York.
Speaker, at this time, let me yield. First of all, may I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record a short explanation of Section 6 of H.R. 856, an analysis of that section of the expedited procedures.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would at this time yield 3 minutes to a very extremely outstanding member of this body, Dana Rohrabacher.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me thank Mr. Solomon for the leadership that he's providing on this issue. We have learned quite often that providing leadership on controversial issues and leads one to personal attacks, and Mr. Solomon has courageously stepped forward to provide leadership on this issue that is not only important to the people of Puerto Rico, but also important to the people of the United States of America as a whole. Mr. Speaker, while I oppose H.R. 856 in its current form, I do support an open rule for its consideration. The number one reason why this bill should be opposed is because it sets up, basically, as we've heard in this debate so far, an unfair and undemocratic process that will cause the largest group of Puerto Rican voters to boycott the election, thus producing a phony majority for statehood. Whenever any other territory has come into the Union, they have petitioned for it, giving their residents the opportunity for an up or down, yes or no vote. That is the normal process that is expected, but it is not good enough for Puerto Rico. Why? Because the Puerto Rican government is controlled by statehood supporters who know from past balloting and current polling that they would lose a fair up and down vote on statehood. The statehood supporters have maneuvered the Resources Committee into constructing a ballot that will not reflect the will of the people. This is because the definition of Commonwealth in the bill describes a colonial status that is unacceptable to Commonwealthers, leaving them no choice but to boycott the election since they oppose all 3 options offered by the bill. Back in Puerto Rico, statehood supporters are gloating about how the definition being used in the bill will guarantee a victory for statehood, even though they know the majority of people do not support statehood. They are right about the outcome of this bill, but they are wrong to do this to the people of Puerto Rico. The phony pro-statehood majority produced by this bill then sets in motion a mandatory statehood vote in Congress next year and 2 more votes in Puerto Rico. But even then, that far down the road to statehood, H.R. 856 still does not provide the people of Puerto Rico an up or down vote, a yes or no vote as to whether or not they want to become a state. Why are we so afraid to treat the people of Puerto Rico as we have every other state that's entered the Union? This is what we've done to every other people of the Union who want to join the Union. We've given them a yes or no vote on statehood. And why are people now trying to maneuver it so the people of Puerto Rico don't have this opportunity? Because they know that the people of Puerto Rico, given the opportunity, will vote no on statehood. Mr. Speaker, the fair way to handle this is the way we've always done it, is to give the people a chance for an up and down vote.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I would ask for an additional 30 seconds.
Yield the gentleman 30 seconds.
The gentleman is recognized.
There is no, if this is a first step toward statehood, if this is a first step toward treating the Puerto Rican people as every other citizen of the United States, they should be treated just as every other group trying to join the United States were treated. H.R. 856 rejects the simple, fair way that was good enough for everybody else and substitutes a skewed ballot with foreordained results. We should not stand for this unfair, undemocratic process. We should reject H.R. 856 while accepting the rule. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Speaker, this time I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Velasquez.
The gentlelady from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairman, Ranking Member Mowgli. And I rise in strong opposition to the bill, and I rise to thank Chairman Jerry Solomon for providing the only thing that is fair about this bill, that is to provide a rule that will provide a free and open debate. That is what this bill needs. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not about self-determination. This is a legislation that has been drafted by the stateholders' supporters. They were the ones who provided the definition for the Commonwealth, indeed denying access to the democratic process by not allowing 48% of the people of Puerto Rico to participate in this debate. 48% of the people of Puerto Rico supported Commonwealth 5 years ago when the last plebiscite was held. But here we are, presenting to the House floor legislation that will favor the statehood for Puerto Rico and not
yield the gentlelady 1 additional minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Make no mistake. By voting on this legislation, we are voting again imposing the statehood to the people of Puerto Rico. And it's a shame that today, by providing in the Commonwealth definition that citizenship is a statutory, that is shameful, is a lack of respect to the people of Puerto Rico, is a lack of respect to the women and to the men and women who have died, who have fought defending this country. And it is to say to even the supporters of the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, you cannot support Commonwealth of Puerto Rico because we will take the citizenship away from you. This is not about self-determination. This is about making Puerto Rico the 51st state of the nation. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Speaker, this time I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman who represents the northern part of Puerto Rico, Providence, Rhode Island, Mr. Patrick Kennedy from Rhode Island.
The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized.
I'd like to thank
all the remaining time.
The ranking member, Mr. Mowgli, for yielding me the time. And I appreciate the chance to address my good friend and colleague, Nydia Velasquez's point about this bill, because it was addressed earlier by my good friend, Luis Gutierrez from Chicago, about the fact that this process wasn't fair. It's ironic that this process wasn't fair because it didn't include the Commonwealth definition. And yet, in the bill itself, the Commonwealth has an opportunity to vote for the status quo in this legislation. But let me address the issue that she brought up. The reason why this is so awful to Nydia Velasquez and people of Puerto Rican descent is the same reason why it's awful for people who feel that we ought to have statehood for Puerto Rico, and that is, if without statehood, the people of Puerto Rico are put down. Just as you said, without statehood, if I could just finish, without statehood, the people of Puerto Rico can have their citizenship denied without statehood because it'll be up to this Congress in its constitutional authority, given the fact that Puerto Rico is a territory under the territorial clause of this United States Constitution, that at any time this Congress can take away the citizenship of the people of Puerto Rico. At any time, the people of Puerto Rico can have the Solomon language imposed on them. The irony with Luis Gutierrez saying, "I wish this was in Spanish," is that the only way to guarantee the people of Puerto Rico that they have a right to speak their own language is if they get to become a state. Because if they're a state, they have the rights under the 10th Amendment of the United States Constitution. They reserve the power to decide what their local language will be, just as every other state in this union is able to do. So the irony is, unless Puerto Rico becomes a state, they will not be able to decide what their language will be. They will not ever be able to vote for the things that we vote on regularly that affect them. So the irony in this debate is that we keep hearing that this process is unfair. So let us understand. My colleague from Mississippi said that we already had a referenda. Unfortunately, the problem is it doesn't matter what Puerto Rico does, Mr. Wicker. Don't you understand? The whole purpose of this debate is that the Congress has to give its approval so that Puerto Rico can decide. They can't decide now. They never had the decision. Those plebiscites weren't sanctioned by the United States Congress. And because they weren't sanctioned by the United States Congress, they have no meaning. Do you know why? Because, once again, Puerto Rico's under the territorial clause of the United States Constitution, meaning until they become a state or until they become an independent nation, they cannot choose for themselves. So that is why we're putting this bill forward, because we believe they ought to be able to decide for themselves. And that is what this debate is all about. And I want to commend Chairman Young. I want to commend Mr. Moakley. I want to thank them for having this debate and allowing this debate to come on the floor. I need to repeat this. You can argue till you're blue in the face about any other issue. Just understand this. Puerto Rico is under the territorial clause of the United States. That is why I'm a member of the Natural Resources Committee. Guess what? The Natural Resources Committee has jurisdiction over territories and commonwealths and Native American reservations. Ever heard of that before? It's called the Territorial Clause. We have to vote on a bill to allow the people of Puerto Rico the right to make a choice. Now, I am really looking forward to this debate because the fact of the matter is, if you understand the simple fact that this is simply about giving the congressional authority to the people of Puerto Rico so they can make up their own mind, then I think this debate will become clearer. But let me just conclude by saying, with respect to English as the mandatory language by Mr. Solomon's amendment, there will be an amendment to Mr. Solomon's amendment that will allow us to treat Puerto Rico, in the event that it becomes a state, which I hope it does, like any other state in this country. But Mr. Solomon's amendment is very unfair and discriminatory because it affects the people of Puerto Rico singularly, and it does not apply to the people of Puerto Rico the same way it applies to everyone else in this country. And I might add, the governor of Puerto Rico has English only as a mandatory. English is the official language in all the proceedings within government on the island of Puerto Rico.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York.
Speaker, I'm going to look forward to the debate with my good friend from Rhode Island on the Solomon Amendment. But at this time, and I might also add that the gentleman ought to be a little more benevolent in his praise for those that brought this bill to the floor. Think about that when he only mentioned the name of Young and Moakley. Let me at this time yield 1 minute to my good friend, Mrs. Velasquez of my state of New York.
Gentlelady from New York is recognized.
And I just would like to respond to my dear friend Kennedy. The problem with this bill is due process. If we are talking here about self-determination, What we are saying is we're going to provide an open democratic process for all the political parties and all the political sectors in Puerto Rico to participate. This legislation doesn't do that. Why, instead of writing the definition among yourself, Mr. Miller, Mr. Young, and the delegate from Puerto Rico, Mr. Carlos Romero Barceló. In fact, the president of the Popular Democratic Party knew about the new definition when he was approached by a reporter in Puerto Rico. And when the definition was rewritten was when El Nuevo Día, the largest newspaper in Puerto Rico, published a poll that said that 75% of the people of Puerto Rico favored a Commonwealth option to be included in this bill.
Has the gentleman used all his time?
The gentleman's time.
To make it official, I yield back the balance.
The gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from New York.
Speaker, let me be brief so that we can get on to the debate on the bill. But I would like to point out that there are those that that think that some people are pandering for the Hispanic vote. I would just like to point out that in the National Latino poll back in 1992, which is the last official poll on record, that the Mexican-American people in the United States of America that live here opposed or were opposed statehood by 55.4%. In other words, they were supported Commonwealth. The Cuban-American people supported Commonwealth by 60%, and the Puerto Rican people supported Commonwealth by 69%. I just wanted to get that in, and I would ask unanimous consent to submit this for the record.
Without objection.
Speaker, this whole debate is going to boil down on a statement which is made by one of the most respected members of this body, and he is the commissioner from Puerto Rico. In his book, when he said, as I have stated many other times, our language and our culture are not negotiable. And ladies and gentlemen, that is a very, very true statement. This entire debate that will take place over the next 7 or 8 hours will set forth the principle that any state that will be brought into this union, as all previous states before, will come under the exact same laws as every other state of the nation. That means that they will have no special national anthem. They will have no special flag. They will have no special Olympic team. They will be the same as every other state of this union. I'd yield to my very good friend, because he is a good friend. I quoted his book, so he's entitled to respect.
Right. I think that to deny to yourself and to your children and to your people your heritage, to deny your language and who you are, is to deny yourself, to deny your being. The fact that we want to maintain Spanish does not mean that we do not want to also speak English. What we're asking is, don't impose English only. Let us be bilingual, and let us help the nation in our relationship with Latin America.
Let me reclaim my time and say to the gentleman, if he reads the Solomon Amendment will set forth into law that for every state in the Union, all 50 states today, that English will be the official language of instruction. That is what it does. If this bill becomes law tomorrow, then all 50 states are affected tomorrow by that Solomon Amendment. It does not affect Puerto Rico, but if Puerto Rico in 2 years from now, 3 years from 4 years from now would become a state, then English would be the official language of instruction. But it would in no way, I can't at this point, I'm closing, it would in no way prohibit a second language of Spanish or any other language from being taught on the island of Puerto Rico. That is the fact, and that is what we will be debating here in a few minutes. Having said all that, let's get on with the debate on the bill itself, and I would yield back the balance of my time and urge support for this rule, and I would hope that there would not be a vote on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields the balance of his time. Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. The resolution. For what purpose, the gentleman from Mississippi?
I object to the vote on the grounds that a quorum is not present. Make a point of order that a quorum is not present.
The gentleman from Mississippi objects to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and makes a point of order that a quorum is not present. Evidently, a quorum is not present. Under the rule, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device.
This is the first of several votes we expect today on this issue. Again, the bill would authorize a referendum to let Puerto Rico choose its own political status. Members are voting on the proposed rules package on this bill. Now, if approved, 90 minutes of general debate would follow, along with amendments through the rest of the day and into the evening, perhaps. Throughout the day, we'll hear several viewpoints on the statehood issue and learn more about the people and politics of Puerto Rico. We'll also take your phone calls to hear whether you think Puerto Rico should become a state or remain a U.S. Commonwealth or become independent. First up, though, is Bob Friedman, who writes for the San Juan Star newspaper, and then we'll go to your phone calls.
Bob Friedman of the San Juan Star. This is the beginning of a long day for you. Big bill on the floor. What is your plan for covering it?
Plan for covering it is to see what develops as the day goes on, because we don't, we know there are certain amendments that are going to be very interesting and might possibly stop the bill, and we're going to have to just play it by ear, see what happens.
Describe some of the amendments that you'll be looking out for.
Of course, the biggest one, the one that's most controversial, is the English language amendment by Mr. Solomon, the Rules Committee Chairman, who wants to, he sort of extended this bill to make it into a national issue, in the sense that he wants to tag on to the bill an amendment that would make English the official language of the U.S. government, and in this way, many people feel that this could be a poison pill and it could kill the bill. But there are others who believe that the people who are supporting the bill said that they're not going to let this kill the bill, and there's a possible chance, if this amendment passes, they may even vote for the bill to approve it.
Where are the Democrats and Republicans on this? Is it a partisan bill?
Not really, because it started out as a Republican bill, in the sense that Don Young, who's head of the House Resources Committee, he's a Republican leader. He introduced the bill. He was very interested in it at first, and but the Democrats almost unanimously support this bill because it's also it's taken on connotations of what this country is going to be like in the 21st century if diversity is going to be accepted into the United States. And the people who do support it now are mostly Democrats, and where there is a division, it's among the Republican Party, those who feel that they don't want a Spanish-speaking Hispanic state of the Union. That's their main objection to it, I believe.
If the English-only amendment by Jerry Solomon passes, are a lot of Democrats not going to vote for the bill?
That's the big question. See, the leaders of the bill, like Don Young said yesterday at a news conference, that they're not going to let this process be stopped, and sort of implying that they're going to think of something. I believe also that they may, George Miller, who is the ranking Democrat on the committee that's involved with this bill, he may file an amendment on top of Solomon's amendment to sort of soften it.
Why are Puerto Ricans so divided on this issue?
Well, Puerto Ricans have been divided on the issue for over 100 years, and I guess I'll keep being divided. In the sense that if you see the plebiscite in Puerto Rico, the last plebiscite I had in 1993, it was almost split down the middle. The Commonwealth is won by a few percentage points. Right now, polls show that there's not much of a change, that it's still split down the middle. But if this bill passes, this could give some impetus to the statehood movement.
Could you describe the political climate in Puerto Rico, the parties that are involved, and which party favors what?
Okay, there are three principal parties in Puerto Rico. There's the Popular Democratic Party, which is the party that supports Commonwealth, which, by the way, is against this bill. They feel that they've been treated unfairly in the bill. There's the New Progressive Party, which is the pro-statehood party. They're in power now, and they are 100% for the bill. And then there's the Puerto Rico Independence Party, Puerto Rican Independence Party, which supports independence for Puerto Rico, but they also are for the bill because they want to see this process unravel. And their feeling is that at some time during this process, Congress is going to turn down statehood and the people in Puerto Rico are going to opt for independence.
There's a controversy over the definition of Commonwealth. Can you explain what that's about?
The controversy is basically revolved around the fact that the Commonwealthers don't like the definition. The definition was, at first, Mr. Miller from California, George Miller, who was he was seen as the Commonwealth's main ally on the Resources Committee, and he protested the bill because of the definition. As time went on, he and the Resources Committee Chairman Young and the Resident Commissioner from Puerto Rico, Romero Barceló, they sat down, they worked out a definition that was satisfactory to Miller. The main thing is that Congress feels that has one definition of Commonwealth, and the pro-Commonwealth Party in Puerto Rico has another definition, and that is sort of that's what right now that's causing most of the complaints by the Commonwealth Party.
What's the specific differences?
The specific differences, among other things, one thing that's very, very important for Puerto Ricans, no matter what they believe in, even the Independence Party, is U.S. citizenship. In fact, the Independence Party has mentioned the fact that they would like to keep somehow a dual citizenship. And in the Commonwealth would like the bill to say that U.S. citizenship is constitutionally guaranteed under the Constitution. But the bill states that it is a statutory citizenship, meaning that Puerto Rico got this citizenship through a law back in 1917. And the feeling is that among the Commonwealthers is that what you're saying is you've given us this citizenship and you can take it away, since Congress has made this as a law and they can repeal this law. And they want further guarantees. But I should add, there are people who have looked into this from the Congressional Research Service, and they feel that despite what the law says, that U.S. citizenship is guaranteed under the Constitution, despite the fact that the Puerto Ricans got it through the law, through statutory law.
What's the Senate's position on this bill?
Well, yesterday, Trent Lott, the president, said that he didn't think there would be time to look at the bill, but then they're always saying that, you know, there's always never seems to be time to. That's what they always keep saying anyway on lots of things. I think that also the Senate's going to look at it much more with an eye towards what the costs are going to be. See, in the House, Mr. Young has sort of become, in a way, an ideologue. He understands that Puerto Rico, for 100 years, has been under U.S. domination, and he says that, many people say Puerto Rico is a very high-class colony, but nevertheless, it's a colony of the United States, and it was the United States came under U.S. jurisdiction 100 years ago, and it's time to let go your colonies. Now, that might sound, it sounds wonderful, but it may not be the main point of contention in the Senate, especially the man who's ahead of the committee that will look into it first, the Energy and Natural Resources Committee, Mr. Murkowski from Alaska also. His main concern seems to be the cost of statehood, how much statehood would cost. Because regardless how you look at this, certainly for the U.S. media, this is whether Puerto Rico wants to be a state or not. The bill is set up so you have these 3 votes, but as the United States, and rightly so, as Americans look at it, they say, well, is this going to mean we're going to have another state or not, or do we want one? And do the people of Puerto Rico want to be a state? So
is that a fair representation of what this bill is about?
It's a fair representation from. Everyone has, you know, their own viewpoint. It's a fair representation for Americans. For Puerto Ricans, I believe their main point of view, certainly for many of them, is that look, you know, that we don't have the certain rights we don't have. We haven't had for 100 years. We're supposed to be U.S. citizens. We don't have a vote in Congress. There's one representative of Congress, but he's a delegate. He doesn't have a vote. We don't vote for president, yet presidents or presidential orders applied to Puerto Rico. Puerto Ricans are drafted in the Army. They've had, like, I think about 200,000 have served in all the wars of the 20th century, and they feel that they don't have full rights, that they're U.S. citizens, but they don't have full rights of U.S. citizenship.
Tell us a little bit about yourself. How long have you worked for the San Juan Star?
Well, several lifetimes. I started in 1964, and then I left for a while in 1970. I came back in 72, so I've been there for about 30 years, give or take a couple of years.
Do you spend a lot of time in Puerto Rico?
Well, I spent 25 years in Puerto Rico, and I've been up here about 5 years. I try to go back a couple times. My two daughters who were born in Puerto Rico make sure that I go back because they love Puerto Rico, and for them, Puerto Rico is their first home.
Bob Friedman of the San Juan Star, thanks very much for your time.
Thank you.
Pursuant to House Resolution 376 and Rule 23, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of the bill H.R. 856. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Diaz-Balart, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union for the consideration of the bill H.R. 856, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to provide a process leading to full self-government for Puerto Rico.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. The gentleman from Alaska, Mr. Young, the gentleman from California, Mr. Miller, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Solomon, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Gutierrez, each will control 22.5 minutes. There will be order at this time.
Everyone could take their seats. This is the beginning of a very important debate.
The Chair is confident that people will take their seats, the members will take their seats, and accord all speakers the due and necessary respect. The members will take their seats and will cease conversations, please. We'll take their conversations to the cloakrooms. The Chair at this time recognizes the gentleman from Alaska.
Ask unanimous consent from Vice President, yield myself for the time I may consume.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, my fellow colleagues, this is a very historical moment. One is long overdue. And the debate of the rule, there was some statements were made that I think should be clarified before I go in the full text of my presentation today, why I support this legislation. Northern Marianas were mentioned and other territories were mentioned and how they came into this great united part of our United States, even as territories are separate governments. But for instance, Northern Marianas, the government of the United States and the government of Northern Marianas will consult regularly on all matters affecting the relationship between them at the request of either government, and not less frequently, and every 10 years there shall be an additional vote taken. Mr. Chairman, over 100 years ago, this Congress was passionately discussing the 400-year-old colonial grip that Spain had on the islands adjacent to and south of Florida. Just over 2 weeks earlier, on February 15th, 266 American servicemen lost their lives in Havana Harbor with the explosion of the United States warship, the Maine. The monument to these gallant men stands highest above all else in our Arlington National Monument. Many others lost their lives in the ensuing Spanish-American War amid the cries, "Remember the Maine," but why? This Congress declared war and sent Americans in harm's way in a defense of the sacred ideal, self-determined nation. America won the war and assumed sovereignty over Cuba, Puerto Rico, and some of the Spain's Pacific possessions. All but one are no longer territories. Only Puerto Rico still stands after 100 years a territory. Congress promptly delivered on its promise of self-determination of the people of Cuba by providing for a process which permitted Cuba to become a separate sovereignty after a few brief years. In contrast, the Rough Riders who charged up San Juan Hill to ensure United States victory in the Caribbean had become President of the United States and urged Congress to grant United States citizenship to the people of Puerto Rico in his 105th 1905 State of the Union address. Quote, I earnestly advocate the adoption of legislation which will explicitly confer American citizenship on all citizens of Puerto Rico. There is, in my judgment, no excuse for the failure to do this. I believe President Teddy Roosevelt's words are even more true today to this bill as when he spoke in 1905. Our fellow Americans in Puerto Rico, numbered some 4 million, have been loyal to this nation and have valiantly fought every major conflict. We have all benefited in ways that cannot be calculated from the bravery, the loyalty, and patriotism of over 200,000 Americans from Puerto Rico who have served in our nation's armed forces. It is clear that a heavy price has been paid by Puerto Rico for this country, which has yet to fully deliver on the promise U.S. General Mills when he landed in Puerto Rico 100 years ago this year in Puerto Rico. In the continuation of the war against the Kingdom of Spain by the people of the United States, in the cause of freedom, justice, and humanity, our military forces have come to occupy the island of Puerto Rico. They came bearing the flag of freedom. They bring you the encouraging strength of a nation of free people, whose greatest power consists of justice, humanity for all those who live in their community. The principal objective will be to give the people of your beautiful island the largest extent of freedom possible. We have not come to wage war, but to bring protection, not just for you, but for your property, in order to promote your prosperity, in order to obtain for you the privileges and blessings of our government. It is not our purpose to interfere with any of the laws and customs present that are wise and beneficial. Congress provided Puerto Rico with increasing levels of self-government for the first half of this century, culminating with authorization in 1950 of a process for development of a local constitutional government. By 1952, Congress conditionally approved a draft constitution submitted to Congress by Puerto Rico. After those changes were made by Puerto Rico, the new constitutional government of the territory became effective under the name declared by the Constitutional Convention as the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico. The establishment of local constitutional self-government did not after Congress' constitutional responsibility under the Territorial Clause of Puerto Rico. However, it was under the first years of the Commonwealth that President Eisenhower established the Eisenhower Doctrine regarding Puerto Rico, which is still in effect today and is reflected in the United States Puerto Rico Political Status Act. After the local constitutional government of Puerto Rico was established, Puerto Rico was removed from the United States decolonization list, prompting questions as to whether Puerto Rico was still a territory under the sovereignty of the United States and subject to the authority of Congress. President Eisenhower, Republican, acted decisively by sending a message to the United Nations that he would recommend the United States Congress grant Puerto Rico separate sovereignty if requested by the Puerto Rico through the legislation of Puerto Rico. While the legislature has never petitioned for separate sovereignty, the legislature sent joint resolutions to Congress in 1993, 1994, and 1997 requesting congressional action. Now keep that in mind, because I've heard time and again that Congress is doing this by dictating to the Puerto Rican people. But the legislature sent to this Congress in 93, 1993, 1994, 1997, requesting congressional action to define the political status, establish a process to resolve Puerto Rico's political status dilemma. Although in recent years the Puerto Rican legislature formally requests the Congress to resolve Puerto Rico's political status, United States citizens in Puerto Rico have been advocating action for over a decade. I remember the submission to Congress in 1985 to 1987 of over 350 individuals signed petition for full citizenship rights. This incredible grassroots was led by Dr. Miriam Ramirez of the nonprofit, nonpartisan civic organization Puerto Ricans for Civic Action. I believe this initiative influenced then President of the Senate, included in his first State of the Union address as President on February 9, 1989, the following request. I have long believed the people of Puerto Rico should have the right to determine their own political future. I personally strongly favor statehood. But I urge the Congress to take the necessary steps to allow the people to decide in a referendum. It is about time, as President Bush requested Congress authorize a political status referendum in Puerto Rico. The three presidents of the three principal political status parties in Puerto Rico asked Congress to help resolve Puerto Rico's political status, as Puerto Rico has never been formally consulted as to their choice of ultimate political status. While Congress has yet to formally respond to the request of the President, the leaders of Puerto Rico, the petitions of the Americans of Puerto Rico, this bill will do just what's been asked by the people of Puerto Rico on numerous years and numerous times, by the President of the Senate, by the presidents in the past on the platform. The United States Puerto Rico Political Status Act of H.R. 856 established in federal law for the first time a process to resolve Puerto Rico's political status. I remind my colleagues it will not happen overnight. Regardless of what we do here today, this is just a process that will take place. We had a gentleman who was speaking on the rule that said the public does not and is not aware of this action today. May I remind you, if we were to pass this bill today, and I hope we do pass this bill today, it must be passed by the Senate. The people of Puerto Rico must also pass it in 1998. It comes back to the Congress in 1999, and by 1999, we again in Congress must act. We must pass a bill approving the transitional stage. It goes back to the people of Puerto Rico, and by the way, the start of the transition period begins in the year 2000. But this, more than anything else, is a bill that established the right to determine for the first time in 100 years their self-determination. It is a fair and balanced process that's been developed with an enormous amount of input. And I resent certain people who say this has not been fair. We asked all those people involved, all three parties, to submit what their definition should be in this bill. We and my substitute have recognized Commonwealth. We recognize independence. We set forth a process which would create a state. And may I talk about if it is to become a state? I am one of the few people with Neil from Hawaii that's gone through this process. And I've heard some statements here today about English language only. When Alaska became a state, that was not a requirement. We have 52 different dialects in Alaska. People speak English. They also speak many other languages. It was not a requirement. Hawaii has 2 official languages. They have English and Hawaiian. New Mexico has 2 official languages, English and Spanish. The concept of the amendments will be offered to this bill, especially Mr. Solomon's amendment. He's my good friend, and we talk about how good friends we are, is a poison pill amendment. America is a melting pot. It is a group of people coming together under one flag. We all speak different languages at different times. Some of us are more fortunate to speak more than one language. But we must always recognize the cohesive part of the United States, and that is being in America. English will come, but to pick out one part of this bill and to say this is a requirement before it ever happens is a poison pill amendment to this legislation. But let's talk about history again. This is the last territory of the greatest democracy in America, a territory where no one has a true voice. Although our governor does an excellent job, but there's 4 million approximately Puerto Ricans that have one voice and cannot vote. This is not America as I know it. This is America that talks one thing and walks another thing. This is America, if they do not accept this legislation, saying no to, I think, some of the greatest Americans that's ever served in our armed forces and are proud to be Americans, but do not have the representations they need. This legislation is just the beginning. It's one small step of many steps. It is a step for freedom. It's a small step for justice. It's a small step for America. But collectively, it's a great stride for democracy and for justice. This legislation should pass. The amendment that Mr. Solomon offers should be defeated. We should go forth and show the people of America, show the people of Puerto Rico that our hearts are true, that the rest of the world will follow the example of the great United States and free their territories and free the people so they can have self-determination. This is what this bill does, and that's all it does. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Miller.
Thank you. I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Puerto Rico.
Mr. Speaker, I would love to be able to speak for 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours on this subject, but there's so many other people that want to speak on this subject, and many of my colleagues have heard me over and over again on this, that I'm going to yield some of the time I would have been allotted so other members of this Congress can address the House in support of this bill, which is a very, very important bill for the people of Puerto Rico, for the 3,800,000 U.S. citizens in Puerto Rico.
I yield myself 4.5 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
I ask you
without objection.
Rise and extend. Mr. Speaker, members of the House, the Committee on Resources of the House of Representatives had an obligation to report to this floor a fair and accurate plan for the citizens of Puerto Rico to choose their status. I believe that this committee has met that obligation. I want to thank the chairman of the committee, Mr. Young, for leading us through what has been a difficult process, to our friend Carlos Romero Becerra for all of his help in this process. The people of Puerto Rico, if this bill is passed, will be given the opportunity by the Congress of the United States, under the laws of this nation, to choose their status. They can choose to continue in a Commonwealth arrangement. They could choose to become an independent nation. They could choose to become one of the states of the United States of America. Our obligation was to see that when this process went forward to the people of Puerto Rico, that it was a fair process, that it was an accurate process. We'd had an earlier plebiscite where the parties wrote their own definitions, and the people voted, and the Congress has done nothing, because the Congress knew, in fact, those definitions, whether they were of statehood or of Commonwealth, were in fact not accurate, would not be supported by the Congress of the United States, and did not reflect the laws and the Constitution of this country. In the committee, I was very distraught at the beginning of this process, because I felt that those who support Commonwealth were not able to present their definition to the Congress, to the committee. And we allowed, and I worked very hard so that definition could be offered. I offered that definition. It was turned down overwhelmingly on a bipartisan basis. It was something called enhanced Commonwealth. It was sort of a make-believe status of Commonwealth. The suggestion was that if you voted for Commonwealth, you would then be empowered to pick your way through the Constitution of the United States and the laws of the United States, and pick and choose which laws you wanted to apply and not have apply. And that you didn't have to live under the power of the Congress of the United States and or the Constitution of the United States. That simply was unacceptable to the overwhelming majority of the committee. I believe it's unacceptable to the overwhelming majority of this House. Someone who certainly can come forward and offer that amendment this afternoon, should they choose, and I believe it would clearly be unacceptable to the people of this country. So what we put forth is a definition of Commonwealth that recognizes their current status today. Their current status today, that they live in a Commonwealth arrangement. And it says Puerto Rico has joined a relationship under the national sovereignty of the United States. It is the policy of the Congress that this relationship should only be dissolved by mutual consent. That's the situation that we have. And we went on to say that in the exercise of the sovereignty of the laws of the Commonwealth shall govern in Puerto Rico to the extent that they are consistent with the Constitution of the United States. There is no other way to do business. Consistent with the Constitution of the United States, treaties and laws of the United States. The Congress retains its constitutional authority to enact laws that it deems necessary relating to Puerto Rico. That is the burden of Commonwealth. That's why some people don't like it. Some people would prefer independence over Commonwealth, and some people would prefer statehood. There is a certain burden to Commonwealth. We can't pretend that there isn't. But the people of Puerto Rico ought to be able to choose that. They ought to be able to choose the status that they want. And that's what this legislation does. It enables the people of Puerto Rico to make their choice, not our choice, their choice. And then hopefully under this legislation, the Congress would then honor that choice after the President and others have worked out a plan to enable that choice to go forward. That's what this legislation does. Nothing more, nothing less. I think it's an important piece of legislation. I think it is recognized that the people of Puerto Rico are entitled to and must have a free and fair vote on this matter. I would hope that my colleagues would support this legislation to allow that to happen.
This time the chair recognizes Mr. Solomon from New York. Mr. Solomon.
Mr. Speaker, I would yield myself such time as I might consume.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, in April of 1775, hundreds of brave men and women stormed the bridges of Lexington and Concord, setting in motion a revolutionary struggle for liberty that culminated in my hometown of Saratoga, New York, in the greatest victory for individual freedom and democracy in all of human history. And that blood-stained victory of our forefathers has left the legacy that you and I and all of us call America. Liberty and justice and democracy, these are words that do more than describe our nation's ideals and principles. They are the very essence of this country of ours. These ideals are able to thrive and to dominate the political and economic landscapes of the United States because of its people's devotion to its unity as a nation, to an idea that there is something unique, something distinct about being an American. Throughout my military service, my small business career, and the last 31 years in public office, I've dedicated my life to further the principles of freedom and democracy and self-determination throughout this world. And like all of you, I've been blessed to live in this most free and democratic nation in the world. And sometimes you ought to travel overseas in the former Soviet Union and see how much they respect this democracy of ours. It was a product of blood and sweat and commitment to principle of those who have gone before us. And while serving in the United States Marine Corps, during the Korean era, I was privileged to serve side by side with so many Puerto Rican Americans, great people, great personal friends of mine, and to be stationed for a time on the island of Vieques in Puerto Rico, where I made some of my closest friendships that today still exist. And during that time, I was able to gain a personal affection for the people of Puerto Rico and for their love of liberty and their distinct culture. As a result, Puerto Rico and its people hold a very warm space in my heart. And today, the House considers a bill which may lead to a dramatic and permanent change in the lives of these U.S. citizens. It is billed by its supporters as a bill to permanently resolve the political status of Puerto Rico through a process of self-determination. But however lofty and worthy the objectives of this bill, it is a flawed measure that flips the very principle of self-determination and democracy on their heads, ladies and gentlemen. It is in establishing a self-determination process for the Puerto Rican Congress under the U.S. Constitution must answer to two distinct yet equally important interests, and you ought to listen to this: the citizens of Puerto Rico and the citizens of the United States. I believe this bill, as currently drafted, fails to answer to either interest, either the Puerto Rican citizens or the American citizens on this mainland. For this bill actually violates self-determination. Read the report of this bill, which was authored by George Miller. I strongly support allowing the citizens of Puerto Rico to vote on the future of their political status. In fact, they actually do not need to get permission from this Congress of the United States to do so. In fact, they already did in 1952, in 1967, and again in 1993. However, I firmly believe that in order for a political process to deliver self-determination, it must always allow for the participation of all of its citizens, not just some. This bill, as currently drafted, not only requires, but listen to this, it demands that Puerto Rico hold a plebiscite before the end of this year, 1998. Who are we to tell them? In that referendum, the citizens of Puerto Rico will be asked to choose between commonwealth, between separate sovereignty and statehood. This seems to be simple enough. However, ladies and gentlemen, there is a catch to it. Members of this House should be aware that the Statehood Party of Puerto Rico supports the ballot definition of statehood in this bill, and the Puerto Rican Independence Party supports the ballot definition of independence in this bill. However, the Commonwealth Party, the party that actually won every past referendum on political status, does not support the definition of Commonwealth in this bill. And ask yourself, why not? In fact, the definition of Commonwealth was written not just once, but twice by the supporters of the statehood option without the approval of the vast majority of the people in Puerto Rico, the Commonwealth Party. What this means is that the largest political party in Puerto Rico is faced with a grave choice under this bill. They can either choose to campaign, to support, to vote for a ballot definition that directly contradicts the very premise of their political party's existence, or they cannot participate in the referendum. They have chosen not to participate, and that is a terrible shame. So first and foremost, the House is debating a measure designed to determine Puerto Rico's political status, in which one of the three local political parties, in fact the largest in Puerto Rico, will not even participate. How is that going to take an accurate and democratic measure of the political choices of those 3.8 million U.S. citizens there? The fact is, it is not. Members of the House, back in 1990, the last time this House considered similar legislation, all of the parties were supportive of the process and supported that bill because it was a fair bill. I voted for it. It sailed through the House under suspension of the rules, only to be stalled in the other body. Today, we debate a controversial bill, not just here in the United States, but also in Puerto Rico. One final comment on this bill's self-determination problems, members. As this bill currently stands, it requires Puerto Rico permanently to hold this referendum every 10 years until statehood gets 50% plus 1. Then the transition and implementation process begins. Since the current support for independence hovers around 5% and for statehood around 45%, the likely outcome of a forced denial decennial vote seems likely to be statehood, with hardly half the population supporting it. This bill also contains certain constitutional pitfalls, and members should listen carefully to what I'm about to say, because your constituents want to know this. Under this bill, if the citizens of Puerto Rico choose statehood in the first referendum, the constitutional protections given states begin to apply to Puerto Rico upon the President's submission of a transition plan taking Puerto Rico from Commonwealth to statehood. What this means is that the process of integrating Puerto Rico into this union begins with the vote of the transition bill. You better remember that. According to the Supreme Court in Balzac versus People of Puerto Rico, way back in 1922, once the process of integration begins, it is very difficult to reverse, and you will not reverse it. The catch with this provision is that under this bill, Congress will be required to vote on this transition plan as early next year. While Puerto Rico may not officially join the Union for another 5 or 6 or 7 or 10 years, the vote to begin the admissions process could take place as early as next year, and there would be no turning back at that point. Such a voting strategy is almost identical to that done when we gave away the Panama Canal to Panama and when Great Britain gave Hong Kong back to China. You better start thinking about that, members, because your constituents are thinking about it. A vote to do it occurs now while it actually changes hands at some time in the future. That's what you're voting on here today. And members, your constituents want to know. They want you to listen and to be careful about this. With the referendum required to be held before the end of this year, this bill requires the President to send Congress transition legislation within 180 days of that referendum. That means if that referendum is held in December, as late as December of this year, within 180 days, the President is ordered to send us a transmission bill. within 5 days of the receipt of that bill. The majority leaders of the House and the Senate are required to introduce the bill. And within 120 days of introduction, a vote occurs on the bill on the floor of this House of Representatives, which could happen next July or August or September, or October or November or December of 1999. That's how close this is. In essence, this bill sets up a process whereby the citizens of Puerto Rico are forced to vote until they choose statehood. And then the process kicks into high gear under expedited procedures, as I've just outlined. And yes, it is true that it may take up to 10 years, as the bill says, for the process to run its course, but the bulk of the actual process occurs up front, and you would better understand it. The most serious constitutional reservation of this bill involves the treatment of the rights enjoyed by the people of Puerto Rico currently under the Commonwealth status. The ballot contained in the bill states that Congress may determine which rights under the United States Constitution are guaranteed to the people of Puerto Rico. This statement is wrong at several levels. First, it rests upon the remarkable proposition that Congress has the authority to deprive the people of Puerto Rico of any and all of their constitutional rights. This provision of this bill is demonstrably false, ladies and gentlemen, because even Puerto Rico were still, and if it were an unincorporated territory, the people of Puerto Rico would be still guaranteed fundamental constitutional rights. And that's why so many people in Puerto Rico support Commonwealth. The description of the citizenship rights of Puerto Rico is similarly flawed. It states that Puerto Ricans are merely statutory citizens and implies that their citizenship may be revoked by Congress. Well, the people of Puerto Rico are United States citizens within the meaning of the 14th Amendment. Get the amendment out. Read it, the 14th Amendment. These points were clearly enunciated yesterday by our colleague, the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee Subcommittee on the Constitution. And we have it over here if you want to read it. Third and finally, this bill fails to clearly lay out how assimilation would occur under the bill for either Puerto Rico or the United States. And this is the most important part of this entire debate. As I stated earlier, I have a great deal of respect for the pride and for the culture of the people of Puerto Rico. They are wonderful people. I believe, as do many of my colleagues, that Puerto Rico is a nation. It is unique and distinct in its own right. And Puerto Rico has every right to preserve and enhance this rich heritage of culture and history. That is their right. But if the citizens of Puerto Rico freely choose to seek statehood, they should understand clearly, and I think my good friend Mr. Gutierrez made this point earlier, what are the assimilation expectations of the American people, of the 260 million Americans in this country? Puerto Rico deserves a clear, concise, and direct discussion of these issues. They have not had that. They do not know what the assimilation would be. Admitting a state requires that the assimilation of a territory within the union of states and language differences are the #1 barrier to actual assimilation. The bill before us today contains the most vacuous statement of language policy that I have ever seen. How will the average citizen of Puerto Rico understand what this means if we cannot even understand what it means ourselves? And I would ask every member back in your offices to pick up the bill and read it. In this regard, the bill's language regarding English is weak, it is inadequate, and must be clarified for the benefit of the people of the island of Puerto Rico, because they need to know what they're getting into. Ladies and gentlemen, it was Winston Churchill who stated that the gift of common language is a priceless inheritance, and members not explicitly stating what role Puerto Rico's inherited Spanish language and/or common tongue English would play in a state of Puerto Rico, I believe, would be a grave mistake for everyone. To rectify this, I intend to later in the debate offer an amendment regarding the role of the English language, which I believe very clearly explains this issue to both the American people and to the people of Puerto Rico. Now, some of my good friends are going to argue that I have specifically selected the statehood option for the bulk of my criticism of this bill, and that it is merely a process bill which includes that as an option. Well, let me make something perfectly clear, ladies and gentlemen. For my constituents in upstate New York, who are wedged between Canada and New York City, between Quebec and New York City, the statehood option for Puerto Rico is the choice with the most far-reaching and permanent consequences. It is a permanent relationship that requires assimilation, and that choice needs to be decided by an overwhelming majority of the citizens of Puerto Rico before my constituents and before your constituents will agree to let them join the Union. It must be clear to our good friends in Puerto Rico that if they choose statehood, it is still within Congress' power as representatives of this country to say no. Statehood may be an option at some point in the future, but the American people are going to have to examine this situation at that time, and that time is today. We cannot force a decision on the citizens of Puerto Rico, and the citizens of Puerto Rico cannot force the United States to accept a decision. The Puerto Rican people deserve to know exactly what they are voting on, and the American people deserve to know the ramifications of each of those options. Until this bill becomes an actual self-determination bill, passes constitutional muster in all of its components, and fundamentally addresses the issue of assimilation, I will oppose this bill. And I hope we can clarify it by adoption of my amendment later on this afternoon. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves balance of his time. Who rises as Mr. Gutierrez designee? Ms. Velasquez. Ms. Velasquez is recognized as the designee of Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Mr. Chairman, I rise today to express my strenuous opposition to H.R. 856, the United States-Puerto Rico Political Status Act. Mr. Chairman, I think that we can all agree that the people of Puerto Rico must be given the right to self-determination. Unfortunately, H.R. 856 does not accomplish this. This bill is the product of a flawed legislative process that was designed to produce a very specific result. It was written without consulting all the parties that have a very real interest in its outcome. Proponents of H.R. 856 will try to say that this is a bill about self-determination. They are misleading you. Instead, H.R. 856 is a one-sided bill that is biased in favor of Puerto Rican statehood. It was written by the party that supports statehood in a way that promotes statehood without consulting all the participants in this very, very sensitive process. Under H.R. 856, Puerto Ricans will be given the choice between statehood, Commonwealth status, or separate sovereignty. Yet, the Commonwealth option does not even guarantee citizenship. Why citizenship wasn't statutory back in 1990 when this House voted over this bill? I don't understand what happened since 1990. The author of this legislation has said that our citizenship is statutory. Simply put, this means that our citizenship can be taken away. Tell that to the widows of men who fought and died in foreign wars so that citizenship of all Americans will be guaranteed. Mr. Speaker, tell that to my uncle who fought valiantly in Korea for you and for me and for all Americans everywhere. Furthermore, if the people of Puerto Rico were to choose Commonwealth status, the bill will require further plebiscites until either statehood or separate sovereignty wins. This double standard applied to Commonwealth showed how the deck is stacked in favor of statehood. Under those conditions, not even the most forceful defender of Commonwealth status will vote for it. Many people forget that the original version of this bill did not even include a Commonwealth option. The party that supports Commonwealth status had not input in the drafting of H.R. 856 and has been repeatedly shut out of the process. Amazingly, the president of the Commonwealth Party learned about the bill's definition of Commonwealth from a reporter. In fact, the statehood party had to rewrite the Commonwealth definition after a poll in a major Puerto Rican newspaper showed that 75% of Puerto Ricans supported the inclusion of a fair and balanced Commonwealth option, which this bill lacks. Today, and I repeat, today in Puerto Rico, a new poll was released that shows that 65% of the people of Puerto Rico reject this bill. Mr. Speaker, it is an outrage to the democratic process that the definition for Commonwealth status was written by the very party that opposes it. It's like allowing Republicans to decide who could appear on a Democratic ballot. 5 years ago, the people of Puerto Rico held a plebiscite on this issue and chose to maintain the current status. This is a situation that the losers in that contest do not seem willing to accept. Yet the outcome was an important one. It reaffirmed the permanent United States citizenship of the people of Puerto Rico that is guaranteed under the Constitution. It acknowledged the bilateral nature of the U.S.-Puerto Rico relationship. It confirmed the autonomous status of Puerto Rico, which can only be changed by mutual consent. The supporters of H.R. 856 are rejecting each and every one of these arguments when they say that citizenship can only be protected under statehood. Puerto Ricans are American citizens, and we are proud to be American citizens. We don't need a plebiscite to prove that we are Americans any more than the people of Massachusetts or Virginia do. This bill is not the result of a democratic process. It does not define all the choices to the satisfaction of the very people who will participate in this plebiscite. By defeating this bill, we will be sending a message that we truly honor the idea of self-determination for the people of Puerto Rico. My colleagues, I urge you not to be fooled by the arguments of the other side. A vote for H.R. 856 is a vote for statehood, not a vote for self-determination. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves balance of her time. Mr. Young of Alaska.
This time, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. McCollum.
Mr. McCollum is recognized. Without objection.
We're embarked on one of the more significant debates this Congress will have in this 2-year period, maybe one of the more significant debates that you can have, because we're trying to find a way to resolve concerns we all have about a part of the United States. And make no mistake about it, Puerto Rico is part of the United States. In my state of Florida, which is right next door, it is a neighbor. It is a very friendly neighbor. The people of Puerto Rico are citizens of the United States. There are no customs checks or boundaries between our country and theirs, or my state and Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is a commonwealth. It is a funny kind of status to most of us because we don't think about it in that way very often. At least I don't. I know that anybody who lives in Puerto Rico can come live in my state or Texas or Minnesota or New York, anywhere anytime they want to, and that's fine. Travel is free. People talk to each other all the time. There's a common bond that's there. And I think it's important for us as we debate this bill today to recognize the depth of this relationship and the importance of it and the tenderness of it. The people of Puerto Rico have sacrificed many times over for the United States. Many men have given their lives in the service of this country from Puerto Rico over the years. We have been partners for years and years and years. And I believe it's very, very important that we give the people of Puerto Rico, as this bill does, an opportunity to determine what they wish us to consider in this Congress in the coming years regarding their future status. It isn't, as has been said before, that this legislation would determine whether or not Puerto Rico were to be a state or not. It is to give to the people of Puerto Rico a plebiscite, a vote, an opportunity to say yes to statehood, we'd like you to consider that, Congress, or no, we'd rather stay in the Commonwealth status, or possibly we'd rather be independent. And if this isn't resolved in favor of statehood or independence now, it provides a vehicle for there to be future opportunities for the people of Puerto Rico to speak out on this issue and to debate all of those things that have been discussed today that need to be debated. There needs to be that kind of debate. That's what it's all about. Yes, if Puerto Rico becomes a state, there will be expectations on both sides, and we need to have a further airing of that, and that's what the plebiscite debate in Puerto Rico would be all about. Certainly assimilation in that broad sense of the word has always been part of the American tradition. But we assimilate immigrants into this country, and Puerto Ricans aren't immigrants, they're citizens. But we assimilate immigrants into this country and ultimately make them citizens every year, every day. And we've done it since the beginning of the nation's history. And we shouldn't be concerned about the challenges involved in it. I don't think either side should be concerned. But we should be open about it, we should discuss it, and we should have a fair debate about it. But above all else, we need to be sure that the people of Puerto Rico get the chance to have that debate first. So I urge my colleagues in the strongest sort of way to vote for this resolution today to give the Puerto Rican people that opportunity. I'd like to make a couple of comments, too, about who has supported this in the past. We've heard people debate what did Ronald Reagan or George Bush or Gerald Ford say about it. Well, when the Puerto Rican statehood plebiscite was being discussed in November 1993, Ronald Reagan said, quote, "My friends, as you consider whether or not you wish to continue being part of the United States, I want you to know one thing. The United States will welcome you with open arms. We've always been a land of varied cultural backgrounds and origins, and we believe firmly that our strength is our diversity. There is much Puerto Rico can contribute to our nation, which is why I personally favor statehood. We hope you will join us. Thank God, and God bless you." So I think that it is important that we understand that the history has been of this nation, that many people have urged statehood on Puerto Rico in the past. But again, that is not the purpose of the plebiscite. It is for the people of Puerto Rico to decide that. We're also going to hear the question about English being discussed out here. Mr. Solomon, up a moment ago, was discussing that question. I favor English as the official language of the United States. I've been a co-sponsor of bills to do that for a long time. All 50 states, and if we get a 51st state, the 51st state too, should abide by that. That should be our official language. We should put it in the statute of the books of this country to say that. But to attach it to this bill sends the wrong signal. We are interested in seeing Puerto Rico treated as everybody else. If we actually have an official language statute ever become law, and I hope it does, it should apply to all of the territories, the commonwealths, the possessions of the United States. It should be known that English is the official language of the United States. But I do not believe that it should be adopted on this bill today, and I would urge support for the substitute amendment that I'm helping co-sponsor later on. Thank you.
Who rises as the designee for Mr. Miller of California?
He has asked that they go now. Consumer.
Thank you, Jim. We have a member that has to get back to a hearing, and so I would take him out of order and recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Goodlatte, for 4 minutes.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 856, and because I have serious reservations about the constitutionality of this legislation, which authorizes the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico to hold a referendum to determine Puerto Rico's political future and prescribes the wording of the ballot to be submitted to the voters. Under the Act, the voters of Puerto Rico purportedly may choose to maintain the current Commonwealth status, to become a state, or to become an independent nation. The ballot language mandated by the Act, however, severely mischaracterizes and denigrates Puerto Rico's current Commonwealth status. These repeated misstatements clearly appear to be designed to ensure that the statehood option prevails. Any doubt on this vanishes when the Act's prescribed ballot is read in conjunction with other provisions of the Act. For instance, the Act calls for a referendum every 10 years until the statehood option prevails. And the legislative history. The committee report is openly hostile to the current Commonwealth status. Thus, a referendum using the prescribed ballot would deny the people of Puerto Rico an informed and accurate choice concerning their future political status and would reveal nothing about the true sentiments of the people of Puerto Rico on this important question. The most serious misstatements contained in the Act relate to the to its treatment of the rights enjoyed by the people of Puerto Rico under Commonwealth status. The ballot contained in H.R. 856 states that Congress may determine the rights under the United States Constitution that are guaranteed to the people of Puerto Rico. This statement is wrong. The Act's description of the citizenship rights of the people of Puerto Rico is similarly flawed. The Act states that Puerto Ricans are merely statutory citizens and implies that their citizenship may be revoked by Congress. The people of Puerto Rico, however, right now are United States citizens within the meaning of the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution. The ballot language mandated by H.R. 856 also mischaracterizes Puerto Rico's current political status. The Act describes Puerto Rico as an unincorporated territory of the United States. Beyond the pejorative connotations associated with this term, which was used to describe the United States' colonial possessions, this description is inappropriate because the United States Supreme Court has held that Puerto Rico, like a state, is an autonomous political entity, sovereign over matters not ruled by the Constitution. But these falsehoods are to be right on the ballot, mischaracterizing the Commonwealth status when Puerto Ricans vote. The purpose of the proposed referendum is to learn the sentiments of the people of Puerto Rico. In light of the fundamental inaccuracies, any referendum using the prescribed ballot could not be relied upon as an honest reflection of the sentiments of the people of Puerto Rico. Accordingly, the Act as currently formulated necessarily fails to accomplish its very purpose. Equally important, these fundamental inaccuracies in the ballot's description of the Commonwealth status option effectively deny the people of Puerto Rico their constitutional right to exercise the franchise in a meaningful way. As the proponents of Puerto Rican statehood well understand, the Commonwealth option described in the ballot will attract no significant support among Puerto Rico's voters, including voters who are otherwise ardent advocates of continuing Puerto Rico's Commonwealth status. Thus, the referendum contained in the Act infringes on the voting rights of the people of Puerto Rico by presenting them with a factually inaccurate choice, a false choice as to their political future status. In short, H.R. 856 presents the people of Puerto Rico with a ballot that is stacked in favor of the statehood option. From the very start, the election is rigged. The ballot language mandated by the Act is designed to ensure this result regardless of the true sentiments of the people of Puerto Rico. Such a palpably deficient ballot raises serious constitutional issues. Moreover, as a matter of policy, it certainly cannot be justified as an effort to give Puerto Ricans meaningful self-determination. Mr. Chairman, I oppose this legislation, and I ask others to do so as well.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield myself 30 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized.
In response to the gentleman's comment, I want everybody to understand one thing. As chairman of this committee, we did this job right. The gentleman talks about constitutionality. He doesn't know the Constitution from something else. We sent this down to the Justice Department, and they reviewed it with the best constitutional lawyers, and everything in this bill is constitutional. Now, I did this job correctly as chairman. And I have someone to say it's not constitutional or alluded it's non-constitutional when it's been slowly scrubbed by those that know the Constitution, I think is inappropriate.
I yield the 3 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Rhode Island.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 3 minutes.
Rhode Island, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Rhode Island, that's correct.
My cousin's from Massachusetts.
Yeah, they are continued.
I wish I could speak for him on this as well, but he's going to have his chance to speak. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me just underscore this. Let's go over it and over it and over it again. If you don't like the language of this bill, if you don't like the definition of Commonwealth in this bill, guess what? You don't like Commonwealth. If you find that the language that we use to describe Commonwealth is repugnant...
The gentleman will suspend. The chair will admonish those in the gallery and remind all persons that they are here as guests of the House, and that any manifestation of approval or disapproval of any of the proceedings is a violation of the rules of the House and will not be permitted.
Thank you, Mr.
The gentleman will continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The fact is, if everyone's so insulted by this process, I hear my colleague Nydia Velázquez and Luis Gutierrez says, I don't like this process because they shut out a political party in Puerto Rico. Let's understand what they're shutting out. although it's not the case, and I'll argue. But let's just assume that we're shutting out the PDP, the populares in Puerto Rico. What do they want? They want the Commonwealth status. What is the Commonwealth status? It's colonial status. It's saying that this Congress can decide unilaterally, without Puerto Rico's opinion or approval, what we want Puerto Rico to do. End of story, Mr. Solomon. End of story. So when you talk about how we're being unfair, think about it. We're being unfair because we don't like Commonwealth. You bet I don't like Commonwealth. I don't like the fact that 3.8 million people are disenfranchised. 3.8 million United States citizens who fight in our wars, who died in our wars, are not even allowed to vote for their commander-in-chief. Can you imagine? This country was founded. We said the Boston Tea Party declared our Revolutionary War because we didn't have representation here. Okay? That's what they don't have. Puerto Ricans cannot decide this bill. Carlos Romero Barceló has no vote. And he represents 3.8 million United States citizens. This is a bill that affects them, and they have no vote. Now, what is that other than colonialism? Now, this bill will give them statehood if they vote for it. And let's say they don't want to vote for statehood now. They still like this quasi-colonial status. Well, guess what? We give them an opportunity because in the final analysis, it has to be the United States. I think it's so insulting that I have to be up here deciding on something that the people of Puerto Rico should be able to decide with or without my approval, with or without Chairman Solomon's approval, with or without Don Young's approval. We represent other states. Why should we have any say in the matter with respect to Puerto Rico? We weren't elected by the Puerto Ricans. They deserve their own representation, and if we vote for this bill, they'll get their own representation. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Solomon, is recognized. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Solomon. Gentleman from New York.
I think you'll find that our time has almost expired. We would reserve time for a while here.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you. How much time do I have, Mr. Speaker?
Gentleman has 16.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, let me explain to the congressman from Rhode Island, Mr. Kennedy, why we're deciding this bill. We're deciding this bill because unlike the description that your friend, the resident commissioner, Carlos Romero Barceló, has given, we did not welcome the United States to Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico was invaded by the United States during the Spanish-American Civil War.
No argument there.
Let's be clear. You're right. We are making the decisions about...
ladies and gentlemen.
We're making the decisions because that is what is happening. Now, Mr. Speaker, I rise to strongly oppose H.R. 856 because this is the exact opposite of what its supporters pretended to be. H.R. 856 is supposed to be a bill for self-determination, not for statehood, which my friend from Rhode Island has every ability. He's for statehood. That's what he wants. If I were for statehood and I was willing to gamble everything for statehood, I'd be for this bill because this is a guarantee that statehood is going to win the plebiscite. So I can understand that. So let's be clear. Now, I want to be clear about my position also, Mr. Speaker. I'm for independence for Puerto Rico. I'm for independence for Puerto Rico. And there was a time that the statehooders and the Commonwealthers and the whole system would jail people like me for being for independence for Puerto Rico. And that's why there's not more people for the independence of Puerto Rico, as they jailed the people of your former fatherland, Ireland, for wishing the independence and the sovereignty of that nation. Now, I would suggest to everybody that what we can oppose, and it's wrong. Supporters of this bill have approached my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, Mr. Speaker, and told them that the passage of this bill only means that Congress authorizes the people of Puerto Rico to express their preference for a political status among three options. Supporters of the bill have paid, I think some supporters of the bill have paid a very cynical game of telling some of my Democrats, vote for this bill and you'll have 6 new Democratic members of the House. and 2 new Democratic senators. That's why we should vote for the bill. That is being, and that should be said here, because that is part of the debate and the conversation, and we should fully explain to the people of Puerto Rico how it is that this Congress is arriving at a decision to make their self-determination. At the same time, some of the very same people have circulated a memorandum full of very strange statistics. And you know, Mr. Speaker, to be aware of strange numbers, for they could be telling stranger lies. It's a memorandum entitled Puerto Rico Republican Territory, in which some magician tries to convince the uninformed that Puerto Rico will produce 6 Republican congressmen and 2 Republican senators. Sounds strange to me. Nidia Velázquez, Congresswoman, Puerto Rican, Luis Gutierrez of Puerto Rican descent, Jose Serrano of Puerto Rican descent, and even the resident commissioner has decided to sit on our side of the aisle, the main proponent of this bill, and he's in the Democratic caucus. So, you know, let's not play games with one side or the other getting some advantage over this, because that is not respectful. Mr. Speaker, this is a strange manner in which to conduct a serious debate on the future of a whole people. Self-determination is a serious matter. The sacred right of self-determination has to be exercised in a totally democratic, open, and above-board fashion. The true sovereignty of any nation, and Puerto Rico is indeed a nation, rests with its people. I think that the members of this Congress should understand what the people of Puerto Rico believe, because this is something that's going to affect them. Well, they did a poll in Puerto Rico, El Nuevo Dia, that's the New Day, the largest paper of circulation in Puerto Rico. By the way, owned by a statehooder. And they asked the people a nationality question. 65% of the people see themselves as Puerto Rican and not American. 65% of the people in Puerto Rico. 62% of the people consider their nation to be Puerto Rico and not the United States. But at the same time, 75% consider their American citizenship to be very important. Strange, you say, well, that sounds like a contradiction. It's the contradiction of colonialism, obviously. But it is also what the authors of this understand very well. On the one hand, they tell you Puerto Rico's not a nation. It's just a group of people. It's this little tropical island that sits out there somewhere in the Caribbean. But let me tell everybody in this room, the people of Puerto Rico, which you are deciding today what their options, consider themselves as a nation. They consider to have a nationality, and that nationality being Puerto Rican. You should understand that. You should understand that very, very clearly. At the same time, they want to keep their American citizenship. So I think that that's very clear. Now, they just did March 4th. They asked the people of Puerto Rico what they think about the Young Bill. They asked the people of Puerto Rico. And they said 35% reject the Young Bill, 33% support the Young Bill, and another third don't have an opinion on the Young Bill. And it says if Puerto Ricans within the great diaspora of Puerto Rico, that is Puerto Ricans in the United States, do not get to vote on this, over half of them say we should reject the Young Bill. That's the people of Puerto Rico. But let me go further, Mr. Speaker, because I think it's very, very, very important that we understand what's going on here. Look, there is a value I hold even dearer than my wish for the independence of Puerto Rico, and that's the respect that I have for the true aspirations of the Puerto Rican people. That is their inalienable right of the people of Puerto Rico to their self-determination. That is precisely why I oppose this bill so strongly. H.R. 856 is exactly the opposite. It is a bill, read it, it is a bill that is cleverly designed to obtain an artificial majority for statehood for Puerto Rico and to lead Congress down an irreversible path, first to the incorporation of Puerto Rico, and then to the admission of Puerto Rico as the 51st state of this great union. In fact, some opponents of H.R. 856 call this a trap. Now, Congress makes an offer of statehood to the people of Puerto Rico. The only requirement is that a simple majority vote in favor of statehood. But the ballot is so stacked in favor of statehood that I'm going to read to you a quote I'm going to read to you a quote, and please listen to this quote. The resident commissioner, Carlos Romero Barceló, said, and I quote, "Victory for statehood is guaranteed because the definition of commonwealth does not include fiscal autonomy and does not include U.S. citizenship." A guarantee. The definition of commonwealth in this bill is that of a territory. We just left the word territory out. Quote, end quote, of the resident commissioner of Puerto Rico here. So I'm not saying this bill is stacked in favor of statehood. The very proponent, the commissioner, resident commissioner of Puerto Rico, has stated this publicly, and that's wrong to play politics, partisan politics, or favor. No, I will not yield. No, I will not yield. I will not yield. I will not yield. And you know something? And I want to say something.
Not telling the whole truth.
I'm sorry, I do not yield. And you know something? I want to thank Mr. Young, and I want to thank Mr. Miller, because you both have been decent with me. When I asked to participate in your hearings, you both know that you had to override objections of certain members to allow me to participate in your committees, but you did. Mr. Miller and Mr. Young have always listened to me, have always come and said, "Luis, what do you think? Let's talk about this." And I know that Mr. Miller tried to fix this. I know he did. He made every attempt to fix this. And I know that he went to everybody and tried to bring people together. He testified so yesterday, and I know it to be a fact. Unfortunately, it wasn't able to be done. It wasn't able to be done. This has to be a process of consensus, of building people together. And you know something? That's why I do not yield. Because when I was asked for the opportunity to speak about this issue, I was objected to time and time again. I will respect the wishes of those who wish to speak to this issue that have respected the wishes of the people of Puerto Rico and all members of this House. But don't expect a treatment from me which you have disregarded for others. Once the people of Puerto Rico vote for statehood under this rather unfair game plan, the Commonwealth Party has said it cannot participate in the plebiscite. That's going to be a problem. You got about 48% of the people who say if you do it this way, we're not going to participate in this thing. Now, I'm just going to make one last statement and then reserve the balance of my time. Look, this is serious. This is serious. If you approve this Young bill, you know what you have said? You have said that 3.8 million Puerto Ricans do not have the protection of the 14th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. You have said that their American citizenship is not guaranteed. Now, I'll tell you what people will say. They'll never take it away. This Congress would never take an action. You know something? My dad didn't get to see me till I was a year old, Mr. Solomon, because when he was called to duty, he served. He served, Mr. Chairman. He served, Mr. Miller. How can we say that my dad and tens of others, of thousands of other Puerto Ricans who have served this nation, right, that their citizenship is statutory, can be taken away from them at a whim of Congress? I don't believe that. As a matter of fact, in the 1950 Nationality Act, this Congress approved something that says the 50 states and Puerto Rico, anyone born there is protected by the 14th Amendment and are citizens of this country. So don't that's what the 1950 Nationality Act says. So don't come back here and say that Commonwealth is statutory citizenship, because you know something? I want Puerto Rico to be a free and independent nation, and in that I disagree with my colleague, Romero Barceló. He wants it to be assimilated and a state. But I think it's important that the people of Puerto Rico have the definitions that they can have. Lastly, in 1993, when the resident commissioner's party was in power in Puerto Rico, the statehood party, they controlled the two houses, the House and the Senate. They controlled the governorship. Right? They had a plebiscite in Puerto Rico. Why, when they controlled all the rules in Puerto Rico, was the Commonwealth status not a territory? Why was it that citizenship was not statutory when that came up?
That is not true. We did not control.
No.
There will be order. Order.
No, I will not yield.
Is that not
there will be order.
I will not yield.
The time is controlled by Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you. Why is it? As a matter of fact, in 1990, we unanimously accepted some definitions here. 1990, and none of these considerations. You want to know why? Because they want to stack the cards. You know, if the people of Puerto Rico want statehood, I will be the first one to come here and support statehood for Puerto Rico. But it's got to be a fair process. And people can laugh, and people can chide, because they don't understand the seriousness of this nation. This is about the 14th Amendment. This is about my dad. This is about my wife, Zoraida, who was born in Moca, Puerto Rico, and I don't intend to go back to her tomorrow and say that her citizenship is any less than mine. She was born a citizen of this country. I'm going to protect her right. It's not statutory. It's protected, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves balance of his time. The majority of the time remaining is held by Mr. Miller. Mr. Romero Barceló.
We'd like to yield to the minority leader.
For how long?
Gentleman from Missouri.
For
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Gentleman is recognized. Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, there is no right more fundamental to our democracy than the right of people to decide their political future. American democracy was conceived in the great struggle of the Revolutionary War, and it originated out of a fight for self-determination by the American colonists to be able to control their own affairs. We have long asserted this right not only for Americans, but for people all over the world. We've insisted that this is a universal human right that every human being should enjoy. So certainly, it should and must be a fundamental right for people living under the American flag as American citizens. Yet almost 4 million American citizens, the people of Puerto Rico, have not enjoyed this right. We have the opportunity to ensure today that American citizens who have sacrificed their loved ones in our wars, who serve our country in and out of uniform, and who obey our laws should have a say in their political future. The people of Puerto Rico deserve an opportunity to vote on their future political status, and this bill simply gives them that opportunity. The choice should be theirs, and this Congress should respect that outcome. This is a simple issue of basic human rights. The bill should easily become law, but today there are many in this Congress who want to hold this legislation hostage to an extreme agenda. The Solomon English-only legislation, which House Republicans pushed through 2 years ago, but which died in the Senate and which has laid dormant ever since, would impose English-only restrictions that are unnecessary and divisive. While immigrants from all ethnic groups understand the importance and the necessity of learning English, the Solomon Amendment does nothing to make this happen any quicker or easier. The fact that some have raised this issue today is a slap in the face to the people of Puerto Rico who love America and love their heritage. Instead of enforcing political rights, this amendment would undermine them by weakening the Voting Rights Act and ending bilingual ballots. Instead of expanding access to government, the Solomon Amendment chills communications between members of Congress and constituents. It imposes unique requirements on the people of Puerto Rico that Congress has not imposed on citizens of any other state of the United States. I urge the members to support the bipartisan substitute that is being put forward by the leadership of this committee. It recognizes that it is in the best interest of our nation and our citizens to promote the teaching of English, and it sets the goal of enabling students to achieve English language proficiency by the age of 10. It does not threaten free and open speech and communication of public safety, and it does not single out the people of Puerto Rico for unique, extraordinary requirements that we ask of no other state in the United States of America. So finally, it's time to get on with the business at hand. It's time to extend the same rights to the people of Puerto Rico that billions of other people around the world take for granted. Puerto Rico has been a member of our American family for over 100 years. The people of Puerto Rico have waited long enough to finally decide their own destiny. More than a half-decade ago, Franklin Roosevelt said this to Congress. He said, "Freedom means the supremacy of human rights everywhere. Our support," he said, "goes to those who struggle to gain those rights or keep them." Ladies and gentlemen of the House, we have a magnificent opportunity today, a bipartisan opportunity, an opportunity to extend the magic and the blessing of freedom and human rights and self-determination to the almost 4 million citizens of the United States, the people of Puerto Rico. Vote against the Solomon Amendment, vote for the bipartisan substitute, and vote for this legislation for the meaning of America to be brought to the people of Puerto Rico.
The chair would inquire Mr. Miller, seeing that the majority of the time remaining is his, if he would like to use some more.
Can you tell us how much time we have remaining?
11.5 minutes.
And the other parties?
Gentleman from Alaska has 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
4.5. The gentleman from New York has 3.5 minutes remaining. And the gentleman from Illinois, 3.5 minutes remaining.
I yield 1.5 minutes to Mr. Underwood.
Gentleman is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
From Guam.
Not on my time. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Apologize to the gentleman. My passionate plea for Puerto Rico, I forgot the great territory of Guam, and we're working very close together, and it slipped my mind, so I do apologize to the gentleman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Well, I thank you, and I thank you for that, entering that into the record. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I stand in strong support of H.R. 856 and urge my colleagues to vote for this very important legislation. I applaud the work of Chairman Young, Congressman Miller, and my fellow statutory citizen, Congressman Romero Barceló. H.R. 856 is significant because it establishes federal responsibility in a process of self-determination for the people of Puerto Rico that would lead to decolonization. The Treaty of Paris, which ceded Puerto Rico and Guam to the U.S. in 1898, clearly gave the responsibility to this body for determining the political status of the inhabitants of these territories. Until this body does this, these areas will continue to remain colonies 100 years since the end of the Spanish-American War. And until we do this, there will not be clarity in the ultimate political status of these unincorporated territories. The bill before us clearly states that the federal government has the responsibility to act within a specific time frame and in unequivocal terms so that the process itself does not lead to more frustration and uncertainty. The federal responsibility must be consistent with a modern 21st century understanding of decolonization, and it must lead to a process which forces expeditious action. Today, 100 years after the Spanish-American War, the U.S. Congress has the unique opportunity and the moral obligation to resolve Puerto Rico's quest for a clear political status for its citizens.
How much time has expired?
It is the right thing to do.
I yield the gentleman 30 seconds.
It is the right thing
I yield the gentleman 30
to
seconds.
H.R. 856.
Huh? Gentleman is recognized for
30
30 seconds.
Thank you very much. Today, 100 years after the Spanish-American War, the U.S. Congress has the unique opportunity and the moral obligation to resolve Puerto Rico's quest. If you support democracy and the principle of fairness, I urge you to vote for 856. It is the right thing to do for the citizens of the Caribbean island to demonstrate that this country is second to none in the exercise of self-determination, that we're second to none in honoring our treaty obligations, and that we are second to none in the full implementation of democracy.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'd like to yield
the
2 minutes.
gentleman from Puerto Rico.
I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from Puerto Rico. I rise in strong support of this legislation. I rise in strong support of the substitute that will be offered to the Solomon Amendment and in opposition to the Solomon Amendment. Since 1985, I have served on the Helsinki Commission, which was charged in 1976 to oversee the implementation of the Helsinki Final Act. Within that act, it said that the international community ought to respect the self-determination of peoples. It is one of the most troubling issues that confronts the international community and the emerging democracies around the world. It is difficult because we need to determine what group, what size, how many do you need for self-determination? Does it need to be an identifiable geographic area, and if so, how large? It is an issue that we deal with in Yugoslavia. Always, always, always the United States is on the side of those who aspire to make their own decisions. On this floor, we have heard some very articulate expressions on both sides of this issue from people who know the politics of Puerto Rico far more than I. But I know that those articulate people will debate this issue vigorously, and it will be the people of Puerto Rico who make this decision, as it should be. But it is important that this Congress express at home, within our own nation, that same conviction on behalf of self-determination that we express around the world. I would hope that we would overwhelmingly, in a bipartisan way, pass this legislation. I want to commend the gentleman from Alaska.
The gentleman's time has expired.
For his leadership on this issue, and the gentleman from California, and indeed the delegate from Puerto Rico, and all of those who participate in this debate.
The gentleman from Puerto Rico.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes. Where are we now?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the gentleman from Puerto Rico for yielding me this time. I rise in support of the bill before us today. I rise in opposition to the Solomon Amendment, and I rise in support of the bipartisan substitute. The essence of the bill before us today is to allow the people of Puerto Rico to make the decisions about their own destiny, what we like to refer to as self-determination. For the last few decades, we've talked long and often hard about the importance of self-determination in all parts of the world, in Russia, in Cuba, around the globe. It is now time to talk about self-determination for one of our nearest neighbors. This isn't that complicated, and that's the beauty of democratic elections. You've heard here today that there are lots of points of view about this issue within Puerto Rico. And those differences can be resolved by democratic elections. And that's what we're here today to do. Not to impose any particular form of government, be it statehood, independence, or Commonwealth status, but to rather to let the people themselves decide what form of government they believe is most desirable. But the point is that today Puerto Ricans can fight in our wars but cannot elect the commander-in-chief. They can contribute to Social Security, and they do, but they can't receive Social Security benefits. And we need to change this, and we need to use our time-honored democratic processes to do that. Let me talk for a moment about this notion embodied in the Solomon Amendment of English only. Now, we all recognize that English is the common language of our country. It's the dominant language of our country. But who was it that decided that to be an American you had to speak the language of the British Isles? I'm not sure that makes sense. We were a country founded on tolerance, multiculturalism. Seems to me we can make room for those people who speak other languages. We left the old world to create the new world for precisely this reason, to leave the conformities and traditions of the old world behind. I think it's time we move forward to true multiculturalism and accept the fact that we don't have to have an ordered language in our society. I urge the adoption of the bill before us.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Alaska.
I have how much time left?
4 minutes.
4 minutes. Gentleman from Mr. Benina is yielded 3 minutes.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
Chairman, ask unanimous consent to revise and extend.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, the debate we're hearing today reminds me of the demagoguing we heard back when the new majority took over in January of 1995. We tried to do some things that were right for the country, and we were demagogued as those who were trying to end the school lunch program, as those who were trying to eliminate Medicare, and as those who were trying to hurt the environment. And we all knew that wasn't true, but yet the demagoguing continued. The demagoguing continues today by those who are opposed to this bill, who say that it's going to somehow create a state, a new state, instantly. And that is false. That is demagoguing. There's also demagoguing about how this bill might be promoting bilingualism. That is not true at all. But nonetheless, the arguments continue. And they say that this is anti-Commonwealth. That is also not true. And the demagogues know it, but they continue to make these arguments in spite of the truth and substance of what we're trying to accomplish here today. And for those who think somehow that this is going to end the official language of the world, it's also a case of demagoguing. English is the official language of the world. 157 of 168 airlines have English as their official language. There are 3,000 newspapers printed in English in the country of India. 6 members of the European Free Trade Association all conduct their business in English, despite the fact that none of the 6 members are from English-speaking nations. 300,000 Chinese speak English in their own country. 44 countries have English as their official language. The size of the English language, the number of words in the English language are about 1 million. If you count the insects, and entomologists say there are 1 million known insects that could also become, if we added them to our language, it could make 2 million words that would be part of the English language, compared to other languages like German that has about 184,000 and French that has about 100,000 words. So for those of the fear-mongers who think that we need some kind of amendment on this bill to help us promote English, English is already the official language of the world. We don't need an amendment to tell us that. It's going to continue to be the official language of the world. We should support H.R. 856, and all proudly because of what it stands for, and not be fear-mongering about what it might do to the great language of English that is used worldwide. So I say to my friends, let's stop the demagoguing. Let's stop the fear-mongering that we have injected into this debate. Lighten up and support H.R. 856.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Puerto Rico.
How much time do we have left? Do I have left, Mr. Chairman?
3.5 minutes.
Well,
no, excuse me. You have 6 minutes remaining.
Yeah. Well, we're going to yield to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Deutsch, for 1.5 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for a minute. Hold off there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is truly a historic debate in this Congress. This is my 6th year as a member of this Congress. It's the first time we are really talking about an issue about the fundamental union of our states. And that's really what we are talking about. And in this chamber over the last 100 years, and before that in the other chamber just down the hall for 100 years before that, or just about, this is the kind of debates that went on. Unless it was one of the first original 13 colonies, each state went through a process. And there were different debates and different things that went through that process. But that's where we are now. And I think part of the acknowledgement of this bill is something that obviously is controversial, but I think the fact, and people can debate it, is that the status of Commonwealth is an unstable equilibrium. And in a sense, the bill acknowledges that. It can continue, but it can't continue indefinitely. And the process of the legislation specifically puts that into statute. And that's why it is critical that this legislation pass. I would mention that the amendment by Mr. Solomon...
Gentleman's time has expired.
30 more seconds? Yes, sir.
Does the gentleman yield additional time?
We'll yield 30 more seconds.
Thank you,
Gentleman has
Mr. Chairman.
30 seconds, additional seconds.
I think we should acknowledge what the amendment by Mr. Solomon is an attempt to do. I think it really, and we need to be direct about this. This is an amendment that really is not germane to this bill. It's an issue in and of itself can be discussed and debated, but to turn English into the official language of the United States is not about this bill. And it doesn't deserve to be on this bill and is inappropriately on this bill. And I think we have to understand the reason it's on this bill is to kill the bill. And however anyone in this chamber feels about that particular issue, and I know it's a passionate issue, I urge the defeat of the Solomon Amendment and the support of the substitute offered by Mr. Young and Mr. Miller and others to assure that this historic opportunity is taken advantage of.
Gentleman's time has expired. Who yields time?
Speaker, I would like to yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman, Mr. Kennedy from Massachusetts.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members of this body, I've been impressed in this debate thus far about the determination of us as members of Congress to provide for real self-determination of the great people of Puerto Rico. I think it's fundamentally important to the Puerto Rican people themselves and to all of us as Americans when we talk about the most important issue perhaps that we can determine in this chamber as to whether or not and who we define as American citizens, that we are clearly saying to the Puerto Rican people that they are welcome as not only citizens of this country, but they are in fact welcome as a 51st state. But, and I mean a serious but, for anyone who has taken the time to visit Puerto Rico, to not just visit there in the sense of getting a nice suntan, but going there and talking with the Puerto Rican people and gaining a better understanding of their own identification. The truth of the matter is there are millions of Puerto Ricans that consider themselves to be Puerto Ricans. Puerto Ricans first. American citizens, yes. They are willing to fight and die for this country. But I do not consider myself a Massachusettan first and then an American. I consider myself to be an American. And I think that we as American citizens ought to fundamentally be wide enough in our breadth of our knowledge and our sense of other human beings to allow them their own sense of self-identification. And that means that we ought to respect those that believe in the Commonwealth Party. I have a great many friends in both that are Commonwealthers and are statehooders. But I have great respect for the Commonwealth Party, and I believe that this bill unfairly slants the way we define Commonwealth by bringing up issues as to whether or not this means that Puerto Rican people are going to be forever faced with determinations by this body as to whether or not we're going to consider themselves to be citizens, whether or not we are going to tax them. A whole series of questions that effectively undermine one group of Puerto Ricans that over and over again has stood up for Commonwealth status versus statehood. If the people of Puerto Rico claim and vote for statehood, I will be the first in this chamber to vote with them and to give them their vote and voice here in the Congress of the United States. But if, in fact, they choose Commonwealth status, then let us respect that as well. And let us make this an even-handed debate that doesn't slight one side or the other, but gives this important issue the respect it is due. I thank you for the time.
Who yields time? The gentleman from Puerto Rico.
That's right. If they want to go first, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I would recognize the Honorable Chairman of the International Relations Committee for a unanimous consent statement.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. And Mr. Chairman, I rise today in support of H.R. 856, the United States-Puerto Rico Political Status Act, allowing Puerto Ricans to determine their future political status. And I ask consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection. Who yields time? Gentleman from Puerto Rico.
I yield 1 minute to the young lady from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton.
The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker,
a matter of self-determination should be by unanimous consent in this body, and it pains me to see divisions and splits. If the bill is imperfect, there are many hurdles yet to go. Additional island votes, additional congressional votes. The vote that is to be taken in Puerto Rico is non-binding. Above all, we cannot get ahead of the Puerto Rican people. In 1993, we in the District of Columbia had a historic vote on statehood. That is not what this vote is about. It is about allowing the Puerto Rican people to decide what affiliation they themselves desire, what we say we want people around the world to decide. I represent 500,000 people in the District of Columbia who identify with Puerto Ricans because we too are treated as less than full Americans living here right under the noses of the Congress of the United States. We know what it is like to fight and die in wars while suffering denials of concomitant rights. District has even fewer rights than Puerto Ricans because we don't have the right to self-government. We in the district feel a deep kinship, self-determination around the world. We have to have self-determination among our own here, our own Puerto Ricans.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Who wishes to yield time?
I
Gentleman
have
from
1
Alaska.
minute left.
That is correct.
I reserve the right to close, but I'm going to let Mr. Taylor have that 1 minute.
Well, you are yielding the remainder of your time?
Yes.
The gentleman is recognized for a minute.
As we debate this, there are 20,000 Puerto Ricans serving in the armed forces of the United States. In this century, 200,000 have taken the pledge to defend our country. As recently as the Vietnam War, almost as many Puerto Ricans as Mississippians gave their lives for our country. And as recently as the Gulf War, when American casualties were miraculously low, 4 Puerto Ricans died for the United States of America. If that is not the price to pay for the privilege of deciding whether or not they want to be a state, then what is? They have paid the price. They deserve the right to make that decision. Please vote in favor of this bill.
Gentleman reserves balance of his time. Who yields time? The gentleman from New York.
Speaker, one of the members that would probably be considered the least partisan of all on both sides of the aisle is the gentleman from California, Stephen Horn, and I would yield him 3 of our minutes.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much to you, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Solomon, the chairman of the Rules Committee. I feel very strongly in support of the gentleman from New York, Mr. Solomon's amendment. I will support it. But I will also vote against this bill. You have a wonderful resident commissioner here from Puerto Rico. There's excellent representation from Guam, the District of Columbia, Virgin Islands, American Samoa. But I think this is just wrong public policy. And we should not be raising false expectations of any group. And I think one way to do it is just say right now, let's not kid ourselves, this is not a good idea. Puerto Rico was the result of the Spanish-American War. It's a wonderful people. What the gentleman from Mississippi said is absolutely correct. They've given their lives for our country. There are wonderful people in Guam, Saipan, Virgin Islands, American Samoa, District of Columbia. Ms. Norton, we can solve the District of Columbia very easily. Do what we did to Virginia's portion of the district, give it back to Maryland, and you would have full representation. But Puerto Rico should never have been a territory. Cuba was never a territory. Cuba has been independent. Granted, the Marines occupied them and a number of other countries from time to time. But we should have left Cuba independent. We did. We should have left Puerto Rico independent. We did not. And we need not continue that error forever. We kept our promise to the Philippines that they would be independent in 1946. There's many a Filipino life of the Philippine Scouts, Philippine Army that helped the United States in the sad, sad days of 1941 when the Japanese Empire expanded southward in Asia. Many of the 50,000 Cambodians in my city of Long Beach have talked to me about, could Cambodia become a state? Now, that would be a wonderful idea. They're wonderful people. No people except the Jews, the Kurds, the Armenians, and a few others have had to go through the hell that the people of Cambodia have gone through. 1 million were killed by Pol Pot. But as I've told them, it doesn't make sense for you to be a state of the United States. We've got to draw the line. And for those of you that have small states and want the second representative, you can just forget about it if 6 representatives come in from anywhere, Puerto Rico or any other country. And the niceness of the people and their heroism we should honor. But we should not be getting ourselves entangled in situations that will be another Quebec, no matter how much we teach the English language. And we have to frankly say no from the beginning, and let us not make a major mistake. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Puerto Rico wishes to yield time.
I wanted the gentleman from Illinois.
Is there remaining, Mr. Speaker?
The gentleman from Illinois has 1 minute remaining. The gentleman from Puerto Rico has 3.5 minutes. The gentleman from Alaska has 1/2 minute, and the gentleman from New York,
Speaker, parliamentary inquiry,
has 1/2 minute. Yes, the
I
gentleman will
believe
stay
under the procedures of the House that it would be appropriate at this time for the gentleman, Mr. Gutierrez, to use up his time, then the gentleman from Puerto Rico, then myself, and then reserving the close to the chairman of the committee. Would that not be in order? I would suggest it at any rate.
The chair will recognize members to close general debate in reverse of the order in which the members opened. Therefore, the chair will recognize members to close debate as follows: the gentleman from Illinois, the gentleman from New York, and the gentleman from California, followed then by the gentleman from Alaska. The gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think Mr. Taylor was very eloquent, and he said and he spoke about the thousands of Puerto Ricans that have given their lives in the armed forces. And he ended his statement by saying they should be able to vote for statehood, and indeed they should. That's not the question here. The question is, shouldn't they be able to vote for other statuses also? And should we stack the deck against them and in favor of statehood? Listen, I want everybody to understand this. You can't have self-determination if the people who are going to have the plebiscite don't agree with the definitions. If you say to those people when they walk into the ballot box, and this is what you're asking them to do, statehood, citizenship, guaranteed. Commonwealth, maybe, including those thousands and thousands that have served in the armed forces that are citizens today. That is weighting it against, and it's unfair. So if we're going to bring up the courage, if we're going to bring up the commitment and the service, let them decide in a fair manner what their future is. And I remind everybody, this is not a group of people. It's not a territory. It is a nation. They feel that they are a nation. Puerto Rico is a separate and distinct country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Solomon, for 30 seconds.
Speaker, briefly, the reason I have opposed this bill in its present form is because it sets in motion a procedure that would possibly bring Puerto Rico into the Union with a simple vote of 50% plus one. When Alaska came in, 83% of the people wanted statehood very badly. When Hawaii came in, 94% of the people wanted statehood. We cannot have another Quebec on our hands, as Canada has. If the overwhelming majority of the people of Puerto Rico want statehood, I will be the first to stand up here and fight for their admittance. Until that time, I think we should oppose this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Puerto Rico has 3.5 minutes and is recognized.
Yeah. How much?
3.5 minutes, sir.
The Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Hawaii, Ms. Mink.
The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise in strong support of H.R. 856 and oppose the Solomon Amendment and support the Miller substitute. I commend the gentleman from Alaska, Mr. Young, for his leadership in this matter. His state and my state went through years and years of agony, of pleading with this Congress to be admitted as a complete partner, as a state. And we went through much this same type of argument on many side issues. And I regret that my dear friends are in opposition to this proposal on the grounds that they do not feel that the ballot is fairly stated. The central issue here is that the people of Puerto Rico are being given the decision-making opportunity. They have to cast their ballots one way or another. And the issue of statehood versus Commonwealth will be clearly debated by the people. I feel that this is an issue which goes to the very heart of this democracy, and the people of Puerto Rico ought to be given the right to vote. Thank you.
Gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Puerto Rico has two and 1/2 minutes remaining.
Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Engels.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank my friend from Puerto Rico for yielding to me, and I rise in strong support of H.R. 856. To me, this is a question of equity and fairness. There are nearly 4 million Puerto Ricans who are American citizens who are denied the right to self-determination. This bill simply starts a process. It's nothing more, nothing less. We will be able to find out from this process of what Puerto Ricans want. We can then respond to that process. This is only fair. The people of Puerto Rico didn't ask to be a part of this country 100 years ago. Remember, they became a part by the Spanish-American War. And as was pointed out, they've been loyal citizens. They have the same right to self-determination as all Americans do. I represent a district in the Bronx and Westchester counties in New York. We have many, many Puerto Ricans living there. And the people are positively excited about the fact that their brethren on Puerto Rico will have the opportunity to have this dialogue. As my colleague from Hawaii said, the people of Alaska and Hawaii went through much the same thing. Much of the arguments that were raised against them coming into the Union are being raised now. We don't favor any one thing. We want the process to start. The people of Puerto Rico deserve nothing less. Thank you.
The gentleman from Puerto Rico has one and a half minutes remaining.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself as much time as I will consume until the end.
The gentleman is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
I guess we should be discussing here an amendment as to whether this nation should be allowed to invade any country that doesn't speak English. This is the problem. There's been so much demagoguery here. And they discuss and they say that we are not allowing the people that support Commonwealth to vote because we say that citizenship is statutory. What else is it? The Constitution of the United States says that those born in a state are citizens, and also those that are naturalized are citizens. The Constitution doesn't say anything else. So it's by a law in 1917 that established that those born in Puerto Rico shall be citizens of the United States. So we are citizens by a statute. And that statute cannot be repealed to deny those that are citizens the right to citizenship. But that statute can be repealed and to say and amended to say that those that are born from the year 2000 on will no longer be citizens by reason of birth. And that the people of Puerto Rico should know that under Commonwealth that could happen. And we say it will probably not happen because it is the policy of the nation to maintain those that are born in Puerto Rico from now on also as citizens. But they must know the truth. The people of the Commonwealth have been voting for lies for many, many, many years. And they have been misled. The United Nations was misled when this country went over to the United Nations and said, Puerto Rico has achieved a full measure of self-government. All of you know that I'm here and I cannot vote. I cannot even vote for this bill that is so important for the people of Puerto Rico. All we're asking is, let us give us an opportunity for self-determination. Give us an opportunity to vote whether we want to stay as we are, or we want to be a state, or we want to be independent. This is self-determination, what we have fought for in foreign soils all over the world.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Alaska is recognized to close. 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this is our opportunity as we close this debate, and I want to thank everybody participating in the debate for their decorum and their honesty and their strong beliefs. I believe that this is the correct way to go. I believe it's the right thing to do. This is justice. I will strongly oppose the Solomon Amendment. I will support the bipartisan amendment of Burton, Young, and Miller, and I suggest respectfully that this is the right thing for Congress today as we stop this great century and go into a new century, a right thing to do for the Americans of Puerto Rico and the great United States of America.
Gentleman's time has expired. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the amendment in the nature of a substitute printed in the congressional record and numbered 1 is considered as an original bill for the purpose of amendment and is considered read. Before consideration of any other amendment, it shall be in order to consider amendment number 3 printed in the record, which shall be preceded by an additional period of general debate confined to the subject of that amendment. That debate shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Solomon, and a member opposed. Consideration of amendment number 2 printed in the record shall be preceded by an additional period of general debate confined to the subject of that amendment. That debate shall not exceed 30 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Serrano, and a member opposed. The amendments specified in Section 2A and 2B of the House Resolution 376 shall be considered read and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Consideration of each of those amendments and any amendments thereto shall not exceed 1 hour. During consideration of the bill for amendment, the chair may accord priority and recognition to a member offering an amendment that he has printed in the designated place in the congressional record. Those amendments will be considered read. The chairman of the committee of the whole may postpone a request for any recorded vote on any amendment and may reduce to a minimum of 5 minutes the time for voting on any postponed question that immediately follows another vote, provided that the time for voting on the first question shall be a minimum of 15 minutes. It is now in order to debate the subject matter of the amendment by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Solomon. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Solomon, and a member opposed. Each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York. For what purpose is the gentleman from Indiana rise?
Mr. Chairman, I think I and the gentleman from California jointly would like to control the remaining 30 minutes in opposition to be equally divided.
Reserving the right to object.
Mr. Miller would have priority of recognition. He could get unanimous consent to do this.
Well, I was,
to give half of his time.
To get half of
to the gentleman from Indiana.
Yes.
Reserving
asking unanimous consent.
Without objection.
Reserving the right to object to whomever is making a unanimous consent statement here.
Gentleman is reserving the right to object, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman is from New York.
I would not object when the time comes, but there will be, as I understand, an amendment by the gentleman from Indiana, an amendment, a substitute to my amendment. And if we're going to give unanimous consent to manage the time jointly, I would like to ask unanimous consent that I be able to claim the time in opposition to the gentleman's substitute to my amendment. No objection to that, would you?
Well, isn't it the 5-minute?
Determine at this point how that amendment is going to be determined.
That may be under the 5-minute rule. You have a time limit, and then it just may be under the 5-minute rule.
Well, the problem is we would like to have people in opposition and for the amendment and not go under the 5-minute
parliamentary
rule.
inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Indiana will state his parliamentary inquiry.
Yes. I just wanted to ask of the chair how the time on my amendment, when it comes in order, will be divided and how it should be divided.
As of now, it will be determined, it will be considered under the 5-minute rule.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chairman. Parliamentary inquiry.
The gentleman from Alaska will state his
We are
inquiry.
discussing the gentleman from New York's amendment under 1 hour of the rule.
Right.
The time should be divided equally between Mr. Solomon, 30 minutes, and Mr. Miller, 30 minutes, yielding 15 minutes to the gentleman from Indiana. Is that correct?
Once the amendment is pending, we then proceed to the 5-minute rule.
Right. Then,
as of now.
Reserving the right to object.
The gentleman from New York.
There's no objection.
That would take unanimous consent, and that's why I am reserving the right to object, because when the Burton Amendment is offered, I would ask agreement that we be able to not proceed under the 5-minute rule, but to divide the time equally, 15 minutes for the substitute and 15 minutes opposed. We could have done this in the rule, but we did not do it because we wanted to get the unanimous consent on the floor.
My understanding, if
from California,
I'd be glad to yield to you under my reservation.
Thank the gentleman for you. My understanding is there may be additional amendments. So that the person who offers a perfecting amendment or whatever to your amendment to the substitute would get time, I assume, to explain their amendment or something.
Reserving the continuing my reservation, and let me yield to the gentleman from Chicago.
Yes,
for some input on this subject.
Yes, Mr. Solomon, I believe I have the only other amendment I have a perfecting amendment.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Mr. Burton's substitute would go first. But I have a perfecting amendment, so if we could reach an agreement so that my perfecting amendment would get 10 minutes of time. I mean, I wouldn't ask for extraordinary amount of time so that I could have the perfecting amendment and reserve at least 10 minutes of time outside of your hour that you already have. And then we could all have a unanimous consent, and I think we might be able to figure this out.
Continuing my reservation, might I inquire of the chair whom would be recognized first to offer an amendment either in the form of a substitute or a perfecting amendment to my amendment?
The chair would not wish to anticipate recognition at this time. The chair would grant recognition to the member that would rise first and seek recognition, and grant priority of recognition.
Would it not be done by seniority, Mr. Chairman?
The chair would obviously take into account seniority and committee membership.
Mr. Chairman, why don't
I would withdraw my reservation.
Reserving the right to.
And we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
I have a parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Indiana will state
a perfecting amendment precedes the determination of an amendment. A substitute comes after the amendment or at the end of the amendment process. Am I not correct?
No. The two amendments may be pending at the same time.
All right. Thank you.
Reserving the right to object. May I ask a question, Mr.
The gentleman reserves the right to object.
Yes, Mr. I'd like to sit down and let you folks figure out the rest of it. My only concern, Mr. Burton, is that because of your ranking and your seniority here, that I be allowed, and if you just say, Congressman, I'll make sure you get your 10 minutes and you'll allow me, and I will limit my perfecting amendment to 10 minutes, and then we can proceed with the rest of this, and I'll just take your word is very valuable to me, and I'll just take that, and then I can sit down and let you guys figure out the rest of it.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, as I understand it, we're going to be under the 5-minute rule, which would govern the time distribution. Is that correct?
As of now, that is correct.
Well, should we ask unanimous consent that each one of the amendments, since there's only two, be given 15 minutes for each amendment for debate, equally divided among proponents and opponents? I'll make a unanimous consent request to that effect.
That would be satisfactory.
The gentleman may make that request under unanimous consent.
Reserving the right to object. Currently under the rule, there will be 1 hour on amendments to Solomon. Is that correct?
That's right. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Under the rule, there would be 1 hour of general debate on the Solomon Amendment.
And at the end
before it is called up. After the 1 hour has expired, then I would call up the amendment, and then it would be subject to amendment by the two gentlemen.
With 1 hour of total time.
That is correct.
To all amendments.
Parliamentary
The gentleman from Alaska.
May I make a suggestion to all my good friends, and I like the way we're working this out. Why don't we begin the debate?
General debate.
General debate, and then let's work out the time frame of the amendments that will be offered.
Excellent idea.
I think, Mr. Young, that's a great idea.
Thank you. Let's do that.
Such a rational, decent, moderate man.
He has it, and he and Burton and him have claimed it.
The gentleman from New York, Mr. Solomon, will be recognized for 30 minutes with a member opposed for 30 minutes. The gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and since I'm about to lose my voice, I don't know how long we'll go on here. Mr. Chairman, from the very beginning, our nation has recognized that the prosperity of the people of America depended on their continuing firmly united, and the wishes and the prayers and the efforts of our best and wisest citizens have been constantly directed to that object. These are the words of the wisdom in the Federalist Papers of John Jay, our country's first Chief of Justice of the Supreme Court. Justice Jay went on to say, "I have often taken notice that Providence has been pleased to give this one connected country to one united people, a people descended from the same ancestors, speaking the same language, attached to the same principles of government, very similar in their manners and their customs, and who by their joint counsels and arms and efforts, fighting side by side throughout a long and bloody war, have nobly established their general liberty and their independence." That is the history of our country. Based on this premise, for the past 2 centuries, we have forged a nation out of our different peoples by emphasizing our common beliefs, our common ideals, and perhaps most importantly of all, our common language. Our English language has permitted this country to live up to our national motto, "E pluribus unum," which means out of many, one. Mr. Speaker and my colleagues, it is in this spirit that I offer the English Language Empowerment Amendment to the U.S. Puerto Rico Political Status Act. In short, this amendment is based on 2 very simple principles. It is based on unity and it is based on opportunity. My devotion to unity in the English language is premised on the belief that our strength in unity can best be preserved through the prevention of divisions along linguistic or cultural lines. Such cultural divisions have been encountered by Canada with Quebec and could be with the U.S. and Puerto Rico today. Now, what do I mean by this division of linguistic lines? These divisions are not between people, but they are between opportunities. Americans who do not know English are segregated. They are segregated from those who do, separated from the everything the United States and its precious Constitution stands for. A reaffirmation of the English as the official language is absolutely necessary to demonstrate that the federal government's goals is to desegregate all Americans. This is because America is composed of people who have for centuries pulled themselves up by their bootstraps with courage and a vision to pursue the opportunity that America has to offer. Consequently, my amendment is intended to ensure that no American citizen, no matter what their cultural background, no matter whether they live in Puerto Rico or Iowa, has to be trapped in a linguistic box, kept away from those tools of opportunity. This is the land of opportunity and the land of language of the land of opportunity in English. There should be no ambiguity about this fact. The usage and understanding of English is the key to economic and educational opportunity in this country of ours. Therefore, we as the federal government must do everything we can to promote and to enhance the ability of all Americans, no matter what their heritage, to read, to speak, and understand this language of opportunity. Based on this visionary premise, during the 104th Congress, the House of Representatives voted, and Duke Cunningham from California will speak to that in a minute, voted 259 to 169 in favor of the bill which declared English the official language of the United States. However, the provisions of this bill before us today undermine the principles of that Empowerment Act, and they deny opportunities to the children and the people of Puerto Rico. Make no mistake about it. Furthermore, this bill does not address how the admission of Puerto Rico as an official Spanish state would affect English as the official language of the United States government. Nor does it protect the rights of English-speaking Americans in Puerto Rico or the rights of the children of Puerto Rico to learn English. These are crucial, important questions to answer because according to the 1990 U.S. Census, and this is so important, less than 24% of the U.S. citizens in Puerto Rico speak English fluently, while 98% do actually speak Spanish. All children in the public schools are taught only in Spanish from kindergarten through the high school, while English is taught as a second language. To correct these weaknesses of the underlying bill, my amendment basically does 2 things, and this is exactly what it does. First, it replaces the language in this bill, the nebulous language policy, which states that English is the common language of mutual understanding in the United States.
It replaces it with the clearer and simpler statement that English is the official language of the federal government, applicable to the entire nation, as done in the Empowerment Act during the last Congress, which overwhelmingly passed this House with strong Republican and Democratic support. Secondly, it addresses Congress' fundamental responsibility to ensure that any state meets certain standards and provides certain fundamental rights and protections. In 1845 and again in 1911, our United States Supreme Court held that Congress may require a new state to meet certain standards before it would be admitted. As a result, my amendment tailors the statehood ballot definition to reflect this national official English policy. It states that the Congress expects that a future state of Puerto Rico would promote English as the official language of the state government, of its courts and agencies, and that English would be the language of instruction in public schools, but would not bar the teaching of Spanish in those same public schools. These provisions will guarantee the current and future generations of Puerto Rico unfettered access to the tools with which to successfully assimilate into this union of ours, should they choose to become a state at a later date. Today can be an historic day, my colleagues, a day in which Congress not only debates the future political status of 3.8 million U.S. citizens, but also a day which will focus and strengthen those things which unite us as a nation and which expand the horizons of opportunity for all our citizens. This is an amendment of opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. It is a vision of unity and compassionate measures. It deserves all of America's support, from the young dairy farmer in Argyle, New York, to the logging family in Olympia, Washington, to the schools teacher in San Juan, Puerto Rico. I urge you to support my amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves the balance of his time. Who rises in opposition to the subject matter of the amendment?
Recognize the gentleman from Puerto Rico for 2 minutes.
The gentleman from California is recognized, and
Texas, who unfortunately has a conflict, for 2 minutes. Mr. Edwards, I'm sorry.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, what America needs is English plus, not English only. What America needs is to teach English, not preach it. What America needs is to respect diversity, not divisiveness. You know, the last time I visited the Statue of Liberty, that eloquent lady did not say Spanish-speaking people not accepted here. The blood spilled and lives lost by thousands of Spanish-speaking American veterans has not been limited to English only. And it is wrong to deny those veterans the very rights for which they fought. Whether intended or not, this debate on English only is divisive and insults the culture of millions of Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, Korean Americans, and others. Mr. Speaker, the brightest days of America's history have come when we were inclusive, when we added women and racial and religious minorities to the rights enumerated in our Declaration of Independence and Constitution. The darkest days of America's history have come when we excluded our citizens from full participation in our democracy. For example, when black veterans were allowed to die for the very freedoms they were denied right here at home. I hope this will be a bright day for all of America's citizens, not a dark day that will turn us backwards into a quagmire of divisiveness. The 3% of American citizens that do not speak English, many of them seniors living with their children in their homes, hardly pose a threat to the greatest democracy in the history of the world. If Hispanic and other Americans, such as Korean Americans in my district, are willing to work hard and pay taxes and service in uniform, then surely we should show them the brightest, the best of America today. Vote no on the Solomon Amendment.
The gentleman from New York, does he seek time? Will the gentleman yield time to?
Let me
Speaker, one of the members of this body that has been harassed by members in his own party and members on both sides of the aisle, but is one of the real stand-up members in this House, is the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Livingston. And, oh, you thought I was talking about you? And I would yield Mr. Livingston 5 minutes.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
I thank my friend for yielding. The other gentleman from Louisiana was disappointed you weren't talking about him. I thought he thought you were. I thought you were. I appreciate the gentleman yielding, and I rise today in strong support of the amendment by the gentleman from New York, the Solomon Amendment to H.R. 856, the United States-Puerto Rico Political Status Act. Regardless on how you feel about the ultimate bill, the fact is that this bill's current provision on English is weak and inadequate and needs to be strengthened. H.R. 856 says that English will be the common language of mutual understanding in the United States. That means really nothing. A common language is not an official language. Facts are that less than half of all the citizens of Puerto Rico can speak English. Less than half can speak English. And according to the New York Times, fully 90% of the island's 650,000 public school students lack basic English skills by the time they graduate. If Puerto Rico becomes a state, this situation will be intolerable. A youngster growing up in Puerto Rico will speak Spanish, won't speak English. And in my opinion, a youngster growing up in the United States needs to speak the common language. If my wife and I take a child to Spain and raise the child in Spain, we will raise the child speaking Spanish so that he can communicate, or she can communicate in the language of the nation. We won't expect Spain to teach my kid English if we're going to live in their country. Likewise, we ought to expect people growing up in this nation to speak English so that they can communicate for their own good in the productive sector and become productive citizens. Our common language is the tie that binds us all. The motto of this nation, E pluribus unum, out of many one, should remind us that we are a nation of different peoples and cultures, but we are united. The ability to communicate in a common tongue is the key to success that unites us in our democracy. We see in Canada the different languages can seriously impair the unity of a nation, and that nation is about to come apart at the seams because they speak a different language. The Solomon Amendment is only common sense. By establishing English as the official language of the federal government, the Solomon Amendment will make it perfectly clear that English will be the language of the federal government across the nation, not just in Puerto Rico, across the nation. Under Solomon, Puerto Ricans may freely speak Spanish at home or anywhere they please, but the state of Puerto Rico will promote English as the official language of the state government, of the courts, of the agencies, and in the schools. Teaching in English will be mandated in public schools. This will make citizens of the island full and equal partners in America in a fashion our founding fathers envisioned, and it will make them productive citizens of the United States of America. I urge the adoption of the Solomon Amendment and the defeat of all the perfecting and substituting amendments which will delete it and attempt to nullify the provisions of the Solomon Amendment. English is the American language. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California.
It's the gentleman from Puerto Rico.
The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, right now in Puerto Rico, more people are watching the C-SPAN on a per capita basis than in any state of the nation. That belies the statements that have been made here that the people of Puerto Rico don't understand English. More than about 50% of the people understand English. 25% are not proficient in English. But how many children are proficient in English when they graduate from high school in the 50 states of the nation? There's a very low proficiency in English from graduates in the 50 states. But all of those people in Puerto Rico, if they cannot understand, they have somebody in their family or a friend that's translating what is going on here, and they know what's going on. And when they say that in order to vote, that you have to be proficient in English, my God, why wasn't that decided when we were granted citizenship? A person who asks for naturalization, he takes a test in English. Now, 95% of the people of Puerto Rico can pass that test without any problem. That's citizenship test. So the test that we give people who ask for citizenship is has less requirements than what we are trying to require in this amendment from the people of Puerto Rico, who have been citizens since 1917, for 81 years, who fought together, who worked together to make this nation what it is today. They who fought in the foreign soils, defending the right to self-determination. And they say, oh, this bill tells the people of Puerto Rico the wrong things. It does not allow the people of Puerto Rico to understand that they must speak. We know we must speak English. Everybody in Puerto Rico knows that. We know that English is the language of the world. What is anyone here afraid of? We should be, on the contrary, instead of trying to impose English, let us promote the learning of English by providing opportunities to learn English, providing more opportunities for people to understand the language and to speak it and to write it. That's what this should be all about, not about trying to impose. This is not a dictatorship. This is a democracy. Let us not belie what we are as a nation.
Time has expired. Who rises?
Gentleman from Indiana.
The gentleman from Indiana.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
You're using the time of the gentleman from New York?
I have 15 minutes, and the gentleman from California has 15 minutes in opposition. That's what was decided.
That unanimous request, my understanding is you were going to make that UC request, that unanimous consent request, but as of now, we're under the 30-30 for the underlying subject.
Mr. Burton has 15 minutes of our 30 minutes because Mr. Solomon withdrew his objection.
Why don't you propound the unanimous consent?
Yeah, I guess let me ask you.
The chair had made the announcement. The chair had made an announcement that we would be proceeding under 30 minutes and 30 minutes. The chair would now.
I would, Mr. Chairman, I would ask
unanimous consent requests.
I would ask unanimous consent that 15 minutes of the time allocated to me under the rule be allocated to Mr. Burton at this time.
Without objection. The gentleman from Indiana.
Thank you. Now that we have that out of the way, I yield myself such time as I may consume. I'm one of the 165 co-sponsors of H.R. 123, which was a bill to declare English as the official language of the government of the United States, and I strongly believe that that's a good piece of legislation. Now, however, after having said that, I don't believe that that particular piece of legislation belongs in this bill. This bill is a bill that's designed to give the people of Puerto Rico the right to let the Congress of the United States know whether they want to be an independent nation, whether they want to remain a commonwealth, or whether they want to become a state. It does not mean that they will become a state, because any decision that they make in this referendum will have to come back to the Congress of the United States for final determination. And the process is going to take about 10 years if the process is followed according to the legislation that we have before us. So the fact of the matter is, this bill is designed to find out what the people of Puerto Rico really wants. Now, why are we doing this? Because there was a plebiscite in Puerto Rico just a few years ago. Well, a few years ago there was a plebiscite, and each of the parties, the Commonwealth Party, the Statehood Party, and the Independence Party, were able to define for themselves what Commonwealth meant, what statehood meant, and what independence meant. And because of that, the people of Puerto Rico, when they voted, were voting based upon the determination that was being made by the party that wanted their vote. Now, what we decided to do was we decided to find out from leading legal authorities what statehood meant, what Commonwealth meant, and what independence meant, so that the people of Puerto Rico, when they voted on a plebiscite, would be voting on the facts and not on what some party said. We have contacted the Legislative Council of the Congress of the United States for their input. We have contacted the Congressional Research Service for their input. We have contacted the Department of Justice of the United States for their input and other constitutional experts. And what we have determined in this bill is what is constitutionally defined as statehood, independence, and Commonwealth status. And so the people of Puerto Rico, when they vote on this plebiscite, will be voting on what the facts are and not what some party says in Puerto Rico who has a reason to define their party in a certain way. The Commonwealth Party, in the definition that was on the plebiscite a few years ago, was not defined correctly. And so what we're doing is we're clarifying that in the language that's in this bill that will go on the ballot if we pass this legislation. Now, like I said earlier, I am for the English legislation that was before this body some years ago. I was a co-sponsor of that. I do not believe the Solomon Amendment as written has any place in this legislation. And because there's some confusion about this, and this is becoming an English-only bill, which it shouldn't be, I have a perfecting amendment or a substitute amendment which will, effective immediately, allow for English proficiency in Puerto Rico by the age of 10. And I think that the people of Puerto Rico, when they read the substitute that I have, will be very happy with that, because it encourages learning English in all the schools and all the institutions down there by the age of 10. And we think that that will happen. Now, let me just add one more point. And that is, the people of Puerto Rico already are citizens of the United States of America. We're not talking about some country out there in the middle of nowhere. Those people have citizenship already. And for us to deny them the ability to decide whether they want to be a commonwealth or if they want to become independent or a state, I think is just dead wrong. And so let's not muddy up the waters by adding the Solomon language to this, which is a pervasive issue. He's talking about English for the entire United States of America. We're talking about a plebiscite bill for Puerto Rico. Let's decide the Puerto Rico issue with the amendment that I'm going to add, which will encourage English as the language down there, as a language by the proficiency by the age of 10. And then later on, if we want to, let's go back to the English-only bill that we had before this body some time ago and debate that as a separate issue, but not on the Puerto Rican bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Who rises to claim time? Who rises to seek time?
The time remaining.
The gentleman from California has 11 minutes remaining.
And the other parties?
The gentleman from New York has 19 minutes remaining. And a half. And
I object,
the
Mr.
gentleman from Indiana has 11 and a half minutes.
Would you add the two in opposition times together so it gives us an accurate idea of the time remaining?
You want to do that?
You have 22 and a half minutes. Go ahead.
Gentleman from California.
I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Vento.
The gentleman is recognized for a minute and a half.
Unanimous consent to revise and extend remarks. And I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. It's a clear example of a solution to a problem that doesn't exist. Now, it may seem to some that this requirement is a laudable goal, but the fact is that the proponents of this bill, the delegations and so forth, are against it. It's an unnecessary, ineffective, and divisive amendment. It's unnecessary because English and Spanish have been the official language of Puerto Rico since 1902. To put that in perspective, Strom Thurmond was born way back in 1902. That's a long time ago. And furthermore, this bill already has a provision highlighting the importance of English as a common language, and it states, I quote, "English is a common language of mutual understanding in the United States, and this policy should apply to all the states. This is all that's needed to accomplish the stated goal of the amendment's proponents." Furthermore, of course, our nation is a melting pot. My grandparents were of German and Italian ancestry, and I'm proud of my parents and the wonderful heritage we share. But I am, and we are all Americans, and as such, I believe the strength of our nation is derived not from laws that mandate our American patriotism and demand our fidelity, but from core values and common beliefs that define our rights and responsibilities. Whatever language we speak, write, or think in, our freedom and liberties are not bound by, but rather transcend, the limits and the boundaries of such language. The Solomon Amendment strikes at the core value of such American belief. It says that we must do to Puerto Rico that which we didn't do to the Scandinavian and German Midwest territories to achieve statehood. Superimpose a language requirement and condition statehood consideration upon whatever, in essence, is the denial of that heritage, culture, and history. Vote no on this amendment.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York has 19 and a half minutes at this point. Is the gentleman from New York interested in claiming time at this time?
Yes, I would at this time yield the 5 minutes to the sponsor of the official English bill that passed this House overwhelmingly with bipartisan support 2 years ago, Duke Cunningham of California.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One thing I think the members of Puerto Rico will see, I think this is one of the most healthy debates that I've seen on this floor in 7 years. It's issue-oriented. I've got conservatives for and against. I've got liberals for and against, and each with individual ideas. And I commend both sides of this. And I didn't have time to speak on the floor. I'd like to speak to the amendment, but I'd also like to speak to the bill. You know, Teddy Roosevelt, Rough Riders, San Juan Hill, and yes, many members from Puerto Rico have shed their blood to support democracy and fight communism and socialism around the world, just like many Americans have. And I think you know how most of us feel about that. I would also say that nearly 4 million of Puerto Ricans voted on several occasions on these issues. And I know for me, and I will say this, and I will give you my support, it's not required by Congress that they vote on what their determination wants to be. And if you have at least 2/3, or instead of 50+1 on a very important issue like this, that this gentleman will support it, but not on a 50+1 vote. I think that if you look, the Puerto Rican people themselves are divided on this particular issue. Quebec has been mentioned, and my good friend Dan Burton, I'm not going to let you give me any more golf bags, Dan, after this. But I would say that if you want to encourage them to learn English, if you ask the people of Quebec and encourage them to learn English instead of French, look at the problems they've had. It wouldn't happen. And I think it takes stronger. The next thing I want to say is that the English is I was disappointed in the minority leader at his representation of the English provision in this. Let me tell you why. First of all, there was 259 votes. I went from the very extreme portion of a bill as chairman of the committee and down to the lower portions and moderated the bill to where even states had the right, after this body, it said English is the common language of our government. And each individual state had a right to change that. It gave them that option. There was no mandatory thing there, and I thought that that was very fair, and I think that's why we got such bipartisan support for it. And I think the misrepresentation was not well proposed in the bill. I think another big issue, it fails to follow the precedents of other U.S. territories that joined the Union. Hawaii, Alaska, with the great percentages. They really want. It should be something very special to the great majority of a country. Puerto Rico, as the gentleman said, they feel they're a country. It should be the great expectation of a great majority of that group before they become an American citizen. I don't want another Quebec here. I don't want in Puerto Rico that kind of division and that divisiveness. And I think that is a legitimate issue. I would look at, they said it's a poison pill. But look, the former governor of Arkansas had a bill similar to this, Governor Clinton. 23 states in our union, that's not extreme, as the minority letter said. And I just think if we're going to speak, I think we need to speak not disingenuously about, but purport what the bill says. It's English as a common language, not English only. And we provide. When I was in the Philippines was going to have Tagalog as its official language. I recommended to President Ramos that that was a disservice because it has no root in math or science. I speak a little Tagalog. and they would do themselves a disservice internationally. I went to Vietnam. They're carrying computers, they're learning English, and they're studying business because they understand the why. That's all we're asking for Puerto Rico, that they do that. Instead of speaking Spanish first in their classrooms and English second, it should be turned around if they want a bite of the American dream. And I think that is very, very important. I would ask my colleagues, think carefully about this. If we can have a vote from Puerto Rico where the majority of them say, we want to be an American citizens, I doubt if there's very many. I mean, a very small percentage of the group that are opposed to this would say no. But we don't have that, and I ask my colleagues to take a look at that. I would say, Mr. Chairman, that, as I mentioned, that the bill by both sides of the aisle has been represented well with the issues, and I thank my colleagues for that. But this is more serious than most bills we have coming up here, and that's the reason we've given it so much time. Give yourself the time, look at the issues on both sides of it, and I think you'll not support the bill, and you won't support the substitute, but you'll support the Solomon Amendment. And I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Indiana.
I yield myself 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized for a minute.
First of all, let me point out to my colleague from California, the people of Puerto Rico are citizens of the United States. They already are citizens. He says they would like, if they want a bite of the American dream, they already are Americans. The only problem is they're Americans without representation. They don't have any congressmen. They don't have any senators. They don't have any representation in this body, and yet they're American citizens. They're like orphans out in a storm walking around saying, where's my parents? It doesn't make any sense. And this plebiscite is an advisory plebiscite. I'll say to my colleague from California, this is an advisory plebiscite. What are you afraid of? All we're asking for is an opinion from the people of Puerto Rico on what they want. If they come back and only 51% say that they want statehood or they want Commonwealth, we decide in this body whether or not we want to proceed any further. And I think if it was that close, we probably wouldn't. But let's say they come back and it's 70% want statehood and only 10% or 20% want Commonwealth. At that point, I think that we as a body ought to make that determination. But make no mistake about it, these are American citizens without representation in the Congress of the United States, and that's wrong. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Hawaii.
The gentleman from Hawaii is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burton. Mr. Burton and friends, I'm speaking from on the time of Mr. Burton. I'm speaking from the majority side of the aisle because I'm speaking on his time. I'm looking at Mr. Miller right now, who is smiling at me and trying to get over the hush that came over the crowd as someone moves to this side. I'm looking for Mr. Young, my very able chairman, and I point that out because this is a nonpartisan issue and is being cast, I'm very sorry to say, in somewhat partisan terms, not necessarily by party, but partisan terms as if there's a right side and a wrong side. And as Mr. Romero Barcelo has indicated, as Mr. Burton has indicated, as Mr. Miller has indicated, and Mr. Young, what we're trying to do here today is to aid and assist, as members of the House of Representatives, the self-determination of fellow citizens. Mr. Burton has been adamant on this. And I don't think you're going to find a more partisan person in the House with respect to the question of English and it's being used as a common language throughout the United States. But that issue will be debated in another venue at another time. What we're talking about here is something that I ask you as a representative from the last state to come into the Union. We've only been a state for 38 years. We've been a state for less years than many people in this body have been alive and serving in public office. And so it's very, very particularly poignant in some respects to me today to stand here as someone who is not born in Hawaii and has the privilege to serve in Hawaii. I was born in the east of the United States in Buffalo, New York, in the area represented by Mr. Paxson today. It never occurred to me that one day I would have the privilege and honor of standing in the well of this House to serve the people not only of Hawaii but of the United States of America. And that will happen in Puerto Rico. We cannot determine ahead of time what's going to happen there. The conventional wisdom, as some will recall, when Hawaii and Alaska came into the Union, was that Hawaii would be a Republican state, and indeed we elected a Republican governor in our very first state election, and that Alaska would be a Democratic state. As you know, that has worked differently. We've had Republican office holders here. We've had Democratic office holders. This is not a partisan issue. I appeal to Republican friends, please take into account that our fellow citizens are merely asking for the opportunity to determine their future. Join Democrats and Republicans all together and vote for the bill and against this particular amendment.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mahalo and thank you.
Who rises to claim time?
Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer.
For how long? 1 minute. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank Mr. Miller for yielding, and I rise in strong opposition to the Solomon Amendment and in strong support of the substitute language. My friends, English is fast becoming the language of the world. It is not we English speakers who need to fear the integrity of our language. It is indeed others who have concerns. We, as I said earlier in this debate, who support so strongly the principles of the Helsinki Final Act, have advocated in country after country after country that they give to peoples within their country respect of their cultural and their national identities. Of course, language is a critical component of that. The Soviet Union, my friends will recall, tried to have everybody speak Russian on the concept that if everybody spoke Russian, there would be a sense of unity within the Soviet Union. But that unity was at the point of a sword, my friends. It will not get you what you want. I urge support of the substitute and opposition to the Solomon Amendment.
For what purpose is the gentleman from California rising?
I would yield a minute and a half for purpose of the colloquy with the gentleman from Arizona.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
I thank the chairman, and Mr. Chairman, I do rise for the purpose of entering into this colloquy with my colleague from California who will be speaking for the sponsor of the amendment, Mr. Solomon. Mr. Chairman, first let me compliment my friend from New York for introducing this important amendment. This amendment will save precious taxpayer dollars while reaffirming that English should be the official language of government. A common language of government is essential to our health as a nation. And let me turn to my colleague from California. Mr. Cunningham, it's my intention that it's my understanding that it was the intention of Mr. Solomon, the author of this amendment, to include the entire text of H.R. 123, the Bill Emerson English Language Empowerment Act of 1997, as this amendment. Is that correct?
Yes, it was his intention to include the text of H.R. 123 in this amendment.
Mr. Cunningham, as you know, I worked with the authors of 123 to include certain sections in the bill that recognize the unique status of Native Americans under our Constitution and various treaties. Section 167 of H.R. 123 explicitly states, and I quote, "Nothing in this chapter shall be construed to limit the preservation or use of Native Alaskans or Native American languages as defined in the Native American Languages Act."
End of quote. Section 169 of the bill further states that the measure does not apply to, quote, the teaching of these languages, end of quote. These provisions were added at my behest to protect the unique obligations we have to Native Americans. Again, asking my colleague from California, was it Mr. Solomon's intention to protect the various obligations of our Native people?
I would yield myself another 30 seconds to answer the gentleman.
Additional 30 seconds, the gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Hayworth, it was a full intention to protect the Native American languages, as these sovereign tribes have a unique relationship with the federal government. Unfortunately, the parliamentarian ruled that adding these sections would not be germane to the bill we are debating. Nevertheless, I look forward to working with you and ensure that the Native American languages are protected as the bill works its way through the legislative process.
I thank my colleague from California and thank the chair.
Reserve the balance of the time.
Gentleman reserves balance of his time. Who seeks time? The gentleman from California.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Farr.
Excuse me. How much to who? 1 minute to the gentleman from California. So recognized.
Thank you for yielding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was sitting in my office listening to this debate, and the question is, what does the 105th Congress have to fear? It really sounds like two things. First of all, we're fearful of Puerto Rico having an election which is essentially a public opinion election. Since when did Congress fear elections? The other thing we have is we are fearing people that speak other languages. Why? 104 sessions that went before us didn't fear us. In fact, our forefathers who admitted Louisiana, New Mexico, Oklahoma, and Hawaii, they allowed those states to come in which protected the rights of those people to speak French, Spanish, Native American, and Hawaiian. Aloha, a language that everybody uses in business. One of our forefathers who rebuilt this room that we're all sitting in 1949 and 1950, if you look around, there's 23 lawgivers that we respect. These are the people who historically gave us the under law for American law. These were the lawmakers, lawgivers as we call them. You know, there's 23 of them, only 3 of them spoke English. And one of those, Thomas Jefferson, also spoke French. What are we afraid of? Defeat this amendment and pass the bill. Thank you.
Who shall rise to seek time?
Mr. Chairman, how much
Gentleman
time on each side total?
The gentleman from New York or the gentleman from California has 12 and a half minutes. The gentleman from California has 7.5 minutes, and the gentleman from Indiana has 7.5 minutes.
I will yield to the gentleman from Carolina 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. That's from South Carolina. There's a difference. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I know this is an emotional issue to many folks, and the Commonwealth status of Puerto Rico has been a long-standing status, and it confers upon its people certain rights of citizenship. This body is about to take it to a new level. I don't believe the American people are any closer to understanding this issue than when we started. It's taking everybody in the country by surprise. It is a big deal to me. I think we're rushing into it. But if we're going to do it, we need to recognize certain things. That 3 out of 4 people in Puerto Rico are not fluent in the English language, and that we're setting in motion the possibility of Puerto Rico becoming a state in a couple of 3 years. The legislative affairs of the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico is conducted in Spanish. The federal court system requires that jurors speak English to sit as jurors, but the state court system or the equivalent thereof is conducted in Spanish. So if anyone finds himself in Puerto Rico as a state, chances are you're going to be tried in a language you don't understand. What Mr. Solomon is trying to do is bring unanimity to the 50 or 51 states, saying that the common language that unites us is English, and it would apply to all states, not just the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico. If we're going to go down this road, we certainly need this piece of legislation, but I believe it's ill-advised to do this without the goodwill of the American people behind us and without understanding exactly where the people of Puerto Rico are. I do not understand why we're doing it, but if we're going to do it, the English component of what Mr. Solomon's bill is essential to integrating Puerto Rico into the United States in a viable way. When 3 out of 4 people cannot speak English, that's a roadmap for disaster if you're going to be a part of the United States. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time.
Who rises to seek time? Gentleman from California.
One minute to the gentleman from Rhode Island.
Gentleman from Rhode Island. Yes. So recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to this English-only amendment. The gentleman from New York says that we need this amendment to empower the citizens of Puerto Rico to be full and equal partners in this union. What will empower the people of Puerto Rico to be full participants in this union is if we get about voting this bill through and allowing them the right to finally have self-determination on the island so that they can have all the rights and privileges of their American citizenship status, which they're currently denied because they're under Commonwealth status, which, if I need to remind everyone, means that they're under the territorial clause of the United States. Ironically, we could pass English-only requirement for the people of Puerto Rico under the current territorial status because that's our power. If they become a state, which I hope they will be, they will retain the 10th Amendment power to decide what their own language will be. So it's interesting, if they become a state, they'll be able to decide for themselves. If they remain a Commonwealth, it's up to us to decide what their language is going to be. Vote against the Solomon Amendment and vote for the passage of the bill. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Gentleman from California.
I yield myself 1.5 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, earlier in the debate, Mr. Cunningham got up and spoke about his legislation dealing with English as an official language. And the point was made in that all states would be treated the same, and the states had a right to change some requirements under the 10th Amendment should they decide to do so. The problem with the Solomon Amendment is that, in fact, in this legislation, it treats Puerto Rico differently than any other state in the Union. Because it goes on, it declares that English is the official language of the United States, but it then goes on to say that the people of Puerto Rico can only communicate with the federal government in English, and that the federal government can only communicate with the people of Puerto Rico in English. This means if you're a DEA agent, you can only speak English if you're engaged in an activity. If you're the FBI, you can only speak English if you're engaged in activity. If you're engaged in search and rescue and the people don't speak English, you can only speak to them in English. I don't think that's what we want to do. There's a legitimate debate to be had under the Cunningham legislation. We had it 2 years ago. I suspect we'll have it again before this year is out. That would apply to all of the states equally, and the states would retain their rights. But the Solomon Amendment goes far beyond those requirements and singles out Puerto Rico for special burdensome treatment. People could only write to their member of Congress should they choose statehood and have members of Congress in the United States. They could only write to them in English. They can only write, it would be against the law to write to them in Spanish or another language. It would be against the law to petition the President of the United States or the Congress in any other language. That is not true anywhere else in this country. And we ought to make sure that if we deal with this issue, that we treat all of the states on an equal footing. This says if Puerto Rico becomes a state, it would be singled out for much more burdensome treatment than the general debate on English as an official language.
Mr. Chairman?
The gentleman from Indiana.
I yield 2 minutes to my colleague, my good friend from New York, Mr. Serrano.
Gentleman from New York, Mr. Serrano, is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me first say that I rise in strong opposition to the Solomon Amendment and in favor, strong support of the substitute language. And let me say that the gentleman, Mr. Burton, is very courageous in taking this stance. He supports English only, but he knows it doesn't belong in this bill. And that's what this issue is all about. Why not be fair? Why single Puerto Rico out if it decides that it becomes a state? And if we allow it to become a state, it shall be governed by the law of the land. Everyone knows that. But why single it out now? Why try to make a statement that is unfair and a statement that is not necessary? The issue on the whole is one that is not necessary. Everyone knows that everyone learns to speak English both in Puerto Rico and here. As a Hispanic American, as a Latino and a Puerto Rican, I can tell you we don't go around spending time figuring out how not to learn to speak English. I mean, do I sound not like a person who tries every day to improve on this language? And I'm going to get it right one of these days. This is a bad amendment, and it should not be here. Let me close with this. When Latinos, Hispanics sit around the dinner table and the issue of language comes up, it is never a plot against the English language. It is usually a lament about the fact that the children and the grandchildren no longer speak Spanish. And so with that recognition, what is the fear? Let us go forward. Let us allow this bill to take place. Let us make this vote possible. Let's not muddle the waters anymore. Let the people of Puerto Rico, the Puerto Rican people, have a vote on this issue, and let's not single them out for anything that you don't single other states for.
The gentleman from California.
2 minutes. I recognize the gentleman from California for 2 minutes.
For 2 minutes?
2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Solomon Amendment, and I'd like to clarify an issue. The minority leader, the gentleman from Missouri, stated that we have never placed any language condition on any territory that was considering statehood. I want to clarify that that is false. That in fact in 1811 Congress specifically required the Louisiana adopt English as their official language of their proceedings of all government writings and all government functions. They not only required Louisiana in 1811 to do it, required Oklahoma and New Mexico to specifically require them to have to teach in English as the primary language. And in fact, Arizona was required to guarantee that its executive and legislative officials would conduct business in the English language. So let's not talk about singling out anyone. The fact is, this has a historical record that says when the issue of language has become a question, English as the common language of these United States have been clarified by Congress again and again, and has been placed as a requirement on any territory wishing to gain statehood that they must too adopt English as their official common language. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the fact that the gentleman from Illinois and the gentlelady from New York proposed a substitute to the substitute, which really shows where some people may be coming from this issue, and that is their substitute to the substitute says, let's make Spanish the official language of Puerto Rico. I think what we're saying is let's be upfront about it. We should clarify the people of Puerto Rico. Part of the transition from territory to state is going to be transition from Spanish to English. That is a de facto. Why don't we do it up front? Let's be truthful with the people of Puerto Rico. Let's not promise them something we can't deliver. The fact is the assimilation of any territory into the greater union is going to happen not just politically, but culturally, socially, and linguistically. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. Who rises to seek time?
Mr.
Gentleman from
Chairman,
Indiana.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Guam.
Gentleman from Guam is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank Mr. Burton for yielding. I stand in support of the Burton et al. Substitute and in opposition to the Solomon Amendment. We are making a language issue out of a self-determination issue. Some people understand that the use of English in Puerto Rico is something that is essential to understand here. But there is no one that I know of that does not want to learn English to fully function in American society. And there are very few people in Puerto Rico that I know of who don't want to learn English. In fact, in Puerto Rico, there's a clear educational policy which fosters English, and indeed, English can be used for official purposes. And if Puerto Ricans choose statehood under this framework, those policies would be strengthened. I think this is understood and acceptable. But what is not acceptable is to allow Puerto Ricans the right to self-determination and in the same process to decide in advance of their choice that they not be treated the same way as other states. The Solomon Amendment tries to use the language issue to deliver a blow to the possibility of Puerto Rican statehood by putting a restriction on their possible admission, which other states have not had in their history. The Burton substitute is a responsible, coherent, moderate statement about the realities of American life, the necessity of English, but also recognizes that the tolerance of differences is a cornerstone of American democracy, that education is better than coercion, that knowing more is better than knowing less, that addition is better than subtraction, that knowing more languages is not un-American. Si Dios mase, todos hamzo. You're back.
The gentleman from California.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from California for yielding me the time. But also, I joined with my colleague from New York, Congressman Serrano, when he says he's working every day to speak English, and so am I, to improve on our use of the language. But I will never speak English like they do in New York or Boston or even other parts of our country. I oppose the Solomon Amendment and support the substitute amendment. English, to make English our official language, limits our nation. English is our official language. It's our common language. We always have used English. And it didn't take a law in this Congress to do that. It hasn't taken 200 years to do it. We do it because we want to. And to file a document in court in the United States or a public record, it has to be in English or an English translation. Our citizenship ceremonies are in English, even though we did have one aberration of a federal judge doing it in Arizona. But it has to be in English by statute. Furthermore, English only is unwarranted because two of our states, New Mexico and Hawaii, have two official languages. In Hawaii, it's English and Hawaiian. In New Mexico, it's English and Spanish. I'd hope the Puerto Rican voters would choose statehood and integrate English into their language. And I yield back.
Who shall rise to seek time? Who rises to seek time? Gentleman from Indiana.
Mr. Chairman, I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Georgia.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my friend and colleague for yielding. Mr. Speaker, this is a bad amendment. We do not need it. English is the predominant and common language of this nation. English is used in government and courts throughout Puerto Rico. We must encourage everyone to speak English, but we must not discriminate against those who speak other languages. Puerto Ricans are citizens of the United States. We must not deny the people of Puerto Rico their heritage. They contributed to the diversity and richness of our country. This amendment will make government more difficult. It will make communication more difficult. Mr. Speaker, we should encourage everyone to learn English, but we should not deny Spanish-speaking Americans their tradition. English is the primary language of our nation. In almost every corner of the world, English is the language of international affairs, of international politics and business. We do not need this amendment. This amendment tells our citizens, deny your heritage, forget your roots. That is the wrong message for a great nation, for a great people, a proud people to send. Let us embrace diversity and learn from each other. This is how we have grown and prosper as a great nation and a great people. I urge all of my colleagues, Democrats and Republicans, to vote no on the Solomon Amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Time of gentleman has expired. The gentleman from New York.
Speaker, let me yield at this time to a very distinguished member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Bob Goodlatte, 3 minutes.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the chairman for recognizing me and for his leadership on this issue. You know, it's been said that the Solomon Amendment is not constitutional. Nothing could be further from the truth. And let me read you right from the language of the amendment. It says, English is the official language of all business and communication of the federal government of the United States, and all communications with the federal government will be in English unless generally applicable federal law provides otherwise. Puerto Rico, as a state, promotes English as the official language of the state government, courts, and agencies. English is the language of instruction in public schools. This is not a mandate. This is similar to what we have required of Louisiana, Oklahoma, and other states in the past, and it is simply not correct that this is inappropriate. In the last Congress, this body overwhelmingly passed similar language to apply to the entire country, and should do so with regard to Puerto Rico today. English is the language used by our government. It is the language of commerce, and it is the common language of the overwhelming majority of the American people. Language differences are the #1 barrier to full assimilation, and Puerto Rico is certainly no exception. According to the 1990 U.S. Census, less than 24% of Puerto Ricans speak English fluently, and a 1997 survey found that 76% of Puerto Ricans think it unacceptable to have English as their official language. It is no coincidence, therefore, that a recent poll concluded that only 16% of Puerto Ricans consider themselves to be Americans. Before the people of the United States accept Puerto Rico into their union, they expect the people of Puerto Rico to want to be a part of it. Make no mistake, H.R. 856 will create an American Quebec. If Puerto Rico gains statehood under this bill, it is likely to declare Spanish as the official language, which could then force the U.S. government to make Spanish the quasi-official language to accommodate the needs of Puerto Ricans. Not only would this significantly undermine the long-term assimilation of Puerto Ricans into American society, but it would also increase the pressure for the rest of the United States to become officially bilingual. Language is the common bond that holds our nation together. A common language allows the children of Virginia to communicate with and learn from the children of California. Without this amendment, the same will not be true for the children of Puerto Rico. Without this amendment, Puerto Rico's children will never have the opportunity to participate fully and equally with their fellow citizens. Mr. Chairman, pro-statehood forces have stated on many occasions that their language and culture are not negotiable. Congress is not asking anyone to negotiate away their culture, but the Constitution grants Congress the power to determine the rules for statehood, and that Constitution was established to create a more perfect union, not a more divided nation. We must make clear that Puerto Rico must be prepared to be an equal partner, support the Solomon Amendment, and oppose the Burton substitute.
Who rises to claim time? Gentleman from California.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New York.
Thank you.
Gentlelady from New York is recognized for one minute.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
I rise in strong opposition to the Solomon Amendment. This amendment would outlaw elected officials from communicating with their constituents in Spanish. It will hamper the efforts of federal agencies to collect taxes, inform citizens of their rights, and ensure due process. And it will endanger lives by making illegal anything but English to be used even by police department and paramedics responding to life-threatening situations. This amendment is guaranteed to make government inefficient and ineffective and jeopardize the civil rights of some of society's most vulnerable members. I represent one of the highest non-English speaking populations in the country. Under the Solomon Amendment, I will be barred from communicating with the people of the 12th District of New York in a second language. This will keep me from doing what they elected me to do. This amendment is divisive and unnecessary. It doesn't belong on this legislation.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Who rises?
How much time do we have left in the debate?
The gentleman from California has 3 minutes. The gentleman, 2.5 minutes. And 1/4 minutes. And the gentleman from New York has 6 minutes.
You're next. You're next.
Speaker, let me yield for unanimous consent statement to a very valuable member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Bob Barr of Georgia.
Without objection.
I thank the chairman. Ask unanimous consent to revise and extend remarks in support of the Solomon Amendment.
Without objection.
And Mr. Chairman, let me at this time yield 2 minutes to the chairman of the Education and Labor Subcommittee that has the jurisdiction over the English language issues and a very valuable member of this body, Mr. Riggs.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the distinguished chairman of the Rules Committee and the sponsor of this amendment. And Mr. Chairman and colleagues, let me tell you first of all that I support the right of Puerto Rico residents, American citizens, to have self-determination, to choose statehood over the current status as a Commonwealth. But I believe as a condition of statehood, those voting in any kind of referendum or plebiscite should acknowledge and accept English as the official, common, and commercial language of our country. Now, I have a little bit different perspective on this issue as the chairman of the Education Subcommittee. My concern is twofold. Too often, bilingual education fails our young people and the alarming dropout rate of Hispanic students in America. Too many of our young people are not getting the education and the job training that they need to live successful and productive adult lives, to take advantage, if you will, of all these high-tech jobs that our economy continues to create every day. For them, the have-nots of tomorrow, it's a personal tragedy. And for our country, it's a very serious, it's a very real challenge because we need a skilled workforce to remain competitive. I mentioned the bilingual education. The statistics are appalling. 1/3 of all Hispanic students nationwide, according to the U.S. Department of Education's own report, drop out, and that figure is closer to 50% in my home state of California. In fact, if you really want to boil the debate down, last year only 6.7% of limited English proficient students in California public schools had learned enough English to move into mainstream classes. We have the largest school district in the state now, the Los Angeles School District, suing the governor because the governor wants to administer tests in reading, writing, and math to all students in the 2nd through 11th grades, but only in English. Bilingual education is too often a failure. It doesn't promote a transition to English fluency, but it traps youngsters in a dependency on non-English languages and special help. And for all intents and purposes, bilingual has become a misnomer. So I say English as a second language should not mean second-class citizenship. Let's support the Solomon Amendment, and let's reform bilingual education.
You want to go?
Gentleman from California.
No, I think...
Gentleman from Indiana.
George, you want to be yield to George?
I'll yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Geekus.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman. When I served in the armed forces, I was stationed for a while in Puerto Rico, and I was eager to learn Spanish so that I could communicate with the people of Puerto Rico. So I walked into a restaurant after studying my Spanish to an nth degree, and I said proudly, after I saw a picture of a hot dog up on the back of the counter, and I said, "Hágame el favor de darme un perro caliente." So the youngster looks at me, turns around to the cook and says, "One hot dog with everything for that." The point is that he knew English, that he knew that I knew English. He was helping me with my Spanish, but I learned that first lesson there that most of the people either speak English in Puerto Rico or want to speak English in Puerto Rico. Our fellow citizens in Puerto Rico, in time, will be 100% able to speak English, and by that time, they will blend in perfectly to our English language customs for the entire country. I support the substitute.
Gentleman from California.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Rhode Island.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Request permission to extend or revise my comments.
Without
objection,
objection.
Chairman. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in opposition to this amendment. I remember talking with my grandparents about their parents who came to this country from Ireland and Germany. And many of your ancestors came from Portugal or France or from other places where they really learned what it was that was great about this country. You never required them to come into this country and learn English before they got here. What they came for was the great thing that they saw in this country, the opportunity for them and their children to have a better world. They learned English because they wanted to learn English, not because a Congress told them they had to. Our children today are all over the world on computers. Businesses are all over the world. You know what the common language is? English. The Congress did not have to tell them that it should be English. They learned it. They made it that way. Yet this Congress sees fit here today to try to impose something they've never imposed upon any other state, making sure that English is the official language. It is unnecessary. It's imposition that should not be condoned. We should vote down this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Who rises to seek time? Gentleman from Indiana.
I yield 1 minute to my good friend from Florida.
Gentleman from Florida, Sir Deutsch, is recognized for 1 minute.
And I thank Mr. Burton, and I think it's important to point out once again that this is a bipartisan issue in terms of people rejecting the Solomon Amendment and supporting the substitute. I wish Mr. Riggs was still here just in terms of responding to his comments. If the amendment was just what Mr. Riggs said he wanted, it probably wouldn't be so bad. It would be at least a relevant debate. But this amendment is not limited to Puerto Rico. This amendment really has no place in this debate. This amendment is an issue which should have been debated on its own, not on this bill. This amendment, the Solomon Amendment's purpose, is to kill the bill. That's its purpose. And we can debate the issue of Puerto Rico's ability to determine its future outside of it. The substitute allows us to do that. And when we want to, we can talk about the requirements for statehood, the requirements for issues on Puerto Rico outside of the requirements for the entire country. That's what the debate needs to be about. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote strongly in favor of the substitute and against the Solomon Amendment, and to give the people of Puerto Rico the opportunity to decide their own future.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from California.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois.
Mr. Gutierrez, recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Miller. I rise in strong opposition to the Solomon Amendment. I think we've heard here time and time again that when you are called to duty, drafted, called to serve, there is no litmus test. There is no test of language for people. And indeed, the 65th Infantry served with distinction and honor and valor in the Korean conflict, and almost everybody spoke one language as the troops were ordered into battle, and that language was Spanish. We should not raise this as an issue here today. The language of the people of Puerto Rico is Spanish. We should respect that. Just as I have come before, it would be detrimental. It would be detrimental to attach to statehood an English language requirement, because then people who would want to become a state would say, well, I can't accept it that way. It's wrong. We understand what the language of our people is. Look, in Puerto Rico today, from kindergarten through 12th grade of high school, English is taught, but people have preserved their Spanish language. Let's respect them.
Who shall rise? Gentleman from Indiana.
Second?
No.
I think I have how much time left, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman?
The gentleman has 1/4 of 1 minute.
1/4 of 1 minute? I think I'll reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Speaker, why don't I take some time?
You have 4 minutes.
I want to yield to an outstanding member of this body on the other side of the aisle from the state of Virginia, and his name is Virgil Good, and I yield him 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise in support of the Solomon Amendment because I fear a Quebec-type situation in this country, and now is the time to establish English as the official language. If we do that in this bill, and if we follow suit in 123, we won't have problems cropping up like in Canada and across the world. And I can tell you, if you have that up front, everybody knowing it, it's better. My great-grandmother was German, and she never learned to speak English. She was at a disadvantage her whole time in this country, and I think we need to start with English first.
I just like to know what language you speak. You sound like you're from down south someplace.
Southern English.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Speaker, I think the gentleman from Indiana is out of order here.
Gentleman from California.
But I feel
we have one remaining speaker.
You have 1 minute remaining. Gentleman from California has, and the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Chairman, how much time does the gentleman from Indiana have?
He has 1/4 of 1 minute.
1/4? I'd like to yield him that much time. I yield him 15 seconds of our time. No. Out of the goodness of my heart. Speaker, let me at this time yield 2 minutes to the very distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Dana Rohrabacher.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of the Solomon Amendment. This bill is aimed at admitting a state that is to the Union that is overwhelmingly populated by Spanish-speaking people who have a proud culture and are proud of their language and view themselves as a separate nation. The people of Puerto Rico have no intention of giving up their language or their culture or their Olympic teams or their Miss Universe contestants. And there is no reason they should have to give these things up if they don't want to become a part of a state, a resident of a state of the Union. However, if we expect, and if they expect to be residents of a State of the Union and to be Americans first, they must speak the common language, and English is the common language. And to become part of our culture, not to maintain their separate culture, to root for our Olympics team and have our Miss Universe contestant as their contestant. I support the Solomon English Language Amendment to this bill because it takes the appropriate steps to put Puerto Ricans on notice that statehood means becoming part of our nation and no longer becoming part and being part of a separate culture and a separate nation, especially as reflected by a separate language. We should make sure that no one is fooled into thinking that the United States is becoming a bilingual society, a bilingual nation, trying to accommodate itself to this nation within a nation. And that nation within a nation, there are people there who believe in independence, and in the past, we remember when there were independence people who violently wanted independence for Puerto Rico. Well, the fact is that they have a proud culture and a proud nation. They are not part of the United States unless they are willing to become part of the United States. Mr. Chairman, H.R. 856 is wrong for the people of Puerto Rico and is wrong for the people of the United States. We need pluribus unum. You know, we are one people, and that is fine. Let us be one people, but if people expect to be part of the United States, they should be part of the United States. Thank you very much.
Gentleman from California.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, to close our side on this on debate, I yield to the gentleman from Puerto Rico the time remaining.
Gentleman has 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, if the English only...
I yield my 30 seconds to him, so I have a minute and a half to close.
The gentleman
Thank you.
will be recognized for, is recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, if the English first or English only amendment were really meant to be for improvement of the bill, at least we could understand it. But the English first has distributed a pamphlet, a paper here, where it says that even if the bill passes, this amendment passes, to vote against H.R. 856. In other words, they're against the bill, and this amendment is being used merely as a way to put a poison pill on the bill. Now, in Puerto Rico, as I have said over and over again, we are not rejecting English. We are embracing English. We were the first jurisdiction to approve English as an official language in 1902, but we also want Spanish as an official language. Both languages, we want to be bilingual. Now, what is wrong with that? This morning, earlier today, we had the gentleman from Illinois saying that in Puerto Rico, the movies were dubbed. The majority of the movies shown in Puerto Rico are not dubbed. They're in English, and the movie houses are full. The blockbuster, the majority of the films that are rented out are not in subtitle. Neither are the movies subtitled. And in Puerto Rico, the people, as I said before, who are watching this proceedings now in the C-SPAN understand what is going on. And as the gentleman said a little while ago when he asked for a perro caliente, that is one of the problems that the people who go to Puerto Rico to learn Spanish have, is that they find that the people speak English. Now, they say Puerto Ricans don't feel that they're part of the nation. You know, we have to take a look at that. Why is it? There are 50 stars. There are not 51 stars. We're still have not been admitted into the family. Once we're admitted into the family, I'm sure not 50%, not 60%, 100% of the people of Puerto Rico will feel that they're part of the nation.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York is recognized for 3/4 of a minute to close general debate.
Parliamentary inquiry. Is there no further time outstanding then other than mine?
No, you will close debate, sir.
Okay. And you're recognizing me for that purpose?
Yes, sir.
Speaker, my colleagues, you should listen to this back in your offices. If the Solomon Amendment is defeated, or if the Solomon Amendment is watered down, and this bill becomes law, and Puerto Rico becomes a state, any citizen of the state of Puerto Rico can bring an action against the United States of America government or against any one of the other 50 states and demand bilingual equal treatment under the equal footing doctrine. You better think about that when you cast your votes in about a half an hour from now. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to Section 2A
I have a unanimous consent request.
Yes. If it would hold just a second, sir. Pursuant to Section 2A of House Resolution 3 7-6. It is now in order to consider amendment number 3 printed in the congressional record. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Mr. Speaker, I would ask unanimous consent that the hour of debate on the Solomon Amendment, the Gutierrez Amendment thereto, if offered, and the Burton substitute, if offered, be divided and controlled as follows. 30 minutes to Mr. Solomon, 6 minutes to Mr. Gutierrez, 12 minutes to Mr. Burton, and 12 minutes to Mr. Miller of California, subject to equitable reductions if necessary to remain within the 1 hour of consideration permitted under this rule. I think this is an agreed to unanimous consent request.
Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Does the gentleman offer his amendment?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I would call up the Solomon Amendment.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, offered by Mr. Solomon of New York.
Pursuant to the rule, consideration of this amendment and any amendments thereto shall not exceed 1 hour.
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
As under the unanimous consent, we will begin with our 6 minutes because we have a perfecting amendment to Mr. Solomon. Subsequently,
does the gentleman offer it at this point?
Yes, I would like to offer my amendment is at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment offered by Mr. Gutierrez of Illinois to the amendment number 3 offered by Mr. Solomon of New York. In the amendment proposed to Section 4A of the bill, in lieu of the text proposed to be inserted as paragraph 7 of subparagraph C of the referendum language, insert the following: 7, Spanish is an official language of Puerto Rico and its only vernacular language, and as such is the official language of business and communication. A, the state government, courts, schools, and agencies, and B, in federal courts and agencies when such courts and agencies are acting in or with regard to Puerto Rico.
The gentleman has 6 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to yield myself 2 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this bill is supposed to be about self-determination. Self-determination should be informed. The statehood party in Puerto Rico has promised la estadidad jíbara, a jíbaro statehood. This means that under statehood, Puerto Rico gets to keep its culture and its language. And I agree with the gentleman, Carlos Romero Barceló, that that's the kind of statehood that we should have. As a matter of fact, and I quote, from a book published, Statehood is for the Poor, published in 1978 by the current resident commissioner, Carlos Romero Barceló, in which, and I quote, our culture and our language are not negotiable. That is published in Statehood is for the Poor by the resident commissioner, and I believe that the people of Puerto Rico have come to understand and to accept that that is the way that statehood would be proposed, and that their culture and their language would be something that is protected. Puerto Rico has spoken Spanish for over 500 years. When I get to Puerto Rico and see my parents, we speak in Spanish. When I go to a courtroom in Puerto Rico, it's in Spanish. When I register a deed, it's in Spanish. When a police officer pulls somebody over for going a little too quickly, the citation is in Spanish. And the subsequent sentencing, I assure you, is in Spanish. And you better have a lawyer that can speak Spanish. When you go to school and you graduate, your diploma is printed in Spanish. Every record, including your birth certificate, is in Spanish. Spanish is the language of the people. Are we talking about civil rights? Let's not talk about imposing another language. Go to Puerto Rico today. Go to the Veterans Administration or Social Security Administration office in Puerto Rico today, and everyone will speak to you in Spanish, unlike Chicago or New York or Oklahoma. Because Spanish is the language there. And since statehood has been proposed, and culture and language, I extend myself 30 seconds additional.
Gentleman is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
And since statehood has been stated in Puerto Rico as la jíbara, la estadidad jíbara, and the culture and the language are non-negotiable, I think we should guarantee that to the gentleman, Carlos Romero Barceló, the resident commissioner.
Mr. Speaker.
And I reserve the balance of my time.
Mr. Speaker.
Reserves the balance of his time.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose is the gentleman?
I would like to ask for unanimous consent to oppose this amendment by Mr. Gutierrez.
I object.
The gentleman from, right, the time has been allocated pursuant to the unanimous consent request that was agreed to earlier.
I'll be happy to yield 2 minutes to my colleague from Puerto Rico for a response.
Gentleman from Indiana yields 2 minutes to the gentleman from Puerto Rico.
I rise in opposition to this amendment submitted by Mr. Gutierrez from Chicago, because this amendment is pretended to be as a poison pill against those that are for the bill. It is supposed to be intended as a poison pill because in Puerto Rico, the law is that both English and Spanish are official languages. And you can have documents in English, and the agencies in Puerto Rico are by law obligated to give those documents in English if a citizen requests for those documents in English. You can register property in deeds drafted in the English language. So what has been said here is not true. And we want to maintain that right of all citizens to have their documents and their business with government transacted in either Spanish or English. Those that don't understand one language provide with some translation, provide people to translate the business for them. And this would be an imposition upon Puerto Rico and would be against the laws of Puerto Rico. Mr. Gutierrez, who lives in Chicago and would like to have independence, now he's acting like a colonial power, imposing laws in Congress that would repeal the laws that we have, would amend the laws that we have without the people of Puerto Rico voting for it, without the legislature participating. So we oppose this amendment very strongly.
Who seeks additional time? Pursuant to the unanimous consent request.
Mr. Chairman, we have,
6 minutes.
unless, of course, Mr. Burton would like.
From Indiana? Gentleman from New York?
There's nobody who would like
Illinois.
Well, we'll speak, and I would like to now yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from New York, Nydia Velasquez.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of this amendment. Mr. Chairman, this amendment will make Spanish the official language of Puerto Rico. It will protect what already exists. If supporters of this bill are voting for self-determination for Puerto Ricans, they will support allowing them to speak their own language. They will support allowing them to do business and operate their courts as they have for almost 500 years. Mr. Chairman, I have sat on this floor and listened to the arguments of my colleagues on the other side of this issue. I have heard many distinguished members of this body argue, some passionately, some angrily, that by supporting this bill, they are protecting the people of Puerto Rico. They say that we must allow self-determination for Puerto Rico because they respect our culture, our history, and our right to control our destiny. I have argued that this bill does not provide self-determination, but I will accept that the supporters of this bill think they are promoting the wishes of the people of Puerto Rico. Well, if that is the case, they will have to make their argument in Spanish because the majority of the people of Puerto Rico do not speak English. And why should they? The fact is that our culture, our history, our essence is rooted in the Spanish language. More than that, it is the language of the legal system, the Commonwealth government, and all non-federal official business. If the supporter of this bill really respect the people of Puerto Rico, they will support this amendment, which makes Spanish the official language of Puerto Rico. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back the balance of her time. Who shall rise pursuant to unanimous consent request? Mr.
I guess we'll finish.
The gentleman from Illinois.
Yes, since there's nobody else who wishes, we'll close then. Well, let me just make the following arguments. And I think they have not been refuted here today. In a book written in 1978, Statehood is for the Poor, written and authored by the resident commissioner of Puerto Rico, Carlos Romero Barceló, he stated clearly and unequivocally that language and culture are non-negotiable. Now, when the campaign goes to Puerto Rico, I want to make sure that if that's what they're saying to the people of Puerto Rico, that that's what this Congress is guaranteeing them. Let's not let them be under any illusions about what is going to be. And since that is exactly what has been proposed by the Statehood Party and repeated so many times, I want those statehooders who have applauded, who have cheered, who have cherished statehood and want to preserve their language and culture to have exactly what they have demanded and asked and rallied for. And so therefore, in the name of self-determination, I ask that this amendment be adopted so that we respect the wishes of the Statehood Party. We should do no less. And Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote on this perfecting amendment and make a point of order that a quorum is not. Mr. Chairman, I will, reserving my right to object.
Pursuant
Go ahead, Mr. If you could.
Consent request, debate will take place on all three of the amendments that are being discussed, and then they would be held.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, if I could, parliamentary inquiry. So then we'll be able to offer to ask a vote on this perfecting amendment later on. I have not relinquished my right to ask for that.
Would the gentleman, is the reservation, would the gentleman yield?
Yes, I will, Mr. Solomon.
I'd be glad to assist the gentleman in seeing to it that he gets his vote at the appropriate time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
The question will be put.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Indiana. The clerk will report the amendment.
Substitute amendment offered by Mr. Burton of Indiana for the amendment number 3 offered by Mr. Solomon of New York. In Section 3, amend subsection B to read as follows. B, official English language. In the event that a referendum held under this act results in approval of sovereignty leading to statehood, upon accession to the statehood, the official language requirements of the federal government would apply to Puerto Rico in the same manner and to the same extent as through the United States. Add at the end of Section 3 the following new subsection. C, English language empowerment. It is in the best interest of the nation
Chairman,
for Puerto Rico.
I ask unanimous consent that the amendment can be considered as read.
Without objection.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, I rise today to offer a reasonable substitute to Mr. Solomon's English-only amendment. Although I agree that we need to debate and pass an English-only bill or a constitutional amendment making English the official language of our government, holding U.S. citizens hostage in Puerto Rico, not allowing self-determination to take place, is against my strongly held beliefs in democracy. English has been made an issue to kill this Puerto Rico plebiscite bill. H.R. 856 is a process bill to advance the democratic cause, to advance the Founding Fathers' idea that freedom and democracy demand self-determination. That is what this debate is really about. Nevertheless, English has been brought into the debate, forcing me and others to offer an alternative. Supporters of H.R. 123, the Bill Emerson English Language Empowerment Act, share Mr. Solomon's English language policy goals, but should not support this amendment to H.R. 856. And I supported strongly Mr. Emerson's bill when it was on the floor. The Solomon Amendment is not faithful to H.R. 123. Instead, the Solomon Amendment does two things the House has never endorsed. Number one, the Solomon Amendment requires ballot language on the statehood option, which confuses voters to believe that Congress has imposed English as the exclusive official language of Puerto Rico's potential state government, which is not the case. And two, it also confuses the voters that English is the exclusive language of instruction in Puerto Rico's public schools, which is not the case. The Solomon Amendment does not empower the 3.8 million U.S. citizens of Puerto Rico by promoting English under the current Commonwealth territory status. Instead, the Solomon Amendment would promote continuation of an enclave of disenfranchised Spanish-speaking U.S. citizens, a recipe for creating a Quebec-style separatism under the American flag, which none of us wants. We can avoid this by passing the Burton-Miller-McCollum-Young substitute, and our amendment would be effective immediately. English proficiency by age 10 is the federal policy standard for school students in America's largest and most populous territory if my amendment passes.
Our amendment eliminates ambiguity and constitutional flaws in the Solomon Amendment with clear and constitutionally sound provisions applying to Puerto Rico if it becomes a state, the same national English policy applicable to all other states. The irony of the Solomon Amendment is that it would isolate Puerto Rico from the purpose the amendment wants to establish when it wants to establish English as the official language of the United States. The Solomon Amendment would apply English to all of the 50 states, but would carve out a territory, Puerto Rico, under the U.S. flag without the benefit of English as the official language until and only if Puerto Rico became a state after 10 years. However, under my substitute, there would be an immediate effect by a new national policy to promote the teaching of English to enable students in public schools to achieve English language proficiency by the age of 10 right now. In other words, 50 states would be required to have English as the official language, but not Puerto Rico, until they became a state. So you fortified the position that that's going to be a Spanish-speaking state for at least 10 years. My amendment would make sure that English would be a proficiency, there would be a proficiency in English by age 10 in Puerto Rico immediately, not waiting 10 years. The last couple of evenings, I was able to watch Braveheart on television. This heroic story of the freedom fighters of Scotland, led by William Wallace over their British rulers, resonates even to this day. Like Scotland, Puerto Rico desires a chance at true freedom. However, rather than take the debate to the battlefield, they ask us simply for the opportunity to take the debate to the ballot box. Yes, they have local self-government, but under their current status, Puerto Ricans are in effect ruled by the U.S. Congress, but without any representation in Congress. Puerto Ricans have no vote in the Congress, but yet can be called into battle in a war on behalf of the United States at a moment's notice. Yes, freedom and democracy are what at the heart of this debate over H.R. 856. Do we believe in a free people exercising their right to self-determination, or don't we? That is the real question we're debating today. We should, in my opinion, do the right thing and give Puerto Rico the opportunity to let Congress clearly know if they want to be a state, a commonwealth, or an independent country. And once we find out, and my colleagues need to know this, the final determination on the status of Puerto Rico rests with this body. The plebiscite we're talking about is advisory only. We're just asking that the people of Puerto Rico be able to let us know in the Congress in a clearly defined way what they want. Once we know that, then the Congress makes the final determination. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves balance of his time. Gentleman from New York.
Speaker, I would yield myself such time as I might consume, and I would tell this body that back in 1983, I was sitting in front of my locker in the gym when a young man from Indianapolis, Indiana, came by and sat next to me in the gym. And we began to talk, and we've been talking since 1983. And I said to myself, you know, there's another Jerry Solomon coming along here. He sounds to be like a true traditional doctrinaire conservative. And therefore, when I retire in a few years, I would feel safe that he was here. Well, my beliefs have been shattered. I can't believe that he's offering this gutting amendment to the Solomon Amendment, the true conservative position in this body. And that's why I rise so much against this amendment. This amendment enshrines, ladies and gentlemen, the language right out of the Puerto Ricans in statute in a way that will spark years of litigation in states across this country. You better remember it, because sure as I'm standing here, it's going to happen. Any Puerto Rican anywhere in the U.S. could challenge federal and individual state laws and declarations of English as the official language. No state would be able to protect its official English law until all states pass English as the official language, and that will not happen if they are being sued, ladies and gentlemen. And you can't believe the amount of lawsuits that would come about if the Solomon Amendment is gutted the way this amendment does it. This amendment deletes my amendment's findings and declaration of English as the official language. It deletes the protections for English-speaking citizens. It deletes protections for states which have declared English their official language until all states have done so. The Miller-Burton Amendment adds a new English proficiency standard that conflicts with the Equal Educational Opportunity Act and other language provisions in current law. And you liberals on that side of the aisle ought to think about that. The Miller-Burton Amendment misleads voters as to what Congress will require as a minimum standard for the admission of a state. You want to mislead the Puerto Rican people? You better think twice. If there is really a 10-year period before admission, why shouldn't the people of Puerto Rico know that they're voting on something which Congress will not accept? And finally, ladies and gentlemen, the Miller-Burton Amendment limits the President's ability to deal with the language issue and to protect English, which was recognized in the official English bill that passed this House overwhelmingly 2 years ago with bipartisan support. If you know what you're doing, you will come over here and you will vote down the Burton Amendment, the Miller Amendment, and you will support the Solomon Amendment. And then Puerto Rico will have a state, will have a chance when the overwhelming majority of those people understand that English will be the official language and will not divide this country. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California.
I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Pelosi.
The gentlelady is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the gentleman for yielding and commend Mr. Burton, Mr. Young, and Mr. Miller for the bipartisan substitute they are offering to the Solomon Amendment. I rise in support of the underlying legislation to grant self-determination to the people of Puerto Rico, in opposition to the amendment of by Mr. Solomon, and in support of this amendment. English and Spanish are already the official languages of the government of Puerto Rico and have been since 1902. English is taught in public schools from kindergarten through high school, and it is my understanding that 85% of Puerto Ricans who achieve education beyond high school are fluent in both languages. I want to be clear to our colleagues and read directly from the Burton Amendment. In the event that a referendum under this act results in approval of sovereignty leading to statehood, upon accession to statehood, the official language requirements of the federal government would apply to Puerto Rico in the same manner and to the same extent as throughout the United States. Let us support this amendment, which treats Puerto Rico the same as every other state if Puerto Rico chooses to become a state. This amendment also recognizes, the Burton substitute also recognizes that it is in the best interest of the United States and Puerto Rico to promote the teaching of English and sets the goal of enabling students to achieve proficiency at the age of 10. My friend Mr. Solomon, whom I hold in the highest regard, is acting in a very un-Solomon-like mode with this amendment today. It isn't wise and it isn't fair. I urge our colleagues to oppose this amendment. Thank you.
Gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Indiana.
I yield 1 minute to my great friend and colleague from the great state of Alaska, the chairman of the Resources Committee, Mr. Don Young.
Gentleman from Alaska is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise in strong support of the substitute to the Solomon Amendment. And for those that are listening to this great debate, in order to help the public know about what Congress has been doing about Puerto Rico for the past 4 years, all hearings, testimony, reports, amendments, and the bill can be found on Committee Resources homepage at www.house.government/resources/ because I have just read an editorial on the Washington Times that said there was no hearings in this legislation. We spent 4 years having hearings and input from everybody participating in this legislation. And to have a leading newspaper be that irresponsible is no call for true journalism in this great nation of ours. You talk about propaganda. It's wrong when a leading newspaper can, in fact, promote something that is incorrect to the general public. So remember, www.house.government/resources/ and you'll remember the history of how this came to the floor today.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from California.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Bonnier.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank my colleague for yielding. Mr. Speaker, when my grandfather first set foot in this country, he was a young man from Ukraine, and he didn't speak a word of English, not a single word, and he came here for a better future. But like millions of immigrants before him and millions who have come after him, my grandfather set out to work. He got a job, he raised a family, and he learned the language. There was no law telling him that he had to learn English. There was no need for a law. He learned English because it was practical, because he wanted to. My grandfather's story isn't unique. In this country, a country built by immigrants from around the world, 95% of the people speak English. That's right, 95% according to the latest census. So I ask my colleagues, what is the purpose? What is the purpose of this English-only amendment? And what benefits will it bring? Well, the answer is none. This amendment will only interfere with business. It will impede the efficient function of government. It will deny people their constitutional rights, and it could conceivably and possibly even endanger their lives. What purpose is served if a public health worker, perhaps a doctor who is trying to stop the spread of a deadly disease, is only allowed to speak with people who know English? None, but that's what this amendment could lead to. In fact, this English-only amendment could effectively prevent thousands of citizens, American citizens, from voting by denying them their rights under the Voting Rights Act. That is going too far. This country is successful because millions of people from hundreds of countries have chosen to throw in their lot together to build a common future. And our democracy thrives because it's built on a foundation of freedom. Passing a law telling people what language they have to speak is akin to telling them what words they must say. So in closing, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote for this substitute, the Miller-Young substitute, and against the Solomon Amendment.
Expired. Gentleman from New York.
Speaker, you will yield myself such time as I might consume just to set the record straight. Most people, around here can read bills. And if they read the bill, they will know that the Solomon English Language Empowerment Amendment only affects those things that the government does that are binding and enforceable. It does not affect things such as the information gathering operations of the government, such as the census forms and welfare forms. Doesn't do that. It does not affect public health issues or politicians campaigning in their district. Does not do that. So at this time, let me yield to one of the constitutional lawyers in this body. He is an outstanding member of the Judiciary Committee, Bob Barr of Georgia.
4 minutes?
4 minutes.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the gentleman from New York, and although I have not had the honor and pleasure of talking since 1983 with the gentleman from Indiana, I do know him as a man of great courage and honor, and have enjoyed serving with him on his government reform committee. I know him to be a gentleman who is constantly waging battles against government mismanagement, against government waste, against government bureaucrats. I know him as a gentleman who inevitably and constantly is speaking the truth bluntly and does not suffer government bureaucrats and fools at all. I must therefore express some surprise at the amendment that the gentleman from Indiana is offering, and would respectfully urge my colleagues to vote against it. There are such things as wolves in sheep's clothing. This is a sheep in sheep's clothing. If one looks behind the facade of the rhetoric here, flowery and lengthy as it is, one finds absolutely nothing, zero, zip, nada. And not only is there nothing in this amendment in terms of requiring the English language in any way, shape, or form in Puerto Rico if it is admitted to statehood, but it actually, I believe, by its terms, would set us back. One has to read simply from page 2. Additionally, in the event of a vote in favor of continued United States sovereignty leading to statehood, the transition plan required by this subsection shall include proposals and incentives to increase the opportunities of the people of Puerto Rico to expand their English proficiency in order to promote and facilitate communication with residents of all other states of the United States and the federal government. finally a comma, including English, teaching in English in public schools, awarding fellowships and scholarships, and providing grants to organizations located in various communities that have as a purpose the promotion of English language skills. This will set up more bureaucrats. Who's going to monitor this? Where's the money going to come from for these proposals and incentives to increase the opportunities? We're going to be paying for it. Mr. Chairman, this is a bad amendment. What we ought to do is have an up or down vote on the Solomon Amendment. I believe it is a good, solid, and worthy and constitutionally sound amendment that is not violative of any provisions in our Constitution, including the 10th Amendment. This amendment to the Solomon Amendment offered by the gentleman from Indiana sounds good, it sounds nice, it sounds like there's substance there, but in reality it ain't there. There is nothing here other than language that will get us involved in a morass of additional grants and money programs and bureaucrats trying to determine whether or not these monies are being spent to truly incentivize, as they say nowadays, to promote and facilitate communication, et cetera, et cetera. I urge our colleagues to look behind the fancy rhetoric here to an empty amendment, to vote it down and vote in favor of the Solomon Amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back the remainder of his time. Gentleman from California.
I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
I rise in support of this bipartisan substitute which brings some common sense and fairness to this debate. No one doubts the importance of English for all Americans. It is our common language. I tell my students and my constituents back home that to succeed in this global economy, in this modern world, we must learn English, and not only learn but master English. English is the key for opportunity, and this amendment allows this opportunity to provide that instruction and that training in English. It would treat Puerto Rico in a just manner as it would treat all the other existing states. And I would like to remind all the members in this House that the territories prior to being accepted, such as Hawaii, also allowed them the opportunity to be able to keep their native language. When we dealt with the territory of Oklahoma, we also recognized the Native Americans in that area. When we looked at New Mexico, we also took into consideration the Spanish in that particular community. The Solomon Amendment would prevent millions of Americans and would discriminate against a lot of individuals in Texas and others, and in Puerto Rico in itself. This is not fair. It's not right. I would ask that you provide and vote for this particular amendment. Mr. Chairman, in the age of increasing global competition, we should be nurturing what are some of our nation's most valued treasures, our culture, our language, and our skills, and not being curtailing. And I ask that also that they consider that above in our ceilings it says, "E pluribus unum." Thank you.
Gentleman from Indiana.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Shouldn't be very much.
Gentleman's recognized.
I'd just like to say to my colleague from New York and my colleague from Georgia, my very good friends, if they'll look on page 2 of my amendment, the second paragraph, it says, in section 4A, in the referendum language for statehood, amend paragraph 7 to read as follows, quote, official English language requirements of the federal government apply in Puerto Rico to the same extent as federal law requires throughout the United States, end quote. So the law will be the same for Puerto Rico, the same English language law for Puerto Rico as it is for the rest of the United States. I yield back the balance, or I reserve the balance of my time.
Who seeks time? Gentleman from New York.
Speaker, yielding myself such time as I might consume, I would just point out to Mr. Burton, so does my amendment. But let me now yield to the gentleman from Savannah, Georgia, Mr. Jack Kingston, for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman
from Georgia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman from New York, and Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the Burton, Miller and Company amendment. I think that it's just a fig leaf designed to put us all in court and take away a lot of power from states. And you know, if you're for English first as a language or as an issue, then you need to oppose it. and you need to support Solomon. And it's not unusual for us to demand such things and try to push, amend bills and so forth to do what we want to. There's nothing unusual about it. Oklahoma and New Mexico were both required to have state constitutions providing that public school education be conducted in English. Arizona was required to guarantee that its executive and legislative officials could write, speak, and understand English. That's all the Solomon language is trying to do. And culturally, it's trying to go a little bit beyond the language question. I think one of the things that has inspired the Solomon's language is the situation with Quebec, north of our borders. In 1995, Quebec had a vote and came very close to receiving a majority for independence. It was a vote of 49.4%, 10% higher than it had been 15 years earlier. It is very possible that in the future Quebec will secede from Canada. Now, is there any correlation between Puerto Rico and Quebec? Well, let's look at it. What do they have in common? Both have their own languages and cultures long before becoming part of English-speaking majority nations, should that happen. Both have populations in which the overwhelming majority speak a language different from that of the majority of the rest of the nation, and both have political movements that focus on independence as the key to maintaining a separate culture and linguistic identity. Both have economic elites that speak English, while the more economically disadvantaged citizens do not. It's quite possible that if you look at the number...
Gentleman's time expired.
Yield the gentleman an additional minute.
It's quite possible, if you look at the number, 82% of the people of Quebec are French speakers, 98% of the people of Puerto Rico are Spanish speakers. The strong cultural identity, which we are all aware of in this House, and the strong cultural identity that we want the good American citizens of Puerto Rico to maintain, is at risk here. This is a statehood vote. This is not just let's see how you feel about it. This is starting the car and pulling it out in the driveway. You don't do that unless you're going to take a trip, Mr. Speaker. And this is a statehood vote, and it will radically change the culture in Puerto Rico and lead to a lot of division in the United States over it. I yield back.
Gentleman's time expired.
I yield 1 minute to the
gentleman from Puerto Rico.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Massachusetts. This time is
the gentleman from Massachusetts, recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Simply put, we ought not to hold the issue of Puerto Rico's political status hostage to the question of making English the official language of all government functions across the United States. I don't know about you, Mr. Speaker, but if that happened, a lot of us here in the Congress would be barred from speaking on the House floor. I've been accused of a lot of things in my career in politics, but speaking English hasn't always been one of them. I once remember hearing a colloquy between Jamie Whitten and Kika de la Garza on this House floor. I couldn't understand a thing anybody said. In fact, I heard Mr. Solomon's remarks as he introduced his amendments, and if I wasn't mistaken, he employed a foreign phrase in the language of a dead empire. Along with Mr. Solomon, I believe deeply in the principle of e pluribus unum, out of many, one. But I think Mr. Solomon ought to be allowed to enunciate the principle in the original language. Whether it's Hawaiian or Cajun French, Polish, or even Gaelic, there are millions of Americans who speak languages other than English, and there is no reason to reduce their first tongues to second-class linguistic citizenship. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Who rises to seek time? The gentleman from Puerto Rico.
Yes, I yield 1 minute to Ms. Christian Green from Virgin Islands.
The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you for yielding. Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong opposition to the Solomon Amendment and in support of the Burton-Young-Miller-McCollum substitute. The Solomon English-only amendment is patently unfair to the people of Puerto Rico and does not belong in this process of self-determination. Mr. Chairman, the people of Puerto Rico have been loyal American citizens for more than 100 years. It is high time that they be given the opportunity to make a choice once and for all on what their political relationship will be. To allow the Solomon Amendment to pass would pollute the current bill and its intent, causing possibly the entire process to be derailed. We need to remain focused and clear. H.R. 856 is not supposed to be a statehood bill. There are actually 4 options. The people of Puerto Rico can choose any one. But if their choice is to become the 51st state of the Union, we should vote that choice on its merits. We are a country noted for a rich cultural diversity. Let us not dishonor that history. Reject the Solomon Amendment. Colleagues, I urge you to support the Burton, Miller, Young, McCollum substitute and the right of the people of Puerto Rico to self-determination, and I commend my colleagues for bringing this substitute to the floor.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Who shall rise? The gentleman from New York? The gentleman from Puerto Rico? The gentleman from Puerto Rico has 5 minutes remaining.
And how much of the other part?
The gentleman from Indiana has 3 minutes, and if the gentleman from New York should wish to take all the time that he has remaining, he would have 20 minutes.
Well, gentleman from New York should take his time, some of his time. I'll reserve the time. I have no speakers at this time.
Mr. Speaker, I would yield myself such time as I might consume just to say that we can bring this to a head at any point now. I think it's been a very good debate, and certainly members have stated their feelings. I'm just going to say one more time that I want to ask you this question. Will Congress have to begin conducting House and Senate floor proceedings in both Spanish and English? Will the Congressional Record, Federal Register, and Uniform Commercial Code need to be printed in Spanish and English? The answer is it may be. Will a state of Puerto Rico be able to force other states to conduct their official business in language other than English? The answer is very likely, and it will result in many, many lawsuits all across this country. I suppose if you're a lawyer or you've got children who are entering the law profession, perhaps you ought to vote for this bill, because you're certainly going to generate a lot of work for them. And Mr. Speaker, I could just go on and on and on, but I'm going to say one more time that if this amendment, the Solomon Amendment, is defeated, or if it is watered down, anyone in this country can bring an action anywhere in the United States and could challenge federal and individual state laws and declarations of English as the official language. No state would be able to protect its official English language. And again, these are very, very important matters. I'm going to just reiterate one more time the procedures that are going to take place. I've already said what would happen if the Solomon Amendment is defeated or watered down. But if this bill becomes law without the Solomon Amendment, within the next 9 months, before the end of 1998, we are ordering, demanding, requiring the island of Puerto Rico to conduct a plebiscite. And we are ordering, demanding, and requiring them to do this until they finally vote for statehood. And, Mr. Chairman, that is absolutely wrong. If we pass this bill and if the President signs it within the next several weeks, that plebiscite will be held because it will be mandated by this Congress on the Puerto Rican people. Within 180 days after that, which takes us to towards mid-year of 1999, the President must give us his transition plan. And then, written into this law in Section 6, is a requirement that this Congress will have to vote on that within 120 days. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the turning point. It is the turning point when we no longer can deny Puerto Rico's statehood, no matter what the percentage of approval is by the Puerto Rican people. And, ladies and gentlemen, that is wrong. If we do not have the kind of overwhelming support that we had in Hawaii and that we had in Alaska, we are going to end up in a situation almost identical to what we have in Quebec, Canada today, and we cannot allow that to happen. The one major issue that has held this country together for all these 200 years as a melting pot of all ethnic backgrounds throughout the entire world, doesn't matter whether it's the Pacific, doesn't matter whether it's Europe, wherever it is, It is the common language of English that has kept us together, that keeps our esprit de corps, it keeps our patriotism alive, because we all speak that one language. That's what is at stake on the voting on this amendment in a few minutes. And I would be glad to yield to my good friend from Georgia.
Thank you. I'd just like to point out to the membership, and I see the gentleman from Indiana rising also, to reiterate to the membership in voting on the Burton Amendment, the language previously cited by its author, by Chairman Burton, that the official language, official English language requirements of the federal government apply in Puerto Rico to the same extent as federal law requires throughout the United States, does nothing but simply lock in the status quo. English is already required for federal purposes in Puerto Rico, yet notwithstanding that, the overwhelming majority of Puerto Ricans don't understand English, don't speak English. That this language in the Burton Amendment, which its author cites as a strengthening amendment, simply maintains the status quo. It goes no further and cannot go further by its terms. I thank the gentleman from New York for yielding.
And I would reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Indiana.
I yield myself 1 minute. Let me just say that I think the amendment, my substitute, gentleman from California substitute, solves the English language issue if you want to have it attached to this bill. But this bill is not about the English language, nor should it be. It's about whether or not the people of Puerto Rico have a right to let the Congress of the United States know if they want to be a state, a commonwealth, or independence. This English issue is a red herring that's been put into the bill to try to drive a stake through the heart of the bill to kill it. That's what they want to do. They want to kill the bill. It shouldn't even be in here. We should be debating the English-only issue in a separate piece of legislation as we have in the past. This is a plebiscite bill to find out from the people of Puerto Rico what status they want. Do they want to be a state? Do they want to be a commonwealth, or do they want to be independent? If they want to be a state, for instance, it has to come back to the Congress, and a process of about 8 or 10 years is going to take place before they could become a state. So the Congress is going to make the final determination anyhow. This is a red herring. I yield myself an additional 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Yeah. The other thing I want to say is that I have great respect for my colleagues, but I think that every one of my colleagues who are opposing this bill, I hope every one of my colleagues who are sitting in their offices will focus on the main issue at hand today, and that is, do people who are American citizens, and that's the people of Puerto Rico, do people who are American citizens have the right to say, we want representation if we're going to be paying the price in wars and taxes and everything else for this country? Do they have that right? They should. They're American citizens.
Gentleman's time expired.
If the gentleman will give me some time, I'll yield.
I'll yield the gentleman 1 minute.
Okay, I'll be happy to yield to you.
The gentleman is standing up and saying that Jerry Solomon brought this English debate into this bill. Yeah, here's your bill. It's not my bill. This is the committee bill. On page 10, line 1, section B, language. English shall be the common language of mutual understanding in the United States, and it goes on for pages. I didn't introduce this into the bill. You folks did.
But Mr. Solomon, the reason we did was because we knew you, as the chairman of the Rules Committee, was going to put this amendment of yours into the process. That's why we did it, and you know it.
Let me just reclaim my time, and I'll yield myself such time as I might consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
The parliamentarians are sitting up there, and I went to the parliamentarians and said, I do not want to go beyond the germaneness of this bill. And I will not do it. I will not use the power of our Rules Committee to do that. And I could have done it, Mr. Speaker, as you know. Instead, we wrote an amendment germane to the bill. So I think the gentleman owes me an apology.
Well, I don't think I owe you an apology. Well, first of all, in the bill, if the gentleman would yield to me, the bill only authorizes that language, authorizes the English provisions in that bill. It doesn't mandate them. If the gentleman would read that
Nor does my amendment, and I yield back the balance. Or I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California.
Yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, the co-author, the sponsor of this amendment, Mr. Burton, is quite properly stated what this amendment is about. And that this amendment is about, should, at the end of this process, the people of Puerto Rico decide to choose statehood as an option and a condition under which they want to live, the language in the Burton substitute says that they will be treated the same as any other state. They will be treated the same as the citizens of Nebraska or California, New York or Florida, or Louisiana or anywhere else. If this Congress should decide that English is the official language of this country and wants to add a lot of requirements about that at some future date, if Puerto Rico is a state, Puerto Rico will live under those requirements the same as the citizens of any other state. If Puerto Rico petitions to become a state and we agree to that and they vote for that and we vote for that, they are petitioning to become a state on co-equal terms with every other citizen of every other state. The Solomon Amendment goes beyond that. It goes beyond that to require that the communications be only in English and people can only communicate with the federal government in English, far beyond what's required today in any law that we have. So what we said was, not knowing yet what the people of Puerto Rico will determine, let's just level the playing field. So again, this debate cannot be used because in the politics of the campaign, statehood versus Commonwealth versus independence, people want to argue that you're going to lose your right to speak Spanish, you're going to lose your right, you're going to be forced to speak only English, you're not going to have citizenship. This campaign gets way out of control. So we tried to put language here which is very simple. You will be treated, should you vote for statehood, the same as any other citizen in any other state, period, with respect to the requirements of the English language of the federal government. That is fair, and I think it is proper when people are going to engage in a historical vote about their status from that point forward. That's what this committee owed them. That's what this Congress owes them. And the Burton Amendment allows that to happen. It simply levels out the playing field with respect to English, that they will know that they will not be discriminated against because they speak Spanish. They will not be burdened because they don't have a full compliance with English. They will simply be treated the same as all other American citizens. Many people have risen on this floor today to testify as to the contributions of the Puerto Rican people, the citizens of this country, to the growth of this country in every aspect of our history. All we're saying to those people is, you'll be treated the same as everyone else who has made that contribution. And when you make the decision to choose statehood or Commonwealth, you will know that the playing field is level here. That's what the Burton Amendment accomplishes. That is not what the Solomon Amendment does. The Solomon puts a series of conditions beyond that level playing field that in the text of his amendment apply only to Puerto Rico and only to those communications between the citizens of Puerto Rico and the government. And that we should reject. If later we want to do that, and Mr. Cunningham indicated that maybe the English as an official language bill will come back, if that prevails and passes and signed into law, then that will be the law of the land with respect to the people in Puerto Rico and the people in California. But we should not be trying to guide that determination here, because this is about a plebiscite. And this is about what people can expect to happen and not happen should they choose one of the three alternatives outlined in the legislation. This committee worked very hard. Mr. Young held a whole series of hearings in Puerto Rico and here to try and determine the fairest way to present these three options. We ought not now try to put our thumb on one side of the scale one way or the other with respect to the outcome of that vote. The people of Puerto Rico ought to be able to make their choice in this plebiscite about their status, and then it will be incumbent upon the Congress to either accept or reject that or to condition that. But we will then know what the choice of the people of Puerto Rico is. And I believe that the Burton Amendment maintains the integrity of this process so that we will know that when that vote is taken that we have provided free and fair options with respect to the status for the people of Puerto Rico to choose.